Disc 7.
In the centre of the compound, a fire burned in a rusty iron drum, and children were sitting around it. When the gates of the compound had closed behind him, Danny took a closer look at the kids. There were 4 of them, all boys, all dressed in jeans, T-shirts and trainers, and all of them wearing khaki ammo vests. Their eyes had dark rings below them, and their meagre shoulders were slumped like old men's. Each boy had an AK-47 lying next to him. Resting on one of the weapons was a half-eaten bag of boiled sweets. Treasure, in a place and at a time like this. One of the kids stood out from the others. The left sleeve of his dirty green Adidas T-shirt was torn, and poking out from beneath the strap of his ammo vest was the stump of a clumsily amputated arm. It was harshly scarred, as though it had been inexpertly cauterized. It seemed to have a life of its own, rolling in its socket even when the rest of the boy's body was still. But if the kid was experiencing any pain, it didn't show on his face. Another oil drum had been split in half lengthways. The 2 halves were lying up against the left-hand wall of the compound and were full of ash, clearly a makeshift barbecue for preparing hot food in the absence of electricity. Set back a couple of feet from each of the 3 walls was a table. To one side of each of these tables, a murder hole was punched into the wall at the level of the tabletop. A sniper lay on each table, the barrel of his rifle a foot or so from the hole, carefully scanning the outside through the sight. One of these guys, the gunman covering the left-hand wall, was, Danny could see, too close to the murder hole. A couple of inches away at most. He needed to move back a bit to give him more cover in the event of incoming. Taff saw this too and walked briskly over to him and put him right. He winked at the gunman in the same way he used to wink at Danny when he was a kid. The compound was surrounded by taller buildings, grim-looking blocks of flats, 7 or 8 stories high, dotted with satellite dishes, and with laundry hanging from some of the windows. Strange to think of people washing their clothes in the middle of a war zone, Danny decided. But he was less concerned about the neighbours' hygienic arrangements than about the obvious fact that the compound was overlooked. He narrowed his eyes and looked up and down one of the blocks. It didn't take him long to pick out 3 windows, 1 open, 2 broken, each with a few telltale inches of a sniper's rifle barrel protruding. The sort of thing you wouldn't even see if you weren't looking for it. Asu's men, he assumed, keeping watch over the rebel leader's current location. Hardly reassuring, though. Enemy snipers could install themselves in any of the other windows. Tactically speaking, it was a fucking dog's dinner. You don't need to tell me that, kiddo. Once more Taff had read Danny's thoughts accurately. Asu's a stubborn son of a bitch. Saunders had to agree to pay the guys double time when they saw this place. They hadn't even made the murder holes when we got here. The Freeze had to knock them through with a pickaxe. Asu's not a total idiot, though. He changes his base every 10 days or so, and keeps his highest-ranking commanders at separate locations around the city. Moves them around every week. That way the government can't keep a handle on where they are at any one time, and they can't all be taken out in a single hit. The rebels can survive the loss of one commander, but not all of them. Danny pointed at the kids sitting round the fire. What about them? Tell me this Asu creep doesn't stick them on the front line. Taff shrugged. If they want to fight, let them. It's only a matter of time anyway. They're child soldiers, Taff. Most people find that a bit dodgy. Most people find war a bit dodgy, kiddo. This one's worse than most. These kids have lost their parents, their homes. They'll be starving on the streets or rotting in an IDP camp if they weren't here. Or dead already. And Asu gets a nice, cheap fighting force into the bargain. Grow up, Danny, Taff told him bluntly. You know how the world works. At least you should by now. You give them weapons training? Of course. You think I'd let them walk around with AKs if they didn't know how to make them safe? We do it out in the desert, along with the adult rebels. Fucking nightmare teaching them to suppress a recoil. Seem to remember it took you a while to deal with it back in the day. Taff glanced up at the flats again. Come on, he said. Let's get your man inside. Arsu will be waiting. Fucker starts throwing his toys out the pram if you give him the chance. Buckingham was loitering a little nervously by the Land Rovers. Danny marched over to him, took him by the arm and led him into the house. It was a dark, gloomy warren of rooms. Joined by Taff, Danny and Buckingham checked them out. The gaff had clearly been looted at some point in the recent past. There were no furnishings or items of comfort. There were holes in the wall where light fittings had once been, and someone had even removed sections of floorboard here and there, probably to use for firewood. There were more boy soldiers holed up in here, all dressed similarly, like an army of clones. Most of them were asleep on the bare floor. Those few who were awake stared at the newcomers with the same dull curiosity Danny had seen in the eyes of the kids outside. There were adults, too, mostly men, but also some women. Danny clocked the men's aggressive stares. Some of them sat and smoked, others played games of dice or cards. One man was smoothing a nick out of his knife with a flat stone. The guy next to him was threading a greasy rag through the detached barrel of a rifle. A couple of radios were playing quietly in different rooms. One was tuned to scratchy Syrian pop. From the other came the insistent voice of a man speaking Arabic. Danny wondered if it was a rebel propaganda channel. It had that sound. The women sat talking in groups of 3 or 4. One sat with a child soldier at her feet, stroking his hair as the kid stroked his Kalashnikov. She was a distinctive-looking woman, long black hair with a lock of snowy white at her forehead. She seemed curiously young and old at the same time, and as she returned Danny's stare, he sensed bitterness. Here was a woman let down by life, and who didn't expect anything to change. Asu's daughter-in-law, Bathsheba, Taff said quietly. Her husband, Asu's son, ended up in a Damascus jail, presumed dead. That's her son sitting at her feet. You saw the kid outside minus an arm? Danny nodded. Older brother. Asu only just tolerates her, and I've seen him give the kids a kicking too. They're shit scared of him. Like I say, lovely fella. Pleasure to do business with. All in all, on the ground floor of the house, there were about 30 people, and although they were quiet, Danny didn't sense that they were all despondent. It was more like they were waiting for something to happen. The first floor was more sparsely occupied. Danny found himself in some kind of antechamber where 2 armed men stood guard by a closed door. There were a couple of chairs against one wall and a barred window looking out onto the compound. Danny glanced through it to see the kids still sitting round the fire. It nauseated him that children so young should be sent into battle. But he supposed Taff was right. That was the way the world worked. Deal with it. He dragged his attention back to the 2 armed guards. MP5s. Body armour. These guys were better equipped than half the British Army. They clearly recognised Taff. One of them nodded a reluctant greeting to him. Been keeping that weapon in shape, boyo? Taff asked. The soldier frowned. He clearly didn't like the implication that he needed any help. Your man hadn't zeroed his rifle, Taff explained to Danny. No wonder he kept missing. He turned back to the guard. He's expecting us, he said. The guard nodded and opened the door. Taff led them through it. They found themselves in a larger room, 10 metres by 15, occupied by just 3 men. One of them, dressed in camouflage trousers and a black T-shirt, stood by a barred window, looking down onto the street. The second, similarly dressed, was examining a map of the city stuck to the wall with strips of gaffer tape. The third, sitting on a wooden chair at the far end of the room, to his side a table with 3 mobiles and a sat phone on it, was Asu. Danny recognized the rebel leader's features from the briefing back at Hereford, but the photo he'd seen then failed fully to capture just what an unpleasant-looking man Asu was. He had a sallow face like candle wax, sunken eyes, and a thin, ratty moustache. His greasy hair had a centre parting and was flecked with grey. In addition to the rifle slung over the back of the chair, he wore 2 pearl-handled Colt M1911s on his belt. He sat with one leg hooked over the arm of his chair, picking at his teeth with a tiny sliver of wood. Was this really the basket in which the British government was putting all its eggs? The door closed behind them. Danny immediately checked the room for other exits. With the exception of a hatch in the roof, there were none. The windows were all barred, and there were no other doors. For a high-value target, Asu had installed himself in a shoddy hideout that would be almost impossible to escape from if government troops came calling. Taff was clearly aware of this. His first move was to step over to the barred windows and look carefully out, alert for any signs of imminent danger. "He thinks I am a stupid fool, this Mr. Taff," Asu said in a thin, reedy voice to no one in particular. His accent was curiously posh, and Danny remembered he'd spent a lot of time in London. "But show me a safe house in this city." "I'll show you plenty of safer ones than this, pal," Taff said. Asu ignored him. His attention was all on Buckingham, who now walked towards him. "Let me guess," Asu said. "The British government sends me its very best wishes." His glistening lips quivered with barely concealed amusement. He oozed the confidence of a soldier who thought he was close to victory. Buckingham stopped a couple of meters in front of him and spoke a greeting in Arabic. Asu's expression changed. He was clearly impressed by this newcomer's facility with the language, and he responded in kind before reverting to English. "Mr. Taff and his men, they teach us wonderful new ways to kill people." He said it with a smile. "I have tanks and even helicopters at my disposal. But nothing helps us like men with guns." Every inch the diplomat, Buckingham inclined his head and spoke quietly but clearly. "Her Majesty's government hopes the gentlemen from International Solutions are of some help in your endeavours." For some reason, Asu found this uproariously funny. "Yes," he roared. "Yes, they are of some help in my endeavours. I have children here who are better shots than most of the government soldiers. They pretend to be begging for bread and then—" He mimed firing a rifle before dissolving into laughter again. Either he didn't notice or he didn't care that nobody else seemed to find this as funny as he did. He gave a long belly laugh while Buckingham stood patiently in front of him. He allowed his mirth to subside before speaking again. "You've brought me another soldier?" he asked, pointing at Danny. Buckingham glanced in his direction. Danny sensed in him a flicker of annoyance that he'd been brought into the conversation. "Looks to me like you got plenty of soldiers already, mate," Danny said. "Little ones." Moving very slowly, Asu got to his feet. He unhooked his rifle from the back of his chair, slung it over his shoulder, and walked towards Danny. It felt like everyone in the room was holding their breath. Now the rebel leader's mouth was just a few inches from Danny's right ear. He carried with him a putrid stench of body odour and tobacco. "You've seen the pretty children?" he breathed, so only Danny could hear him. "Perhaps you would like to take a couple home with you." Danny turned to face Asu square on. "Last lot I came across using kids to do their dirty work were called the Taliban," he said equally softly, but making no effort to hide his disgust. "Want to know what happened to them when we bumped into each other?" But before Asu could reply, Buckingham was there. His eyes flashed nervously, and he cleared his throat to interrupt the whispered exchange. "I've brought my own close protection, as you can see," he said, nodding in Danny's direction. "Please pretend he's not here." Asu inclined his head. "Did you hear that?" he said to Danny. "You're not here." When he looked back at Buckingham, all the humour had left his face. "Mr. Buckingham, you do not really expect me to believe that you have been sent all the way here to keep an eye on our 4 mercenaries? I hope the word does not offend you, Mr. Taff." "Takes a lot more than that to offend me," Taff murmured. He too was looking intently at Danny. "To check that our 4 mercenaries are doing their work properly?" "You are even more insightful than I've been led to believe." Buckingham's flattery was outrageous, but it hit the mark. Asu spread his palms out in a show of false modesty. Danny had to hand it to Buckingham. He had the measure of this twat. "I wonder if we might talk in private," the MI6 man suggested. Asu clapped his hands together, the revolvers swinging on his belt as he did so. "Of course," he announced. He nodded curtly at the other 2 Syrians, who immediately understood the instruction and silently left the room. Buckingham turned and made a similar gesture to Danny, who had the impression he was pathetically trying to mimic Asu's authority. Reluctantly, Danny stepped backwards towards the door. Taff stayed where he was. Danny shot him an inquiring glance, but Taff simply winked at him, the way he used to when he was a kid. Clearly he was to be party to this private conversation, and Buckingham seemed to have no problem with that. Danny closed the door as he left the room. The 2 guards who had shown them in were still in the antechamber, but now they were sitting on the seats by the wall, smoking roll-up cigarettes. Danny took up position by the door, which gave him a clear view through the window that looked out onto the compound. The armed kids were no longer sitting around the fire. They were standing in a line as if on parade. Skinner was facing them a couple of meters away, surveying them like some sergeant fucking major. Dickhead. In another time and another place, Danny would have given him a piece of his mind, not to mention a piece of his fist. One of the guards stood up. Danny made a show of gripping his firearm. The guard threw his cigarette onto the floor, stubbed it out with his right foot, then glared at Danny. Danny glared back. 10 tense seconds passed. The second guard stood up. Danny jutted his chin in his direction. The guard stepped over to his mate and muttered something in Arabic. The first guard sneered, but seemed to take it on board. He sat down again, removed a pouch of tobacco from his ammo vest, and started rolling another cigarette. Good decision. He didn't take his unfriendly gaze from Danny, but that was fine by him. They could stare all they wanted, just so long as they didn't twig that Danny's mind was as much on eavesdropping as it was on close protection. He couldn't work out why Taff was still in there. He strained his ears, cursing silently that the moment of bravado had caused him to miss the opening gambits of Buckingham and Asu's private discussion. He carefully tuned in to the muted voices on the other side of the door. Buckingham was speaking. He sounded like someone reciting a rehearsed speech. "There's no doubt, sir," he said, "that Sorgan will understand you are stronger united than divided." "Sorgan is a stupid fool," Asu retorted. "Sorgan is a politician, if I may say so, to the tips of his toes. I know him well. He is my brother." "But he is not your friend. We were close years ago. I know I can persuade him." There was a pause. Danny heard footsteps and pictured Asu pacing the room. From the corner of his eye, he was aware of movement outside. The kids weren't in a line anymore. 2 of them had gone. Skinner was talking to the other 2. One of them was the kid with the amputated arm, Asu's grandson. He was holding something. Cylindrical, perhaps a meter long. It looked like an RPG launcher. Jesus. Skinner was a wanker, but was he really going to teach those kids to mess around with weapons like that, in an enclosed space like this? The festival of Eid al-Fitr is tomorrow night, Buckingham said, his tone now more urgent. A time for Muslims to present a show of unity. Sorgan is devout. He will accept this olive branch, if only to respect the memory of your father. More pacing in the room. Outside, Skinner had handed the rocket launcher to the able-bodied child and was showing him how to position it over his right shoulder. Danny squinted. The kid's right hand was forward on the launcher. It was resting on the fucking rocket. If he fired it like that, he'd lose his hand. Danny was still focused on the conversation in the next room. I will tell Sorgan that the British government will match any offer the French have made him, Buckingham said. The money, weapons, anything. Asylum, if things go badly for you, sir. He can't fail to see the advantages. And then, when we have him on side, we'll be in a position to do what we discussed. What we discussed? What had they discussed? What the fuck? Danny hissed. He'd been listening hard for Asu's response, but his concentration was divided by what he saw outside. Hector had come into view. While Skinner continued to position the rocket launcher, Hector had taken the amputee kid with the green Adidas t-shirt by the shoulders and placed him no more than a metre behind his friend. What were they playing at? The backblast from one of those things would kill the kid in seconds. Cursing under his breath, Danny abandoned his post. He ran from the antechamber and hurtled down the stairs. Seconds later, he burst into the compound and sprinted towards where Hector and Skinner were giving their half-assed lesson. They'd stepped back a couple of metres from the kids now and wore the ugly grin of the playground bully. Nice one, Abdul, Hector barked. You make very good soldier. Next time you fire it, stand like that. He burst into laughter. Danny was still running when the kid with the launcher turned round. The boy looked confused. He obviously knew that the two Brits were laughing at him, but he didn't know why. His face, pale for a Syrian, reddened, and he looked like he was about to cry. As for his amputee friend, he seemed completely bewildered. And then Danny was there. Barging past Hector, he shouldered the stocky mercenary out of the way before marching up to the kid with the launcher and removing it from his shoulder. The two boys clearly had no idea what was happening. They scurried away to a corner, and Danny turned to face the two men. What the fuck do you think you're doing? He shouted. Training, Skinner said, his voice emotionless, his eyes dead. So be a good boy and get back to your babysitting. Why is his hand on the fucking grenade? Danny turned to Hector. And what are you playing at, sticking the kid in the backblast zone? Fucking Ada, mate, Hector said. Lighten up. We were just having a laugh. They didn't fucking know that. What if they'd followed your instructions in a combat situation? Skinner stepped up to Danny. Then we'd have a raghead without a hand and one without a face, he said. Who gives a shit? Feels good, does it, Skinner? Killing kids? Dead's dead. I told you that before. Danny moved even closer to Skinner, so that their faces were less than a hand's breadth apart. Do that again, Sunshine, he said. I'll give you a chance to find out what dead feels like. Skinner didn't even flinch. You better make sure you do it right first time. You wouldn't get a second chance. I wouldn't fucking need one, pal. Danny turned his back on Skinner and Hector and walked over to the corner where the two kids were standing. The able-bodied child was still holding the RPG launcher. It took no more than a gesture from Danny for him to hand it over. Never stand behind it, Danny said. The kids looked at him, plainly not understanding. Danny held up the weapon and positioned the amputee child behind it again, before wagging his finger. "Don't stand behind it," he repeated slowly. As the light of understanding dawned on their faces, he made another gesture, a clenched fist opening up to indicate an explosion. "Makes a big bang," he said. "Very big bang. You understand?" The child copied Danny's charade. "Big bang?" he repeated hesitantly. He grinned. Danny grinned back. They were still smiling when the ground shook, and the air around them seemed to explode. Chapter 17. Fast air thundered low over the rebel compound. The roar of the jet engines was so extreme that Danny threw the kids to the ground as a matter of reflex. A split second after the aircraft had passed, there was a second explosion, as some kind of ordnance hit the neighborhood. Impossible to say how big the bomb was, or how close, but it was large enough and near enough to make the walls of the compound shudder. Danny heard Hector shout, "Fucking airstrike!" and was aware of the two men running towards one of the Land Rovers. His own instinct was to sprint in the opposite direction, back towards the house. If they were coming under attack, he needed to get Buckingham the hell out of here, right now. First, though, he found himself dealing with the kids. They were crouched in a corner of the compound, covering their heads with their hands. The boy's instinct was obviously to shelter there, but if the wall collapsed, it would crush them in a second. They'd be safer in open ground. Danny grabbed each of them by one arm and dragged them 5 meters from the corner. "Stay away from the wall," he barked, just as a second explosion ripped through the air. He looked up. One of the tower blocks had been hit. The top 3 stories were shrouded in a vast balloon of smoke. Orange flames were just visible halfway up it. As Danny sprinted towards the rebel's house, his face stung from the impact of the dust and debris. Chunks of rubble slammed into the ground around him. He upped his speed and covered the final 10 meters to the entrance without being seriously hit. The ground floor was in total confusion. The screams of women, the bark of male voices. The kids looked the most frightened, but that didn't stop them standing and strapping their weapons to their chests. Danny fought his way through the chaos and stormed up the stairs. Taff had already evacuated Asu and Buckingham as far as the antechamber. When the shock waves of a third explosion blasted through the air, Buckingham jolted as though he'd been hit. Asu pushed past him and hurried down the stairs. Buckingham stood by the door of the room they'd just left, his eyes wide. "Get him out!" Taff roared, not that he needed to. Danny didn't pussyfoot around. A seam had appeared in the ceiling, and fine dust was showering down into the antechamber. Danny grabbed Buckingham by the arm and dragged him across the room and down the stairs, with Taff following close behind. The rooms on the ground floor were empty, although the sound of kitsch Arabic pop still drifted bizarrely around the deserted building. "Do they know Asu's here?" Danny shouted over his shoulder at Taff. "Who knows? Might just be a random strike. Happens all the time." He looked up at the ceiling. "Let's not stick around." "Roger that," Danny muttered. He turned to Buckingham. "When we get outside, head straight for the Land Rover. We're out of here before we take a direct hit." Buckingham was whispering to himself. "Oh my God! Oh my God!" "Move!" Danny roared. They ran along the corridor. The exit was 10 meters ahead, and the door was open, but visibility beyond it was poor because the air was thick with a choking cloud of dust from the stricken tower block. Danny thought he could hear the sound of Asu's voice, shouting words of defiance. But all of a sudden his attention was grabbed by what he saw in a room off to the left. Unlike the other rooms they'd passed, this one was not empty. The woman Taff had pointed out, Asu's daughter-in-law, Bathsheba, with the long black hair with the single white streak, was in the far corner. Crouched on the floor was the son whose head she had been stroking. The boy was clearly terrified, and his mother was trying to persuade him to leave the building. Her other son, the amputee, was by her side. He saw Danny and looked over at him, clearly wanting help to get his brother outside. Danny hesitated, torn between the need to evacuate Buckingham and the kid's unspoken request. After a couple of seconds, he nodded at the boy and stepped inside the room. It was then that the bomb hit. The noise of the strike was like a thunderclap, and they were right inside it. Danny was thrown to the floor, rubble and dust all around him, obscuring his vision. He could rely only on his hearing, which told him that chunks of the ceiling were dropping down. He covered his head and lay curled up for 10 seconds until the noise subsided. When he looked up, the fog of dust still obscured everything more than a meter away. But at the far side of the room, 5 or 6 meters from him, a shaft of sunlight cut through the dust, where the ceiling and the exterior wall above had collapsed. Danny saw 2 silhouettes in the light, a woman and a boy. He could see that both the kid's arms were intact. There was no sign of his brother. Coughing, almost choking on the dust, Danny got to his feet and picked his way across the rubble-strewn floor. "Get to the Land Rover!" he barked at Buckingham, but he kept his eyes on the silhouettes. As he came within a couple of meters of them, he saw their faces. Dirty, tear-stained, anguished. The woman pointed at the floor, and Danny immediately saw what was wrong. The son with one arm was in a bad way, terminally bad. A piece of concrete the size of a football had fallen from the ceiling and landed on him. Jagged, rusting iron bars were sticking out of it, and one of these had pierced the kid's chest. Blood was gushing from his thoracic cavity, smearing the stump of his arm and pooling on the floor. His eyes were open and wild, and although he was not screaming, Danny assumed he no longer had the lung capacity. The pain he was enduring was written all over his face. For a split second, Danny's mind conjured up the gruesome image of Jack, pierced and bleeding, in the wrecked Renault. The kid had the same look of agony. Agony on the brink of death. A piercing scream brought Danny back to the present. The boy's mother, Bathsheba, was clutching her hair in horror as she stared down at his brutalized body. She collapsed heavily to her knees, into the puddle of blood from her son's body. Her desperate wailing and horrid shrieks were far worse than the noise of the shelling minutes before. They made the sinister silence that hung over the rest of the building even more intense. Danny looked around. Taff was a couple of meters away. Behind him, Buckingham, staring down at the injured boy, his face unreadable. "Get in the Land Rover," Danny said again, but less forcibly this time. He wasn't really surprised when Buckingham ignored him. Danny crouched down to give the kid a closer look. The boy was a goner, for sure. If the shock didn't kill him, the loss of blood would. Even if there were such luxuries as doctors or hospitals in the middle of this war zone, it would have been a waste of everyone's time trying to move this dying child. His legs and head were shaking from the pain. But Christ, he was a tough little kid, clinging to life even as it oozed from him. At the same time, like Jack before him, his expression seemed to beg Danny to put him out of his agony. Unlike Jack, he had an audience. Danny quickly assessed his options. Leave the child there to die a horrifically painful death, or help him on his way. Put like that, the choice made itself. No point explaining to anybody what he was about to do. Now wasn't the time to discuss the rights and wrongs of the situation. Sure, what he was about to do was illegal, by any rules of engagement. But sometimes on the ground, you had to make your own rules. Every soldier knew that. He pulled his med pack from his chest rig. "Move the woman," he barked at Taff. "I can't do anything while she's screaming in my ear." There was a scuffle as Taff pulled Bathsheba to her feet and dragged her, screaming, several meters from where her son lay bleeding. Danny took out a shot of morphine from his med pack. It was in a brown rectangular box, one end red, the other yellow. There was also a black marker pen in the med pack. Normally, he would mark M on the forehead of anybody he'd just given morphine, along with the dose and the time of administration. No need for that now. Without hesitation, he stabbed the red end of the injection through the coarse material of the kid's trousers and into his bony left thigh. He felt the needle puncture the skin. It took a few seconds for the drug to spread through the boy's bloodstream, but it hardly seemed to have any effect. He was still shaking. His eyes were still bulging. Danny threw away the spent shot and pulled out another. He punctured the kid's trousers again. As the morphine eased into the boy, Danny looked over his shoulder. Taff was 5 meters behind him, holding back the child's mother. She was still screaming, and Danny tried to block out the noise. Taff had an intense look on his face. The mother seemed like a minor irritation as his strong arms held her back. All his focus was on Danny. His old friend knew what he was doing, and he wasn't about to stop him. Behind Taff, Danny could just make out Buckingham's dust-covered outline. He appeared to be holding something up, but Danny couldn't make out what. A groan from the dying boy. Danny took another shot from the med pack. The third injection seemed to have some effect. The trembling didn't stop, but it began to subside as the opiate did its work, smothering the pain. 3 shots. More than you'd ever normally administer on the battlefield, but not enough for what Danny had in mind. He felt inside his med pack for the 4th and final shot that he carried with him. The shot that would put the kid out of his misery once and for all. "That's a lethal dose, kiddo," he heard Taff say behind him. "You sure you know what you're doing?" No attempt to talk him out of it. Just a warning. "He's dead anyway," Danny said between gritted teeth as he prepared to administer the fatal injection. "This just makes it easier for—" He didn't finish the sentence. Perhaps the boy's mother understood what he and Taff were saying and had found new reserves of strength. Perhaps Taff had just taken his eye off the ball. Whatever the reason, Bathsheba had managed to escape his grasp. Now she hurled her whole body at Danny, knocking him sideways from his crouching position beside her son. "You not kill him!" she screeched. "You not kill him!" The morphine injection had dropped from Danny's hand and lay propped up against the pile of rubble. Danny grabbed it. The boy's mother was hugging him now, but in doing so, she'd knocked the concrete chunk and its deadly shard. The boy gasped, his white face once more a mask of agony. It was pitiful to see. Danny lunged forwards, and as the weeping mother clutched her child, drove the 4th injection into the boy's arm. Bathsheba let out one more desperate, piercing scream as he exhaled whatever breath was left in his dying lungs. He shuddered a final time, then lay still. There was a moment of silence. The woman was staring at Danny in shocked disbelief. Looking round, he saw Taff and Buckingham standing 5 meters away. Taff was expressionless. Buckingham looked almost as shocked as the mother. Danny was vaguely aware that he had something in his hand, and he thrust it into his pocket. The woman was shouting again, yelling at him in a frenzied mixture of Arabic and English. Those words Danny could understand left no room for doubt. "You killed my son! You killed my son! Murderer!" She threw herself at him, pounding his face with her fists, which were smeared with her dead son's blood. Danny grabbed her wrists. "He was dead anyway," he tried to explain. "All I did was take away the pain." But his words had no effect. She was screaming even louder. And then Taff was there, pulling her away, manhandling her out of the room. Danny bent down and pulled the lump of concrete from the boy's chest. It made a wet, sucking sound as it started to come away. He felt the metal rod catching on one of the boy's ribs and had to reinsert it a couple of inches into his chest before he could remove it properly. Casting the blood-spattered concrete to one side, he lifted the corpse. Somewhere above him, he heard a sinister creaking. The building's death throes. Bathsheba's other son had the presence of mind to scurry after his mother and Taff, but Buckingham was still in the doorway, staring horrified at Danny. "Move!" Danny's bark seemed to snap Buckingham out of his trance. He ran from the room, along the corridor and out into the compound. Danny followed, the boy's limp, bleeding body in his arms. He sized up the situation immediately. The murder holes had been abandoned, the gates opened, and the other occupants of the building had flooded out onto the streets beyond. The doors of the 2 Land Rovers were open, the engines running. Danny couldn't see Hector, Skinner or De Vries, but assumed 2 of them were behind the wheels, ready to move. Chances were that their Syrian drivers had fled. Asu himself was standing at the gates, looking into the sky, holding up his rifle in a gesture of defiance and shouting aggressively. His 2 bodyguards were standing on either side of him, but their expressions made clear that they wanted to get out of there, and quick. Danny looked up. No sign of fast air or choppers. That didn't mean the bombardment had stopped. They'd been lucky so far, but they needed to exfiltrate immediately. He carried the body to the middle of the compound and laid it down gently. Only then did Taff release the mother. She shot towards Danny, a projectile from a catapult, and once more pummeled him in her grief and fury. Asu hadn't seen Danny bring out the body. He began shouting at the woman in Arabic. She stopped beating Danny and turned to face her father-in-law. A torrent of rage spewed from her mouth. As she spoke, Asu listened, and his face grew darker with each word. He strode over to Danny. "Is it true?" he demanded. "What she says? You killed Nadim? You killed my grandson?" Danny shook his head. "No." He pointed at the building. "The bombardment killed your grandson. And if we don't get out of here soon, it'll kill you too. They know you're here." In a sudden movement, Asu pointed his rifle at Danny. He wasn't fast enough. Danny knocked the barrel to one side with his left arm and pulled his SIG from his chest rig with the right. The barrel of the pistol was no more than 10 inches from the rebel leader's face. His 2 guards raised their weapons and pointed them at Danny. This seemed to give Asu more confidence, but then he couldn't see, as Danny could, that Hector and Skinner had silently exited the Land Rovers and were ready to shoot if it went noisy. A tense silence fell. "Bathsheba tells me young Nadim was alive," Asu whispered. "Barely," Danny said. "He is murderer!" the mother shrieked. "Murderer of my son!" Asu didn't take his eyes from Danny. They were calculating. Danny sensed that he didn't mourn the loss of his grandson one bit. To lose face, though, was agony for him. "Why shouldn't my men kill you right now?" he said. Danny almost gave him an answer, but then Taff was beside them. Keeping his eyes on the rebel leader, he stretched out a hand and gently moved Danny's SIG to one side. There was nobody else on earth that Danny would allow to do that. "Don't kill your friends, boyo," he told Asu quietly. "Concentrate on your enemies. Danny's a good lad, and Bathsheba's mistaken. I saw it all. He tried to administer first aid. Look at the boy's body. You know he couldn't have survived that." Asu glanced for the first time at the dead child. His chest was a bleeding mass of flesh and bone. "He's right," Buckingham said. "Best to think this through." Asu bowed his head. His guards lowered their guns. Bathsheba's reaction was heart-wrenching. She staggered back, tears streaming down her face. Whispering in Arabic, she gestured to her other son, who was watching from the doorway of the building. He started towards her, but stopped suddenly as Asu snarled an instruction. The boy was clearly terrified of his grandfather. Bathsheba, realizing she could not influence her son, turned her anguished face first to Danny, giving him a look of hatred like he'd never seen before, and then to Asu. She spoke again, now in English. "Will you punish him?" she asked, pointing at Danny. "No," Asu replied. "I will not." A strange whimper left Bathsheba's lips. With a final imploring look at her surviving son, she ran, weeping, through the gates and disappeared into the street. A long silence followed. " 'She is a stupid woman,' Asu said. Stupid enough to let the enemy know your location? Taff asked, a world of violence implicit in his question. Asu waved his hand dismissively. I have people patrolling the streets, he said. They will find her. He looked, without pity or any other discernible emotion, down at the body of his grandson, then prodded it with his foot. He must be buried before the setting of the sun. Government forces will be here soon. We must move on from this place. Buckingham jostled past Taff and Danny. My condolences, he said. He had one arm and was of no use anyway. If Buckingham found this distasteful, he didn't let on. Do we have an agreement, sir? He pressed. Asu nodded his head slowly. We have an agreement, he said. Tonight I meet with my commanders in my safe house near the central mosque. Taff knows the place. I will explain everything to them. You must tell us where we can find Sorgan if we are to progress, Buckingham said. Asu looked away. I only hear rumours. What rumours do you hear, sir? He and his people stay away from the city. Like me, he keeps his commanders separate from each other. They occupy tents in the desert, southwest of Homs. They are easy to move, and from the air look like simple Bedouin. But where is Sorgan himself? Follow the road to Al-Qasir. After 30 kilometers, you will see a track leading off to the right into the hills. Follow this. If my information is correct, you will find my brother. He spat out the word brother as if he was swearing. He looked at Buckingham and Taff. Something seemed to pass between him and them. Then he turned and barked a single word at his bodyguards. He walked with them to the waiting people carrier. They climbed in, and the vehicle drove off. Taff looked down at the dead body, then at Buckingham. Get in the Land Rover, he said. What about just fucking get in? Buckingham did as he was told, and as soon as he was out of earshot, Taff grabbed Danny by the arm. You're not one of us, kiddo, he said. You're still serving, and you just killed a child in front of a fucking spook. He was, I don't care why you did it, lad. Just don't give that twat the rope to hang you with. You can't trust a fucking spook. What did you talk about in there, Taff? When Buckingham sent me out of the room. For a moment, Taff looked like he was going to give Danny a straight answer. But then he shook his head. Business, kiddo, he said. Just business. Come on. Let's get the fuck out of it before those government cunts come back and dish out second helpings. Chapter 18. 1700 hours. What the bloody hell do you mean you didn't plant the device? Back at Taft's base, Danny and Buckingham were alone in the bleak first-floor room that had been set aside for their use. Danny was peering through the gap in the wooden planks reinforcing the windows. In the street below, 15 metres to his 11 o'clock, he could see a group of 5 young men huddled by a pile of garbage the size of a small car. He spotted a couple of rats among the waste, but they didn't seem to worry the men. They were talking intently. Maybe they were making plans to cause or avoid violence. Maybe they just wanted to know where their next meal was coming from. In any case, they didn't immediately appear to be armed. Danny looked back into the room, where Buckingham was standing with his arms folded. His face was grimy and covered in dust. He looked a lot less suave than when they'd first met. I said, what the bloody hell do you mean, Black? You didn't... I had my hands full. Maybe you noticed. Oh, I noticed. I bloody noticed. Risking everything for some kid who was going to die anyway. I'll remember that next time you need my help. A fat lot of use you will be. You're alive, aren't you? Just! Buckingham was raging now, which is more than can be said for Jack, and go ahead and say it, mucker. For a moment Danny thought Buckingham was going to finish by laying at Danny's feet the death of his mates. Perhaps he thought better of it. Perhaps Taft's appearance in the doorway quietened him. Buckingham seemed very wary of these PMCs. Deep down, Danny didn't blame him. Taft's frame filled the doorway. He didn't need to say anything. "Old friends?" he asked delicately. "Oh, yes," said Buckingham. "I'd say it was all going absolutely swimmingly, wouldn't you, Black?" "Danny?" said Taft. "Hunky fucking dory. When do we go and see Sorgan?" "First light tomorrow." "That's too late. I want to get this over and done with." "No can do, kiddo," Taft said. "If we start moving around after dark, chances are we'll be stopped by government troops, or even worse, followed. Better to leave it till the morning." "In any case," Buckingham put in, "Eid al-Fitr starts tomorrow. Sorgan will be more receptive to our offer then." "So, we just sit around here and wait for a MiG to dump its payload on us?" "Relax, kiddo. We're in a safe part of town." "Well, that's what Arsu thought." "Yeah, well, I'm smarter than Arsu. Why don't you head downstairs? The free's cooking. Some disgusting Dutch shit, but it fills a hole. There isn't much else to do till dawn." Taft nodded at them and disappeared along the hallway. 0320 hours. Sleep was impossible. Not with the sound of a midnight bombardment raging all round. Taft had been right. The airstrikes were avoiding this part of town, but when ordnance is dropping from the sky, any part of town is close. Lying on the hard floor in the darkness, the recumbent form of Buckingham just a couple of metres to the right, Danny could see him jerk every time a bomb hit. And truth to tell, Danny was on edge too. This wasn't his idea of a secure LUP. But Taft was calling the shots, and he didn't have regiment SOPs to adhere to. Not anymore. If he said this was where they were staying, then this was where they were staying. Buckingham sat up suddenly as a particularly loud explosion somewhere in the distance hit their ears. He cursed under his breath before lying down again. Danny got to his feet. "Where are you going?" Buckingham whispered, unable to keep the nervousness from his voice. "I need a slash. Come if you want. Just don't expect me to hold yours like Nanny used to." He didn't need a slash, but his companion's constant twitching was getting on his nerves, and he wanted some air. Treading silently, he left the room and padded along the corridor. The generator was still grinding in the room next door, and Danny could see the outlines of Taft's local workforce lying on the floor, and the silhouette of the Gympie by the window. He peered in for a moment, wondering if Taft was in there, asleep. Difficult to say, but he couldn't make him out. Perhaps he was keeping Stag outside. Danny decided to go and have a look. The compound was still. There was a full moon overhead, and the fire pit that de Vries had used to grill fatty hunks of some meat Danny didn't recognize, camel, maybe, was still glowing near the left-hand wall. The vehicles were parked in a row about 5 meters from the rear wall, all facing the gate in case they needed to evacuate quickly. And beyond them, right by the gate, were 2 figures. Danny couldn't see their faces, but he could tell they were Skinner and Hector from their outlines. He could also see that they were tooled up. Heavily. Not only a rifle each, but Skinner held some other tool, which Danny couldn't quite make out. It was instinct that made Danny hold back in the doorway of the house. He didn't want these two to see him, and there was something about their body language that suggested they didn't want to be seen. Hector looked furtively over his shoulder before quietly unlocking the gate and sliding it open just wide enough for the two of them to slip outside. It closed without the slightest noise. Something wasn't right. Where were these two going? Why the secrecy? Looking back into the house, Danny thought about returning to his position by Buckingham's side, but Taft was around somewhere, and he could trust him to make sure Buckingham was okay if anything went wrong. Danny had an itch that needed scratching. What were those two up to? Something they didn't want Taft or anyone to know about? There was only one way to find out. Danny felt his fingers move to his chest rig, which he hadn't removed since arriving in Syria. The cig was there. He crept round the compound's perimeter wall, keeping out of the moonlight and staying in the shadows. The gate was still unlocked. He slid it open and crept out. As soon as he'd shut the gate behind him, he pressed himself back against it. He could hear a chopper approaching from the north. 20 seconds later it was passing overhead, its searchlight beaming down on the compound and the street outside. But then it veered westward, and the sound of its rotors disappeared. Danny breathed again. The street was deserted, the outlines of the concrete buildings strangely ghostly in the moonlight, eerie, too, to be in a city with no one on the streets. The only trace of movement was 35 meters to his right. 2 figures, also keeping to the shadows, turning left into a side street and disappearing. Danny made next to no noise as he ran lightly on the balls of his feet. He could move through jungle undergrowth without making a sound, so remaining the grey man, invisible and inaudible, presented no problems here in the chaotic darkness. When he reached the corner of the street, he waited and peered ahead in each direction. He saw Hector and Skinner walking along with the swagger of men who didn't think they were being followed or didn't care if they were. If it hadn't been for the signs of battle all around them, 2 burned-out vehicles, one behind the other, 15 meters from Danny's position, the dark bullet holes on moonlit buildings, the total absence of civilians, they could have passed for a couple of blokes sauntering home from the pub. Except that blokes sauntering home from the pub didn't normally have Colt commandos strapped to them, and God only knew what other hardware those 2 were packing. Danny followed the pair for 15 minutes, staying 30 meters behind them, far enough that they wouldn't recognize him, even if they noticed they had a trail. What were they after? What diversions could this fucked-up town offer them? Hookers, maybe? It seemed unlikely. Would they really risk venturing out just to lose their load in some rancid Homs brothel full of clapped-out prostitutes servicing the need of government forces and rebels alike? It occurred to Danny once more that perhaps they simply wanted to keep what they were doing below Taft's radar. He kept careful track of his route, ticking off landmarks in his head. A small mosque on his left, one of whose minarets was crumbling and dilapidated. A school with elephants and zebras painted on the perimeter wall. Finally, Hector and Skinner stopped in a side street. From his vantage point on the corner, Danny could see that this little road had avoided the worst of the fighting. It was deserted, of course, and there was the ever-present smell of rubbish decaying as fast as Hom's failing infrastructure. But the buildings, modern 2-story structures on either side, looked largely untouched. The pair stopped outside one of these buildings, 25 meters from where Danny stood, watching in the shadows. What Skinner was carrying, Danny could now see, was a set of bolt cutters. Hector kept watch while Skinner got to work on what looked like a shop front. Whatever he was cutting gave way in about 20 seconds. He bent down and effortlessly raised a metal shutter. Danny heard it rattle. The 2 checked their surroundings once more, their gaze passing over Danny like he wasn't there. A short tinkle of glass breaking, then they disappeared into the building. Danny gave it 45 seconds before stepping from the shadows. He pulled out his cig and unlocked the safety switch as he moved stealthily up the street. From nowhere, an aircraft roared overhead. He threw himself against the wall and steeled himself for another explosion, but none came. It was a strafing run, he decided, intended to put the shits up the local populace. Not that that was at all necessary. He took up a position opposite the building Hector and Skinner had entered. Although he couldn't read the Arabic sign on the window of the building, the image of a golden loaf of bread told him it was a bakery. A broken padlock lay on the ground in front of the shop. The metal shutters were up. The glass door was smashed in. The place had been locked from the outside. That meant either there was nobody inside, or there was another entrance. For a moment, Danny considered trying to find it, but then decided to stay where he was. Just watch, he told himself. He might have been trained to go in hard and fast when the situation required it, but he also knew the benefits of patient surveillance. He remembered Taft's story of his mates in Northern Ireland. Yeah, he thought, nothing to be gained from going in blind. A minute passed. Everything remained dark and still. If he hadn't seen the evidence of Hector and Skinner's forced entry, he wouldn't have known they were inside. But then he saw a light. Not on the ground floor, but in a window on the level above. The light was dim and directional. It moved. Somebody was using a torch up there. As Danny watched, something clicked into place. He remembered being back in London, face to face with Max Saunders in his comfortable office in St. James. What had he said? There's always the chance to earn a little extra while you're out there. And just a few hours ago, those two cunts had been counting out a hefty wad of cash. Where do you get money like that in a place like this, a place where the only holes in the wall were made by ballistics, not Barclays? Danny was no bleeding heart. A few months in the squadron hangar at Hereford would soon knock that out of you. But thieving from some poor bastards whose own government was bombing the shit out of them struck him as low. It took Hector and Skinner longer than Danny expected to ransack the bakery. 15 minutes, maybe 20. The torch told the story of their movements. The bulk of that time was clearly spent on the first floor. This seemed to be where they expected to find the richest pickings. There was a lot of moving about. The place was being thoroughly ransacked. When the torchlight disappeared, however, there was a pause of only about a minute before the two men reappeared. The money was in Hector's fist, a disorganized wad of notes, rather thin. His face showed his disappointment. Hardly fucking worth it, he grunted. Should have stayed back at base, yanked myself off. Skinner shrugged. The flat expression of menace he normally wore was even more aggressive than usual. Hector was tucking the crumpled notes into a pouch on the ammo vest he was wearing when Danny stepped out of the shadows. His left forearm was just below eye level, his right hand holding the cig, resting on it. Hector and Skinner, alerted not by sound but by movement, spun round. Their hands reached for their weapons, but they were experienced enough soldiers to know at once that Danny had beaten them to it. They slowly dropped their hands, peering towards him as they tried to work out who he was. Distance between them? 6 or 7 meters, no more. Danny stepped into the moonlight. "Looting, fellas?" he said. "What's wrong? Taft not paying you enough?" Almost identical looks of disgust, tinged with relief, fell across their faces. "Fuck you, kid," Skinner said. He turned to Hector. "Let's go." "You take a single step, Skinner. I'll plug you without even thinking about it." Skinner froze momentarily. Then he turned back to Danny, a dangerous look in his eyes. "We're going back in there," Danny said. "You're going to show me what you've been up to." Skinner's eyes tightened. "In your dreams." "I already warn you, Skinner. Don't tell me anyone's going to shed a tear over your carcass rotting in the gutter. I'm happy to do the world a favour and stick one in you." Skinner sneered. "Bullshit," he said. He moved, not away down the street, but towards Danny. He made no attempt to step out of his line of fire, and stopped only when his face was 1/2 a metre from the cig's barrel. "You're stupid," he said quietly. "Even Taft knows that. But you're not that stupid." Danny didn't move. He just kept the gun pointing resolutely at Skinner's forehead. Somewhere in the distance, a bomb fell. "What's the matter, kid?" Skinner taunted. "Trigger finger not working? Or are you just scared that Uncle Taff will give you a bollocking when you get home?" His sneer grew even more pronounced. "You think you're the dog's bollocks, you regiment cunts? You wouldn't last 2 weeks in the Legion." For the first time ever, Danny saw Skinner smile, a mirthless expression. He noticed something else, too. A small smear just above his left eyebrow. Blood? There was no sign of a cut. If it was blood, it was somebody else's. He glanced towards the bakery, an uneasy feeling rising in his gut, then looked back at Skinner. "Get out of my sight," Danny said. He glanced over at Hector, who, like his friend, was grinning unpleasantly. "You too." Tilting his head sardonically, Skinner turned and started to walk away. He began to whistle. It was a tuneless sound, but Danny recognized it and remembered the words of the nursery rhyme it went with. The insult was perfectly clear. Skinner was right. He was never going to pull the trigger. Like it or not, they were on the same side, even if Danny was having trouble establishing just which side that was. He kept his weapon at the ready, however, as Hector and Skinner sauntered back along the street, neither man looking back until they reached the nearest corner. They disappeared from sight. The looted building beckoned to Danny. He crossed the street and stepped inside. The ground floor, as he expected, had hardly been touched. There was a counter, and behind it some racks on the wall. Beyond a door in the back wall, a staircase led up to the right. Danny stood holding his breath, listening. There was total silence. Ominous silence. He made for the stairs. The treads were wooden and rickety, impossible to climb without announcing your presence. His weapon still engaged, he stopped halfway up and listened again. Nothing. He pulled a thin torch from his chest rig and held it parallel to the side of his head, so it lit up the sight at the end of his cig as well as the stairs ahead. He could see a half-open door at the top. Slowly, he ascended. He gently kicked the door open and panned the torch around. It took every ounce of self-control to suppress his nausea. This one room, about 10 meters square, took up the entire first floor of the building. To his right, Danny saw the window through which he'd watched Hector and Skinner's torch moving around. He lit up the middle of the room. A single glance told him that it served as a living area and bedroom for a family. He counted them. 2 adults, 2 children. Dead in their beds and on the floor. The kids' faces looked like they were sleeping. It was their bodies that told the full story of their horrific death. They were lying in a small double bed, covered by a single sheet so heavily saturated with blood that thick red gobbets dropped mucus-like from its edge onto the floor. Hard to believe that such small bodies could produce such quantities of fluid. Each child lay beneath a knife hole in the sheet. Danny figured they'd been murdered in their sleep. Certainly they appeared calm, unaware of how the last few seconds of their short lives had passed. But he couldn't tell at first if he was looking at 2 boys, 2 girls, or one of each. Then he noticed that in one of the children's hair was a clip. Cheap, plastic, and pink. The girl had probably been very proud of it. The father lay on his back, naked on the floor. He was a stout man, and his belly spread out on either side like a jelly that was not stiff enough to hold its shape. His skin was smeared with blood. Its source was a deep, dreadful gash across his throat. Blood was no longer pumping from the wound, but the puddle that surrounded his head, a gruesome red halo, continued to spread slowly outwards. As he passed the torch over him, Danny thought he caught a glimpse of the man's severed, glistening trachea. His dead eyes were wide open, his mouth locked in a rictus grimace of agony. But it was the sight of the mother that turned Danny's stomach. He was no stranger to death. He dished it out on more occasions than he could count, and the human anatomy held few secrets for him. But some sights should never be seen. This was one. The woman had been, pregnant. Heavily. She lay, naked and exposed, on a second double bed. Her swollen belly had been cut a long incision from an inch above her pubic hair along her navel, bisecting her ribs and stopping just shy of her swollen breasts. A catastrophic amount of blood had spilled on either side of the incision, but although the woman was clearly dead, there was movement inside her stomach, a faint, slimy quivering. Danny stared at it, awed by the foulness of this atrocity, for perhaps 20 seconds. Then the movement stopped. The woman's belly was still. The final, youngest member of this little family had expired. Sickened to his core, Danny switched off the torch and stood for a moment in darkness. In his mind, he saw Hector greedily rummaging through his handful of worn notes. It was hardly fucking worth it, he'd said. What would have been worth it, Danny wondered. $100? 1,000? What price the medieval butchery of an innocent family? And what kind of people had Taft surrounded himself with? His old friend needed to know, to understand. It needed to happen now. It took Danny 15 minutes to get back to the base. This time he kept to the shadows, more from habit than necessity, following the landmarks carefully as he tried to expel the image of the murdered family from his mind. Easier said than done. As soon as he turned into the street where the base was located, he saw that there were lights on in the compound. By the time he was 15 meters away, he could hear the sound of a vehicle's engine turning over. He glanced at his watch. 04:39 hours. The guys must be getting ready to leave. The gate was shut and locked from the inside. He pounded his fist against it and waited about 30 seconds before anyone answered. "Who?" one of the Syrian kids shouted. "Tell Taff it's Danny," he called back. There was a pause of about 15 seconds before the gate slid open. Taff was there. He looked furious. "Where the fuck have you been?" he demanded. "Buckingham's spitting blood, and I don't blame him." "We need to talk," Danny said as he stepped inside the compound. "Damn right we need to talk," Taff retorted. There was a clang as he slammed the gate shut and secured it. Danny looked around. One of the Land Rovers had its bonnet up, while the other's engine was running. Skinner sat behind the wheel, slowly revving the engine. The headlamps were shining straight at Danny, so he could only make out the outline of Skinner's head. Hector appeared in front of the bonnet of the second Land Rover. He didn't acknowledge Danny, but went about his business of topping up the vehicle's oil. "You've got a problem," Danny told Taff. "Two problems." He pointed at Hector and Skinner. 1, 2. Immediately he spoke. The engine of Skinner's Land Rover cut out. The headlamps died, leaving spots of colour dancing in front of Danny's eyes. A door slammed. Skinner was approaching. And now Hector. With his back to the gate, Danny found himself hemmed in. Taff 2 meters directly in front of him, Hector to his right, Skinner to his left. "What's going on?" said Taff. "Ask Skinner," replied Danny. And then when Skinner didn't comment, he continued. "Your two boys here have just had a little night-time walkabout." Taff seemed to relax. "The big boys, kiddo. They're allowed out after midnight. Not to break into houses and steal from the local population." The strange thing happened then. A flicker of annoyance crossed Taff's brow, but his lips also displayed the ghost of a smile. He looked left and right at the two men. "This true, fellas?" he asked. Skinner stepped forwards. "You know what the trouble is dealing with kids," he said. "You have to put up with their fucking stupidity." He looked at Taff. "He's going to tell you next that we murdered a family and stole all their money." Taff's smile grew a little more pronounced. "Is that what you're going to tell me, kiddo?" "Not so much murdered as butchered. They're out of control, Taff, both of them. You need to stand them down. They're a liability." "You hear that, boyos? You're a liability." "I saw what they did," Danny started to say, but he was interrupted by Hector. "For fuck's sake, there's a baker's shop a few blocks away, all right? One of the kids back at Ushu's told us there was a rumour the family had been killed by government forces. Happens all the bloody time, right? We went to investigate, and yeah, they were properly fucked up. Some cunt had taken a knife to them. Taken anything of value, too. We found a few lousy notes hidden under a mattress, so we took them. It's not like they were going to spend it on anything, and trust me, the place will be looted within 24 hours anyway. They're lying, Danny said. I saw the bodies. They were... Tell you what, fellas. Taff addressed Hector and Skinner. How about you both get ready? We leave in 10 minutes. Me and Danny'll sort this out. Fine, Hector said. I could do with a dump anyway. He wandered back into the house. Skinner gave a look of triumph that only Danny caught before joining De Vries back by the vehicles. Taff manoeuvred Danny away from the gate and across the compound. You want to be careful, kiddo, he said, as the engines of both Land Rovers coughed into life. Hector and Skinner are good soldiers, but you don't want them pissed with you. They're not soldiers at all, Danny snapped. What they did was... What they did was totally normal, kiddo. Taff's voice was full of authority. They're not here because they like Middle Eastern skirt. They're here for the money. They're mercenaries, for fuck's sake. And there isn't a mercenary in the world who doesn't go out of their way to earn a little extra if they see the chance. And killing those people? What was that, a bit of fun? Taff shook his head. They didn't kill anyone, Danny. Didn't you hear what Hector said? You think that sort of atrocity is rare out here? It's to a penny. Why do you think your paymasters are helping the rebels? Because they think Asu St. Francis of fucking Assisi? Or because he's the best of a bad bunch? These government forces can do what the hell they want. There's no one to stop them. Plug in a local shopkeeper and his family isn't the half of it. They used a knife. What? They didn't plug them. They used a knife. And they did it recently. Danny! Taff's voice was sharp, almost like a schoolteacher or an irritated parent. He stretched out one arm to indicate the city around them. You're in the middle of a fucking war zone. Do yourself a favor and remember who your friends are. They stared at each other. I expected more of you, lad, Taff went on. You're losing your grip out here. You're seeing things that aren't there. If you can't stand the fucking heat, you know what to do.
End of Disc 7. Disc 8.
He turned away and strode back to the Land Rovers, where he struck up a conversation with Skinner and De Vries. Danny watched them for a moment, then stormed over to the house. He paused outside the door that led to the fire-damaged part. He drew a couple of deep breaths and tried to calm himself, to clear his head and get things straight. Was Taff right? Was he losing it? He'd heard of such things happening. Maybe the loss of his 3 mates had affected him more than he knew. It wouldn't be the first time, he realized with a sick feeling, that a regiment guy had lost the plot in the middle of an op. He thought back to the bakery. Had he really seen what he thought he'd seen? It had been dark, and he'd been expecting the worst. Maybe Hector's explanation added up. If so, stealing a handful of notes was of a different order to massacring an entire family. There were plenty of guys back at Hereford who'd have done the same. It didn't make them monsters, did it? But then the memory of the pregnant woman's quivering stomach returned. Those people were freshly dead. There was no doubt about it. Taff was being blind. He was a stubborn bastard, always had been, if Danny was honest with himself. And he clearly wasn't going to accept Danny's word for it, that he'd teamed up with a couple of psychos. So what would it take? How could Danny convince him? What kind of evidence could he find that Taff couldn't dismiss so easily? The idea came to him in an instant. Danny slipped his hand into his pocket. The small magnetic infinity device that he was supposed to have planted on Asu was still there. He flipped it around in his fingers for a few seconds as he looked up the stairs. He checked over his shoulder to see if anyone was watching him from the doorway. Nobody was. He went up. At the top of the stairs he listened. The sound of Hector straining on the throne emerged from the filthy bathroom. Danny stepped quietly away and into the generator room. As usual, Hector's M16 was propped up against the chintzy armchair. Danny bent down and pressed the magazine release button on the side of the weapon. The mag clicked easily out. He had to work quickly. Hector could walk back in at any moment. The mag was packed with 5.56s. Danny tipped them out and laid them on the armchair before turning back to the magazine itself. At the closed end of the mag was a detachable slide. He opened it to reveal the bottom of the spring action that fed the rounds up from the mag into the chamber of the weapon. He looked around the room. He needed something to push the bottom of the spring upwards. A splinter of wood would do it. Removing his knife, the one Taff had given him all those years ago, he sliced off what he needed from the corner of the window frame. Nobody would notice, and even if they did, they'd never guess why the wood had been cut. He stuffed the splint into the mag, raising the spring mechanism by about half an inch. Then he carefully placed the infinity device in the newly created cavity and refitted the slide onto the bottom of the mag. A noise from next door. The sluicing of water down the pan. Danny fumbled for the rounds on the armchair and started plugging them one by one into the doctored magazine. He'd reduced the capacity of the mag. By the time it was full, he still had 5 rounds left over. He shoved those in his pocket as he heard the bathroom door open and close. Footsteps along the corridor. He clicked the magazine back into place. "What the fuck are you doing?" Danny spun round to see Hector standing in the doorway, looking darkly from Danny to the M16 by his side. "Looking for you," Danny replied. He picked up the M16 and carried it to Hector, who warily accepted it. He didn't move from the doorway, though. "If it wasn't for Taff, knobwad," he whispered, "I'd stick one in you right now. Or even let Skinner do it. He'd love to get to work on you." "You could even nick my wallet while you're at it," Danny replied. "Or maybe... what was it you said? Maybe it would be hardly fucking worth it." They stood half a metre apart, eye to eye. "I need to get past," Danny said. Hector's face oozed menace, but he stepped aside. Danny waited until Taff's colleague had headed back down the stairs before he continued along the corridor and into the room he shared with Buckingham. The MI6 man was standing waiting for him, obviously ready to go, obviously pissed off. "Where the bloody hell—" "Leave it, pal," Danny said, grabbing him by the arm and pushing him out of the door. "We've got an RV to make, and I'm really, really not in the mood." Chapter 19. Clara had no idea where she was. The soldiers who had rescued her from the awful makeshift prison had been less brutal than the government forces who had kept her there, but only slightly. They'd blindfolded her and tied her hands behind her back. Clara had managed to stay composed as they'd bundled her into the back of a van, but when the doors slammed shut and it started to move off, panic had taken over. Her screams were piercing, and the effort of making them tore at her throat. An unseen companion had stuffed a rag into her mouth to shut her up. It had made her want to gag, and she had no option but to try to remain calm in order to avoid choking on her own vomit. They had travelled for an hour, perhaps a little more, before stopping. The door had slammed again, and there had been the noise of voices and movement outside. Clara had been left frightened and alone for another hour, too scared to move, and not even knowing what to do if she could. When the door had opened again, she'd felt strong arms pull her out and drag her perhaps 50 paces. She had tried to work out where she was from the sounds and smell of the place. It was much quieter here, and the unpleasant mixture of odours in Homs, dust, rotting waste, sewage, had given way to something more wholesome, but which she could not quite identify. She had stumbled a couple of times, but her captor had kept her upright. And then she sensed the air around her change. It grew warmer, and she recognized the faintly musty smell of being under canvas. Her captor had said something in Arabic. Another man had replied. He had a deep, resonant voice. On his command, she'd felt the blindfold being ripped from her face. She'd blinked heavily as the sudden flood of light stung her eyes. Then she'd looked around. She was indeed in a tent, but it was very different to those in which she'd endured miserable childhood holidays. It was much bigger, circular, and about 25 meters in diameter. A pole in the middle extended 5 or 6 meters into the air to prop up the roof, which spread down in billowing folds. The sand-coloured canvas was tough, utilitarian, and there was no hint of ornament inside the tent. Simply tables with maps and portable communication systems on them, guns, boxes of ammunition, and, Clara had immediately noticed, 2 flight cases marked with a red cross. Medical supplies. And men. 6, not including Clara's captor. 5 of them were almost indistinguishable from each other. Camouflage trousers, khaki T-shirts, ammo vests, and black keffirs. They'd appeared hard at work, studying maps and issuing instructions into crackling radios, and barely bothered to notice her arrival. The 6th man, however, had stood out. He was huge, and wore a white dish-dash with embroidered hems. His skin was dark, his hair, of which there was plenty, brilliant white. He had an enormous bushy moustache, also white, which he'd stroked proudly as he stood in the centre of the tent, his small brown eyes twinkling. He had looked at Clara for a moment before extending his arms. "Welcome to our home," he'd announced in immaculate English. "It's not much of a home, and I can't guarantee we will not have to strike camp at any minute and move elsewhere. But you are welcome to it, anyway." "Thank you," Clara had whispered, confused by his politeness and not entirely trusting it. "My name is Sorgen." The man had slapped his forehead with the palm of his hand in a strangely melodramatic gesture. "Forgive me." He clicked his fingers and barked a quick instruction in Arabic. Clara's captor had removed a flick knife from his pocket and opened it to reveal a wickedly sharp blade. Clara had stepped backwards, but he grabbed her arm. She'd opened her mouth to scream, but the scream had died on her lips as he cut the tape binding her wrists, releasing her arms. "Excellent," Sorgen had announced. "And I have the pleasure to be addressing?" It had occurred to Clara that she should lie, but her tired brain wasn't quick enough. She'd mumbled her real name. "And what brings you to our poor, divided country, Miss Clara?" Sorgen's voice had been friendly, but his eyes were suddenly searching. "I'm a doctor with Médecins Sans Frontières. I got separated from my friend. They killed him. I was trying to get back to my colleagues." Amazing how she could mention Bradley's death without crying. Had she really become numb to it already? "A doctor?" Sorgen had sounded impressed. "Doctors are as rare as diamonds here. These days we have 1 doctor for 50,000 people. He'd nodded to emphasize his statistic. "That is what our government has done to us. It is not enough, especially in a time of war." "That's why we came," Clara had whispered. She was on the edge of tears again. "You said that you were trying to get back to your colleagues. Where is that?" "A camp on the east side of Homs." Sorgen had nodded, but Clara could tell he was deciding whether or not to believe her story. "I'm afraid I don't quite know the exact location," she'd added weakly. Sorgen had raised his hand. He seemed to have come to a decision. "That doesn't matter," he'd said. "We will find it. You are, of course, free to go. I will ask one of my men to accompany you. You will not be offended if I ask you to wear a blindfold. It is for your own safety. We move around a great deal, And the government would dearly love to know our current location. What you don't know, they can't torture out of you. Torture? Why? Sorgan had smiled a rueful smile. There are places in Damascus, Miss Clara, he said quietly, that a young lady like you wouldn't want to see. Like I said, you're free to go. But I have injured men, women and children here, and my troops are fighters, not medics. Perhaps I could ask you to look at them? Clara had never declined to help someone who needed her expertise. It was not in her nature. But on this occasion she'd hesitated. All she wanted to do was get back to safety. This place and these people, wherever it was and whoever they were not safe. Would it be so bad, she'd wondered, to think of herself for once? She'd been on the point of asking to be taken away when something had stopped her. What was she thinking? Did she really intend to climb, willingly blindfolded, into a strange car with a strange man? Had her experience taught her that men like this could be trusted? The familiar hot, sick feeling of anxiety had crashed over her. She had found herself nodding her agreement and being led out of the tent, this enormous, strangely jovial man by her side. Clara had seen immediately the advantage of the tent's colour. They were in the middle of the desert, the sand was hard and stony, not the rolling Lawrence of Arabia waves she'd always pictured as a child, but a harsh, weather-beaten landscape of crags and ditches. The tent was pitched against the sandstone cliff face, about 15 metres high. In the minutes after Clara's arrival, the sun had started to set, and the cliff had cast a shadow over the tent. She had worked out that she must be facing roughly east. A track wound off in a roughly easterly direction, disappearing over the brow of a small hill, perhaps a couple of kilometres away. Clara had found her gaze fixed on that track, as she wondered if she dared walk it alone. Around the tent, at a distance of about 10 metres, and fanned out in a semicircle, were armed men. They were lying on their fronts, rifles engaged, scanning the surrounding desert. Clara noticed that their clothes, headdresses, and even weapons were the same colour as the tents. From a distance or from above, they would blend easily into the landscape. 4 trucks were parked at the camp. These too were camouflaged. 2 were open-topped. One carried a satellite dish, from which long cables led into the tent. The other had a large machine gun of some kind mounted on the back. Clara knew nothing of guns, but she had observed that it was pointed skywards, and she'd had to suppress a shudder as she remembered the bombardments in Homs. 5 metres ahead of them, she noticed the remains of a fire smouldering in a pit. A man had been busy shoveling sand onto it. "We allow ourselves a fire during the day," Sorgan had explained, "but we must put it out at night." "Why?" Clara had asked. "So we cannot be seen from the sky." Clara had nodded. Immediately to the right of the round tent was a second one, half the size, and set up as a field hospital. But basic, very basic. Thin mattresses on the floor for beds, nothing but a dim red-filtered torch to see by once the light failed, and that, Sorgan had explained, was to be used sparingly. A beaten-up 4x4 parked by the entrance served as a medical supply store, but its stocks had dwindled to 2 boxes of clean dressings, a box of painkillers, and some sterile wipes. Hardly enough to treat the 4 women with shrapnel wounds, the 2 men with suppurating gunshot wounds, and the little boy with no physical symptoms, but an alarmingly high temperature and acute delirium. No antibiotics, no saline, scarce clean water that had to be taken from a large plastic drum outside. It was only a quarter full. Clara had been here for 2 nights now, unable to practice medicine as such. All she could do was keep her patients comfortable, their wounds clean. They had been long nights. She'd hardly dared to use the red torch, fearful that she would make her own little tent visible from the air, as Sorgan had put it. She did not dare leave the tent, unless it was to use the camp toilet 20 meters away, which was little more than a hole in the ground, and a bucket of sand to cover whatever waste ended in there. Food was brought to her before sunrise and after sunset, bland fare that she ate ravenously. Between periods of fitful sleep and tending to the sick as best she could, Clara had sat in the darkness, trying to work out who these people were that she'd fallen in with. Clearly, they were not on the side of the Syrian government forces. She could only assume that Sorgan led one of the rebel groups the government was so keen on obliterating. It seemed such a ludicrously basic setup from which to run a rebellion. But then she had witnessed at first hand the brute force with which the government was attempting to crush those who opposed it. There was very little activity here, but she sensed that everyone was on constant high alert. She figured that it was some sort of centre of operations, but one that could be easily dismantled and moved elsewhere if word of it reached the wrong ears. Now the dawn of her second morning at the camp was arriving. Her patients were all asleep. She found herself at the front flap of the medical tent once more, watching the sun rise over the desert. The sky was a riot of pinks and oranges, and everything seemed very still. As usual, 4 armed men stood watch in a semicircle around the camp, the glow of their cigarettes as they moved them to their lips the only sign of movement Clara could see. Beyond them, the bleak, unending desert. She again found her eyes following the track that wound off to the east, wondering where it led and what would happen to her if she escaped and tried to walk it alone. She squinted. It was probably just a trick of the early morning light, but she thought she could see a figure approaching over the brow of the small hill. She closed her eyes, rubbed them, then looked again. There was no doubt about it. It was a thin silhouette. Clara watched for several minutes. As the figure grew nearer, she could see that the person's gait was strange, as though he, or she, was limping. And only when she, it was definitely a woman, she could tell now, was 50 meters away, did Clara notice how intently the guards were watching. They all had their weapons trained on her, and though no shot had been fired, Clara knew that eventuality was only a trigger squeeze away. She was a bedraggled woman whose long black hair, strikingly, had a white streak at the front. The closer she came, the more evident was her limp. Her face was dirty, her eyes haunted. She looked like a ghost. Clara could tell she was in a bad way. 5 meters from the guards, the woman stopped and raised her face. "Saw it again," she cried in a weak, broken voice. "Saw it again." Then she collapsed. Clara started to run towards the woman, but one of the guards turned and waved his rifle at her. Suddenly terrified, she hurried back into the tent, where she bent over and tried to catch her breath. She heard a commotion outside, but didn't dare to peep through the flap again. 10 minutes passed before it opened. Sorgan walked in. It was the first time Clara had seen him since she arrived. He was with the woman, who had one arm round his shoulder and a dazed expression. "This is Bathsheba," Sorgan announced. "My niece." Clara offered her hand, but Bathsheba shrank away. "Please," Sorgan said. His voice was thick with emotion. "Take care of her. She has been through a lot." And with no other explanation, he took his leave. Clara's other patients were sleeping, which meant she could give this new arrival all her attention. She handed Bathsheba a cup of water, which she snatched and gulped down. Clara pointed at her right leg. "Your foot," she said, miming clumsily. "Let me see it." "I understand English," Bathsheba replied. She had a deep voice, very hoarse. She found the one remaining mattress towards the back of the tent and limped over to it. Sitting down, she removed her worn leather sandals. No wonder she was limping. The sole of her right foot was a mess of blood where blisters had burst, then formed again, and the epidermis had deteriorated. Having fetched a sterile wipe from her meagre supplies, Clara gently dabbed at the damaged skin, trying to remove the dirt and sand which had accumulated on the open flesh. Bathsheba winced at each touch, but clearly understood that this was necessary. An infection now could lead to blood poisoning, and that could be fatal. When the wounded sole was cleaned, Clara dressed it with a bandage. The two women had not said a word to each other since the operation began, but now Bathsheba spoke. "Thank you," was all she said. Clara smiled at her. "I shouldn't really be here." "Nor I," Bathsheba admitted. "But my Uncle Sorgan is a good man." The woman looked down. "Better than my father-in-law." She saw that Clara was confused. "Asu is Sorgan's brother." And then with surprising suddenness she started to weep. Not ordinary tears, but racking sobs that seemed to shake her whole body. Clara caught a few words of distraught Arabic before the woman whispered in English, "My sons." Clara took her by the hand. "Where are they?" she asked, dreading the answer. "One is too scared to leave Asu. The other is dead." And then a fire in her eyes. "Killed by a British soldier." "What?" Clara was startled. "Bathsheba, I think you must have made a mistake. There are no British soldiers in Syria." "And who told you that? Your government?" Bathsheba's expression clearly revealed what she thought of governments in general. "I watched him do it. My son was wounded by the bombs. You," she jabbed a finger at Clara, "you could have saved him with your skill." "I don't know. The soldier didn't even try to save him. I watched him kill my son." "How?" Clara said. "With..." Bathsheba hunted around for the word before miming an injection into her arm. "Bathsheba, it was probably just morphine. If he was wounded..." "Morphine, yes." Bathsheba spat. 4 injections." Clara blinked. 4? Are you sure? That was enough to kill an adult, let alone a wounded child. "You think I would make it up?" Looking at her, Clara thought nothing of the sort. "I'm sorry," she said. It seemed so inadequate. "Asu refused to punish him," Bathsheba said. "So I ran away. They say he will be the leader of Syria one day, perhaps very soon. But how can you be a leader if you do not punish the guilty ones?" She stared at her hands. "If he knew I had come to Sorgan, he would be angry, very angry. They hate each other. But Sorgan is kind. He did not turn me away." She frowned. "My father-in-law, he makes the children fight for him. They are too young to use guns to kill men, but that is what they must do for him. I've seen 8-year-olds commit killings, and I've seen them killed too, losing their friends. Sorgan looks after the children in his care. He does not make them fight." She smiled. "You are kind, too. Thank you, again, for..." She indicated the bandage before trying to push herself upright. "You must rest," Clara told her. "You'll hurt your foot even more if you..." But Bathsheba was already walking, painfully yet steadily, towards the front of the tent. Clara joined her, ostensibly to continue their conversation, but really so that she could be there if the woman fell. Together they left the tent and stood just outside it, looking across the desert. The sun was a little higher in the sky now, a fierce white ball, the pinks and oranges of dawn having burned away. Clara wished she had sunglasses as she looked out across the desert. "Someone is coming," Bathsheba said quietly. Clara shielded her eyes and squinted. Bathsheba was right. Coming along the winding track she had followed were 2 vehicles, the sun glinting blindingly off them amid the dust they kicked up. "Who is it?" asked Clara, not really expecting an answer. Why would Bathsheba know any better than she did? It hadn't escaped Clara's attention, however, that Sorgan's men had noticed these new arrivals and evidently weren't expecting them. 5 men had emerged from the large tent, and 2 of them were kneeling in the firing position with their rifles. A third ran to the open back truck with the machine gun and trained the weapon's sight on the approaching vehicles. "We should get back inside," said Clara. But Bathsheba didn't move. She appeared transfixed, and Clara felt as if she was stuck to the Syrian woman's side. "I recognize those cars," said Bathsheba. Clara found that she was holding her breath. The 2 vehicles, both Land Rovers, stopped side by side about 50 meters from the camp. For perhaps a minute there was no movement. Then the rear door of one of them opened, and a figure stepped out. Still shielding her eyes from the sun, Clara peered towards him. He had a slight frame, floppy brown hair, sloping shoulders, and a somewhat diffident gait. He seemed to shimmer in the heat as he walked slowly but steadily towards the camp, his palms raised to indicate that he was unarmed. When the man was 10 meters from the Land Rover, a second emerged. This one made no attempt to pretend that he was unarmed. A rifle was slung across his front, and he gripped it with both hands as he followed the first man at a respectful distance. Bathsheba inhaled sharply, then hissed. Clara turned to her. "What is it?" She was alarmed to see the look on her face. "It's him," Bathsheba whispered. Clara was confused. "Who?" she asked. "The man who killed my son." Bathsheba. "No!" But she was too late to grab her new friend. Bathsheba was running towards the newcomers, faster than Clara would have thought her injured foot would allow. She was screaming at them in Arabic, her hair flowing in the wind, and her face filled with hatred. At first, Danny didn't recognize her. All he saw was a wild-eyed woman sprinting in Buckingham's direction. His first instinct was to raise his M4, ready to protect him from this crazy apparition. But she ran past Buckingham towards Danny himself. He realized who she was at the same moment that she pulled a knife from under her robe. She couldn't have been more than 3 meters away, and it was a 5-inch blade, broad and sharp, that glinted in the morning sun. She held it inexpertly, not low, as Danny would have done, but level with her head, ready to stab. She was screeching like a madwoman. It only took a swipe of his left arm for Danny to knock her from her stride. She fell. It looked more alarming than it was, but suddenly everything was kicking off. The 4 armed men guarding the camp were shouting, engaging their weapons. Danny sprinted forwards and wrestled Buckingham to the ground. He was aware of Taff, Hector, Skinner and De Vries piling out of the vehicles behind him. He checked out the Syrian rebel gunman. Distance? 10 meters. Any contact would be short and ugly. Danny and Buckingham would be caught in the crossfire. Chances of survival? Close to 0. Danny knew how to choose battles. Question was, did Skinner and Hector? He saw that the rebels were hesitating. Had they made a similar analysis of the situation? "Hold your fire!" Danny shouted, fully aware that there were members of his party who would enter into a contact without any encouragement whatsoever. "Hold your fire!" "Do as he says." Taft's voice lent weight to Danny's instruction. A moment of tense silence. The rebels' hands were shaking anxiously. Never a good sign. At the flap of the smaller round tent, a Western-looking woman stood with her hands almost covering her face. Buckingham was breathing heavily, but he didn't move as Danny had him pinned to the ground. Slowly, the flap of the large tent opened. A giant of a man appeared, at least as tall as Danny and considerably broader. He wore an embroidered distache and had a white moustache and a thick mane of white hair. He stood at the entrance of the tent, shrewd eyes surveying the scene. "Let me go," said Buckingham. "Don't be stupid. This could go noisy any second." "For God's sake, man, let me go! That's Sorgan. He knows who I am. If he doesn't recognize one of us, they'll massacre us." He had a point. Danny released his grip, and both men got to their feet. He let his weapon hang loose from its halyard, and raised his hands to show he wasn't about to reach for anything else. Buckingham dusted down his clothes. "Hugo Buckingham," the fat man announced, in a rich but strangely monotone voice, and in excellent English. "It's a long way from the Quartier Latin, is it not? A man might become suspicious of such a remarkable coincidence." "Sorgan, it's good to see you again." Buckingham's voice quivered slightly. "Tell your men to drop their weapons, Hugo. Let us avoid any tragic accidents. Dead bodies quickly become carrion in the desert, and I would not wish that upon any of you." "Your men too," Danny butted in. Sorgan smiled. "Bilateral disarmament? I don't think so." The sweat on his brow glistened. "I see no reason why my men and I should not protect our territory." "Do as he says," Buckingham called over his shoulder. Danny sensed the other's reluctance. He shared it. "Do as he says!" Danny looked back and caught Taff's eye. They nodded reluctantly at each other. Taff lowered his rifle. The others, with an obvious lack of enthusiasm, followed suit. Nobody moved. The wild woman was kneeling on the ground, weeping. Sorgan's face was unreadable. His footsteps crunched on the dry earth as he walked towards Buckingham, stopping 1/2 meter from him. "And now," he said quietly, "I find you here, in the middle of the Homs Desert, surrounded by armed men. A representative of the British government that would install my brother to a position of power in Syria, and that would shed no tears over my own death." Danny felt his fingers creeping back to his M4. Could he take these guys? Was there time? The 4 armed men were each separated from the other by a distance of about 5 meters. Too far to take them out with a single burst. He had a fragmentation grenade in his ops vest. If he hurled it in their direction, would they scatter? Or would they fire first and run later? Buckingham looked nervous now. The assured look he had displayed as he approached the encampment had disappeared. He stuttered like a man who had made a colossal miscalculation. "Sorgan, I—" But Sorgan's arms were outstretched, and his face had suddenly broken into a grin. "Old friend," he said. "You are very welcome, today of all days, on the festival of Eid al-Fitr." He wrapped his enormous arms round Buckingham's slight frame. He looked back at his soldiers and shouted a single order in Arabic. They lowered their weapons with obvious relief. "What brings you here, my friend?" Sorgan boomed. "No, wait. Do not tell me. I have a feeling I will not like the answer. Let us have a few minutes at least to talk about the old days before the arguments start. Come. We are forced to live like nomads, and our surroundings are poor. But you are most welcome, Hugo. Your friends too? You are most welcome." With one arm still round Buckingham's shoulders, Sorgan accompanied him to the tent. Danny followed 3 or 4 meters behind, ignoring the hard stares of the rebel gunmen as he passed them. As they entered the big tent, Danny was aware of the Western woman running up to the distraught mother who had tried to attack him. She helped her to her feet and back towards the smaller tent. Both women stared at him with expressions sharper than the knife one of them had just used to try to kill him. The festival of Eid al-Fitr marks the end of Ramadan, the holy month of fasting. It is forbidden to fast on the day of Eid, and Muslims often celebrate the festival by eating a small breakfast of something sweet. As they had crossed the desert searching for Sorgan's encampment, Buckingham had explained to the others what they could expect from the rebel leader. So far, it looked like he knew what he was talking about. Sorgan and Buckingham sat together on a carpet in the middle of the big tent, a small plate of crystallized dates between them. He remembered Buckingham saying that Sorgan was a devout man, and could only assume this was true. Who else would remember the essentials for this small ritual among the comm systems and ammo boxes that filled this makeshift ops centre? Danny, though, was more concerned with breakouts than breakfast. There was only one way in or out of this tent, but the canvas walls would be no match for either of his knives. A guard was positioned on either side of the flap, while Danny stood 3 meters from the carpet. Tuff and his crew had been invited into the tent, but had been directed to a spot 10 meters away. Danny felt Skinner's dead eyes on him. Fine. At the moment he had other things to worry about, like keeping Buckingham safe. These two might be playing happy families, but happy families could easily turn sour. "Eid Mubarak," Buckingham said, accepting a date from the plate. "Eid Mubarak," Sorghum replied. "Hugo, do you remember the last time I saw you?" Buckingham smiled. "The Café des Amis in Châtelet. You drank coffee, I drank something a little stronger." "You heard about my father?" Buckingham nodded. "My condolences, Sorgan. I know how close you were." "He was killed outside that very café. I have friends high up in the French government, but none of them can tell me why this Algerian boy would want to kill my father." It was a very strange thing, but at that moment Danny had Hector and Skinner in his sights. They looked at each other. It was nothing more than a glance, but it was full of meaning. He even saw a flicker of a smile on Skinner's lips before the moment passed as quickly as it had come. But then he heard Taft's voice in his head. "You're losing your grip out here. You're seeing things that aren't there." He dragged himself back to the main attraction. "It's hard sometimes to understand the mind of a terrorist," Buckingham was saying. "There are some who would say that I am the terrorist, my friend," Sorgan replied. "Your government would gladly award me that label if Asu came to power, which, I have to concede, looks ever more likely. And as soon as I have that label, there will be many people eager to help me on my journey to paradise." He took a date and chewed it thoughtfully. "Which rather begs the question, my dear Hugo, of why I have this very unexpected pleasure." Buckingham took a moment before replying. Danny had the impression that he was choosing his words very carefully. "Yesterday," Buckingham said, "I met with your brother in the city." Sorgan's face immediately darkened, but he said nothing. "I explained to him that the British government would do anything in its power to effect a reconciliation between the two of you." "At which point, I'm sure, my dear brother asked you to leave." "No," Buckingham said simply. "He didn't." Sorgan blinked heavily. "That is a surprise," he conceded. "He must have had good reason." "Perhaps," Buckingham said. He stood up and turned his back on Sorgan. Danny could see the fierce concentration on his face. This discussion was, after all, the whole reason he had come to Syria. "I'm here with a proposal," he said. "My government understands your loyalty to the French. They looked after your father in exile, and they support you now with funds and arms, just as the British support Asu and the Russians support the current administration." He started to pace slowly up and down the tent. "I'll be honest with you, Sorgan. My superiors wanted me to lie to you, to tell you that we have Syria's best interests at heart. I told them I wouldn't insult your intelligence, that you fully understand diplomacy is about self-interest. It is in Britain's interest to have a mutually advantageous relationship with the new Syria when it arrives. I told them you would understand that." Sorgan tipped his head to one side and made a little hand gesture as if to say, "Go on." "You and Asu are stronger united than you are divided. You know that, and he knows that. I'm here to ask you to consider joining forces with him, to ensure it is your family and not one of the other rebel factions that comes to power. And I'm here to offer you whatever it is you need to achieve that. However much the French are funding you, we are prepared to double it. Whatever weapons the French are supplying you with, we will improve upon it. We will make you the best-equipped fighting force in the Middle East." Buckingham paused, then turned to look directly at his old friend. "We will win this war for you, Sorgan. Think of the lives that could be saved. Think of the Syria that you and Asu could rebuild together, with our help." Sorgan stood to give his reply. "I thank you for your offer. I fear, however, that the rift between myself and Asu is too deep to heal, and I feel, forgive me for saying it, a certain loyalty to the French that I do not feel towards the British." He gave a knowing little smile. "With the exception of the present company, of course." Buckingham nodded, as if what Sorgan had just said was entirely reasonable, but he had a response ready and waiting. "Would your loyalty to the French be quite so fierce, my friend, if you knew that it was under their instruction that your father was assassinated?" A silence fell upon the tent. "You are my guest, Hugo," Sorgan said in a dreadfully quiet voice. "But if you take my father's name in vain—" "4 weeks ago," Buckingham interrupted, "the Algerian suicide bomber met in Paris with his handler, a member of the GIA terrorist group. We know beyond question that this handler was an undercover member of the French security services. MI6 has more evidence, frankly, than you would wish to see. There's no doubt about it, and I'm sorry. But the French killed your father." Alarm bells rang in Danny's head. He thought back to the briefing Buckingham's boss, Carrington, wasn't it, had given them at the vehicle pool back in West London. He'd mentioned none of this. On the contrary, he'd said that Sorgan's father was a valuable French asset. Either he'd been lying, or Buckingham was now. None of these thoughts appeared to occur to Sorgan. It was as if a cloud had descended over the tent. The rebel leader's face barely moved. Buckingham was watching his face intently, clearly trying to tell what effect his bombshell was having. And the effect was plain to see. Sorgan's eyes grew watery. He dried them with the hem of his distache. "If I learn that you have been lying to me, Hugo—" "It's the truth, Sorgan, as sure as I'm standing here." Another pause. "Asu has agreed to this reconciliation?" Sorgan asked. "Absolutely. He's eager for it." More silence. "I do not lead this army in isolation," Sorgan said. "You must understand that I cannot make a decision of this magnitude without first discussing it with my commanders. We meet tonight, here, to celebrate the festival of Eid." His eyes narrowed. "But of course, Hugo, you already knew that." "I suspected it. I remember your Eid celebrations of old. You will put it to your commanders tonight. I'm sure they'll see the wisdom of my suggestion." "Perhaps. Perhaps not. I can only suggest it." "That's all I ask, Sorgan. That's all I ask." "Come back tomorrow at dawn. I will have an answer for you and for Asu." Sorgan's face grew pensive. "You are here, Hugo Buckingham, because we have a bond of friendship. Such things are important to me. I trust you will not betray that bond." "You have my word." "That is all I require. Until tomorrow, Hugo." "Until tomorrow?" Buckingham looked at Danny. "We can go now," he said curtly, as though to a servant. "You come with quite a retinue," Sorgan observed. "Assyria is a dangerous place, I've learned. One can't be too careful." "Indeed, no. Sorgan offered Buckingham his hand. Buckingham shook it. Danny, who was watching them both very carefully, observed that neither man would look the other in the eye. And he knew for certain that there was more happening here than their conversation had revealed. Both men were hiding something, he didn't know what. But as he escorted Buckingham from the tent and out into the sunlight, another anomaly presented itself. Why had Buckingham been so keen to exclude him from the RV with Asu, while not even blinking at his presence in Sorgan's tent? It made no sense. Outside the tent, his eyes scanned the desert, looking for any movement, any threat. There was none, just a haze of heat, so he started to lead Buckingham back to the Land Rovers, shimmering in the sun. They had gone only a few paces, however, when he saw the Western woman standing in front of the smaller tent. Her eyes were following him. It struck him again how strange it was to see this woman in such an unlikely place. He walked over to her. "English?" he asked. She nodded reluctantly. "Everything all right?" "You make me sick," the woman hissed. "What?" "You heard me," she said. "I know what you've done. I have a grieving mother in here. Don't you think this country has enough misery without people like you adding to it?" She grabbed his hands and held them up. They were stained red. "Blood on your hands," she hissed. "Actual blood on your actual hands." She turned round and stormed back into the tent. For the briefest of moments, Danny considered running in after her, explaining that she didn't know what she was talking about. But in the end, he just walked away. Let people believe what they wanted to. Danny knew he'd done the right thing, and that was all that mattered. And besides, he had plenty of other worries on his mind, like who was telling him the truth and who was not. Chapter 20. London, 1200 hours. Max Saunders straightened his tie and tucked in his shirt. Anastasia had just left. The scent of her perfume, Coco Chanel, 75 bloody quid a bottle, and she went through it at such a rate he sometimes wondered if she was flogging it to her friends, hung in the air. And no doubt it hung around his person, too. When he got home tonight, his wife would pretend not to notice. Why would she rock the boat when she had her platinum Amex and the run of Bond Street? As Saunders glanced through the window of his office down onto St. James's Square, he allowed himself a rueful smile. It was true what they said. You always ended up paying for sex. Any man who pretended otherwise was kidding himself. Anastasia walked back into the office without knocking. Her hair was slightly mussed, but she walked with the same rigid, aloof air she always adopted after a session. That was the trouble with these posh bints, always pretending they weren't what they were. She hadn't been so damned hoity-toity 20 minutes ago, when he had her bent over the same desk in front of which she now stood primly. "Yes, my dear," he said. "3 messages while you were engaged," she replied without catching his eye. "Oliver Carrington. He's the man from MI6. Thank you, Anastasia. I know who Carrington is." Her lips thinned. "Oliver Carrington would like a call back. Ditto Monsieur Grandier from the Ministère des Affaires étrangères et européennes." Bless her. She never missed a chance to show off her French accent. Saunders rather liked it. "Something to do with the Syrian situation?" Saunders nodded. Anastasia turned to leave. 3 messages, he reminded her. Anastasia's face coloured. She didn't like anyone to see a moment of inefficiency. "Sorry," she muttered. "Please," Saunders smiled at her. "You've had a busy morning, my dear." "The 3rd message was from Taff Davis. You probably don't remember, but he's embedded in—" "Just give me the message. There's a good girl." Anastasia's lips looked like they might disappear. She read from her clipboard, and the military terminology sounded very out of place in her posh accent. Operation Domino is a go for this evening, she repeated. That's all he said. Good. Excellent. He thought for a moment. Get Grandet on the phone, would you? And Carrington? Saunders shook his head. I think not. I'll wait until tomorrow for that particular call. Be a good girl and get me that French chappie, then you and I'll pop out for a spot of lunch. You could probably do with some more of that delightful perfume. We can nip into Harvey Nicks, if you like. What would you say to that? Even Anastasia was unable to stop a little flicker of pleasure cross her lips. Of course, Max, she said, suddenly kittenish. That would be lovely. She left the office, quietly shutting the door behind her. What you doing, kiddo? Evening was falling. Danny had found a plastic bucket and filled it with water. He was now rubbing his palms with handfuls of moistened dust, hoping that the abrasive sludge would remove some of the blood from his skin. He felt like he'd seen enough of the red stuff to last him a good while yet. His makeshift soap wasn't working very well. He dipped his hands into the clean water, then wiped them dry on his clothes. Cleaning up, he told Taff. Why bother? You'll only get dirty again. Why didn't you listen to me? Danny said. This morning, when I told you what Skinner and Hector had done. You know I wouldn't make that shit up. Taff didn't answer. He just fixed Danny with a steady gaze that made him feel uncomfortable. What about Asu? Danny pressed. What did he and Buckingham talk about? How come you were in on the meet and I was sent outside? Don't take it personally, kiddo. Asu's a wanker, but he trusts me. End of. So what did you talk about? Danny could feel himself growing angry. I thought we could take a walk. Taff stonewalled him. You can get stir-crazy in this place. The locals seem to think the bombing will subside a bit tonight. Eid al, whatever the fuck it's called. Makes them all come over peaceful. At least that's what the locals say. The locals. Taff had told them all to go home when they'd returned from Sorgan's camp. National holiday, he'd explained to Danny. But why would he want to get rid of them? Yeah, bleeding heart, me. Too nice for my own good, Taff had said when he'd confronted him. And that was no kind of answer at all. Danny kicked the bucket of water, so its contents spilled on the ground. I'll stay here, he said, his tone resentful. I've got Buckingham to watch. Talking of which, where was Buckingham? Half an hour ago he'd been in the far corner of the compound. Now all Danny could see was Skinner, leaning nonchalantly against one of the Land Rovers, his dead eyes fixed on him and Taff. Where is he? He's inside, Taff said softly. Resting. The others can watch him. They're at least as good as you know, and we can take that walk. You look like you need to let off some steam. Taff was lightly touching his elbow, gently manoeuvring him towards the gate. As he did so, his eyes darted back to the house. Danny suddenly felt ice in his guts. Where's Buckingham? He asked again. I told you, kiddo, he's... But Danny broke away. Something was wrong. He didn't know what, but he could hear it in Taff's voice. He sprinted across the compound and into the house. The ground floor was empty. He thundered up the stairs 3 at a time, ran along the corridor to the room he'd been sharing with Buckingham. Empty. That was enough to make him arm himself. He touched the cig strapped to his chest, then grabbed the M4. Why was it so fucking silent? What the hell was going on? He moved slowly back along the corridor, weapon at the ready. He stopped for a couple of seconds by the door to the generator room, listening carefully. No sound. He swung round into the doorway. The room was empty. A sound, farther along the corridor, a gush of water. It sent a jolt through him. He turned again and aimed his rifle back towards the stairs. The door of the stinking bathroom opened. Buckingham appeared. He was still doing up his trousers and his face was screwed up because of the offensive smell. When he saw Danny, he froze. Then he swore. Danny lowered his weapon. His hand, he realized, was trembling. Buckingham was barking some bullshit at him, but Danny didn't hear a word. Maybe Taff was right. Maybe this place truly was getting on top of him. His old friend appeared at the top of the stairs. He had an urgent look on his face. "Do us all a favour, pal," he said to Buckingham, who was still in full flow, "and shut the fuck up." Buckingham looked outraged, but he fell silent. "Come with me," Taff said. He turned and descended the stairs. Danny followed him. Taff didn't speak again until they reached the ground floor, and then only quietly. "Here's the deal," he said. "You're being an arsehole. If you were anyone else, I'd have kicked you halfway back to the fucking Med." Danny opened his mouth to argue, but Taff carried on. "Don't fucking speak," before drawing a deep, calming breath. "You say my men are committing atrocities. Fine. Show me." Danny blinked at him. "I mean it, kiddo. Show me the bodies and find me one single scrap of evidence that it was my men who killed them, or shut the fuck up and do your job. What's it to be?" Danny looked back over his shoulder. He shouldn't leave Buckingham, he knew that, but somehow this was more important. "Okay," he said. "Let's go." The two men said nothing more as they walked across the compound. The Fleece was waiting by the gate. His eyes followed them as they approached. "Open up," Taff told him. "The spook doesn't leave, no matter what. Understood?" The ever-silent De Vries simply nodded. Something seemed to pass between him and Taff, and for a moment Danny felt again the cold grip of paranoia. The gate slid open, and they exited the compound. It was twilight. The semi-darkness softened the now familiar sight of the war-torn buildings along the streets outside. Danny thought he could hear music not far off, the thin, monotone wail of a woman's voice singing some traditional song. "All right, kiddo," Taff said, keeping his voice low. "Lead the way." Danny still gripping his M4, they started walking to the right, taking the route Hector and Skinner had followed the previous night, staying close to the buildings on their left as they gave a little more shadow. Danny had a moment of déjà vu. He was 10 years old, walking through a wood with Taff, who was teaching him how to tread without making a sound. But there were no trees here in the Syrian night, just slabs of shattered concrete, no piles of autumnal leaves, just heaps of rubble. And soldiers. 50 meters ahead. Danny raised his free hand instinctively. Both men stopped and pressed their backs against the empty window of a shop. Danny peered into the gloom ahead. 8 men, government forces. Danny could tell that as much by their swagger as by their uniforms. They were blocking the road about 15 meters beyond the side street he and Taff needed to take. It meant getting too close to... A shot rang out. Impossible to be sure where it came from, but Danny sensed it was from above. One of the soldiers fell to the ground. "Sniper fire," Taff hissed. "Don't fucking move." Danny didn't need telling. The soldiers, on the other hand, were thrown into chaos. They started barking instructions at one another, losing formation and bunching up, the worst thing they could do. There was a second shot, a second direct hit. The remaining soldiers scattered. "Go," Taff whispered, but Danny was already moving, keeping to the shadows, taking advantage of the soldiers' bad luck. 20 seconds later, they'd turned off that street and were standing in a slightly narrower one. Danny scanned ahead. There was a small fire on the side of the road, about 60 meters distant. 5 silhouettes around it. If they'd heard the sniper fire, they didn't seem to pay it any mind. There was no sound of artillery. If you closed your eyes, you'd never know you were in a city at war. Somehow it made Danny more tense. If he was a Syrian government strategist, he knew when he would strike the hardest. During a religious festival, when the population and the rebels were least expecting it. but so far there had been no fast air and no ordnance. He pointed to a side street about 25 metres ahead and nodded to Taff. They continued to move confidently through the shadows. In less than 5 minutes, they were standing outside the bakery. It looked just as it had when Danny had left it. The padlock broken, the heavy chain coiled snake-like on the ground, the window smashed. Astonishingly, there was no sign of any further looting, though it occurred to Danny that there weren't many people with the stomach to stick around once they saw what secrets this building was hiding. He turned to Taff. "Follow me," he said. "Lead the way, kiddo." Taff's tone suggested that Danny was about to make a fool of himself. He stretched out one hand in an over-polite gesture. Danny stepped into the shop. He climbed the stairs. He stopped at the door to the room and looked over his shoulder. Taff was right behind him. It was the act of swinging the door open that displaced the air in the room and brought the stench to Danny's nose. He smelled the corpses before he saw them, and it took only a single lungful of air for him to realize it was a stench he would never forget. 16 hours of putrefaction in an enclosed space in the Middle Eastern heat had done its work very well. The dead meat had started to turn. Danny pulled his shirt over his nose and removed his torch as he stepped into the room. The two men's sudden arrival disturbed the flies that settled on the bodies, and the air seemed to move as he shone the torch around. He had to wave his hand in front of his face a couple of times to stop them settling on skin. "It took them about 10 minutes to do this," he said quietly as he stepped into the room. "No firearms that I could hear. Just knife work." He directed the beam at the children first. The skin around their eyes, noses and mouths glistened where fluid had discharged from these orifices and dried to a shiny crust in the heat. Their cheeks were already sunken. A fly crawled over the boy's left eyeball, its supper clearly too interesting for these intruders to disturb it. The little girl's pink hair clip glinted in the torchlight. A second thin beam of light came from behind Danny as Taff turned his own torch onto the scene. The two beams crossed like prison searchlights. "They cut the father's throat," Danny said in an emotionless voice as he shone his torch on the dead man. No sound from Taff behind him, so Danny continued. "Guess they must have done the parents first. Take out the hardest targets before dealing with the kids." The blood around the father's slit throat had congealed, and even scabbed over in places. The shape of the incision looked strangely like a smile, a direct contrast to the grimace on his face. And then there was the mother. Danny had to force himself to shine a light on her. Some sights are best left in darkness. Her swollen belly had collapsed somewhat, and the fetid mixture of blood and amniotic fluid had dried on her skin and the sheet on which she lay. She was pregnant, Danny said, the beam of his torch still trained on the decaying body. When I found her like this, the baby was still moving, only for a few seconds. So Hector's little story, that they found them like this, that's bull... The word caught in his throat. Something was wrong. The beam from Taft's torch was no longer moving around. It was pointing directly at Danny's back. He could see his shadow looming large against the far wall. There was a click behind him. "Drop the weapon. And the torch, kiddo," said Taff. His voice was deathly quiet. Danny hesitated. He started to turn. "Drop them," I said. Danny let the rifle and the maglite fall from his hands. They clattered on the floor, the torch shining at an angle across the room and lighting up the side of the dead man's belly. "Hands in the air, lad. Turn round very slowly." Danny detected a slight tremor in Taft's voice. He did as he was told, and winced slightly as the bright white beam from Taff's torch shone into his eyes. He couldn't see Taff's face, just the outline of his body, and the barrel of his pistol immediately next to the light source, held up at chest height. 5 meters separated the two men. "What's going on, Taff?" Danny said quietly. Silence. "Why did they send you, kiddo?" Taff asked. "Of all the regiment grunts, you're the one that lands on my doorstep. Ever stop to think it might not be coincidence?" "Taff, mate, put down the gun." "I'm going to do something now," Taff said. "You won't understand why. Not at first. But you will, kiddo. I promise. You will." He took 1 step forwards. Danny felt his fingers twitching. He could pull out the SIG and shoot in under a second. If this had been anyone else, that's what he would have done. But not Taff. He knew how good his old mentor was, how fast, and anyway, why would he try to kill the man who'd been a father to him? "Mate," he said, "if you're worried I'm going to talk about this..." He moved his hand to indicate the carnage around him. "Get your hands in the fucking air, boy." Danny's hands snapped back to their original position. "You're in the wrong game, Danny. The regiment should never have sent you. Hector and Skinner did this, Taff. Of course they fucking did it." Taff spat back. "What do you think I need? An entourage of fucking girl guides? We're here to make a living, not win hearts and minds." Another step. Blue and red dots danced in front of Danny's dazzled eyes. 3 meters now, between him and Taff. Taff had something else in his left hand as well as his thin torch. Danny couldn't work out what it was. But he knew one thing. Taff wasn't about to shoot him. If he'd wanted him dead, he'd be on the ground with a bullet in the back of his skull. Whatever he wanted to do, he needed to be closer. "Don't do anything stupid, kiddo," Taff whispered. "You're the one with the gun, Taff. Put it down. We can talk about this." Another step closer. "Nothing to talk about, kiddo. Nothing to talk about." Danny made his move without another moment of hesitation. There was no point trying to swipe Taff's pistol away. He was as fast a shot as anyone in the regiment, and in any case sudden movements could cause his old friend to make a mistake. Instead, Danny fell quickly and heavily to his knees, out of Taff's line of fire. He hurled himself at him, dragging him to the ground, and steeling himself for the blow to the centre of his spine that he knew was coming when Taff thumped his fists down as he fell. But he couldn't have prepared himself for its severity. He knew instantly that Taff had tasered him. An icy shock surged through his nervous system. It didn't last more than a second, but it was enough to paralyse his limbs. The two men hit the floor together with a dull bang. Danny felt himself being rolled over onto his back. Taff scrabbled around beside him for a couple of seconds as Danny tried in vain to activate his shocked arms. But then Taff was on top of him, one knee on his chest, the torch shining into his face again. "Get out of Syria, kiddo," Taff said. "Turkish border is best. I'll leave you money. Don't bother with Buckingham. He won't be around to join you. Tell the Ruperts that Asu double-crossed you. The firm don't have enough eyes and ears on the ground to know if it's true or not." "Taff, what the—" "Shut it, kiddo. This is for your own good." A pause. "You were only a baby, but I told you once you need to be ready for anything. Remember that." Danny had no chance to reply. Taff brought his hands down again, this time pressing the prongs of the taser against his chest. There was a second, agonizing surge of electricity, more intense than the first, and longer. Taff had dropped his torch, and Danny now caught sight of his face in the darkness. It was contorted, agonized almost, but it was also determined. The face of a man who wasn't going to be diverted from what he had to do. And then it was gone, along with the pain, as Danny's world dissolved into darkness. Chapter 21. It was still dark when Danny woke up. For the first few seconds of consciousness, he didn't know where he was. Hereford, maybe? But if he was in Hereford, why was he lying face down on a hard floor? What was that buzzing? And what was that disgusting smell? Then he remembered. He tried to stand, but he couldn't. His wrist was bound to something. Shaking his aching head, he peered around in the darkness. He was still in the same room. There was no sign of Taff. He was on the floor next to the bed on which the two dead children lay. A pair of sturdy metal handcuffs fastened him to the leg of the bed. He checked the time. 21:35. He couldn't have been out for more than 20 minutes, but 20 minutes had been enough for Taff to arrange things the way he wanted. In the middle of the floor, 3 meters away, just out of reach, were his M4 and his chest rig. No sat phone. He couldn't quite tell in the darkness, but it looked like Taff had left, as he'd said he would, a thin sheaf of currency with the rest of Danny's gear. What the hell was Taff doing? Why had he left him here, cuffed to the bed in this bakery that had turned into a butcher's? He felt like he'd been sleepwalking for the past 24 hours, accepting Taff's word as gospel, and not thinking for himself. Idiot. But he told himself to get his priorities right. Those questions had to wait. For now, he could concentrate on only one thing: getting out of there.
End of Disc 8. Disc 9.
Taff had left him his weapons. That was significant. It meant he knew Danny would be able to escape eventually. Fastening him to this bedpost was Taff's way of buying himself some time. Danny examined the post. It widened out at the bottom, so he couldn't just lift the bed and slide the cuffs down. The obvious answer was to use all his strength to upturn the bed itself, then make a start on destroying the frame with his bare hands. But it was a heavy, solidly built bed. Even if he managed to upturn it with the added weight of the dead children lying on top, breaking it down to the point where he could release himself would take a long time. A couple of hours. Maybe more. Danny didn't have that long. Not if he was going to find out what was happening. There had to be another way. With his free hand, he patted himself down. Perhaps there was something in one of his pockets he could use to pick the lock. He found nothing but the loose rounds he'd confiscated from the mag of Hector's M16. He slammed his fist on the ground in frustration. These cuffs were a piece of piss to pick if you had the right tool. A paperclip, even a fucking hair clip. A hair clip. He twisted himself round and kneeled up. The bed was high, 3 foot or so, and he could just see over the edge of the mattress. The dead boy was lying closest to him. Danny swung his free hand and grabbed the kid's arm. Even through the sheet that covered it, he could tell it was icy cold and heavy. Rigor mortis had subsided, though, and the limb was easy to maneuver. Danny pulled. The corpse shifted a couple of inches in his direction. He pulled again. There was a splintering sound from the body as the shoulder joint cracked. On the third pull, however, the boy's frame tumbled from under the sheet and over the side of the bed, collapsing in a heap at Danny's side. He wore just a pair of baggy underpants. They looked like he'd pissed himself with blood, and Danny could now see clearly the wound that had killed him. It was about 4 inches long, running up his stomach. A new odour hit Danny's senses, the rotting remains of the boy's last meal. He felt himself gagging, but managed to hold down the contents of his own stomach as he turned his attention to the dead girl. She was on the far side of the bed, and there was no way he could reach her. Instead, he pulled gently on the lower sheet on which she lay. The body shifted gradually towards him with the movement of the sheet. He tugged a little harder, but quickly stopped when he felt the sheet slip between the body and the mattress. He pulled again, more gently. Then again. Finally, the little girl's corpse was within his grasp. As he pulled her over the side of the bed to join her brother, Danny saw that she had an almost identical wound in her little belly. A bubble of intestine the size of an orange protruded from the gruesome incision. Danny averted his eyes and concentrated instead on her head. He cursed. The plastic pink hair clip was no longer there. It was 30 seconds later that he found it. It had dropped from the girl's hair as she fell off the bed and was now resting on the ground just a few inches from where Danny was sitting. He grabbed it with his free hand and examined it in the darkness. It was about 4 centimeters long, with a hinge at one end and a clasp at the other. He squeezed the clasp, and the clip opened, doubling in length. The pink plastic part was merely a fascia. The rest was made of soft metal, easy to bend. He gently inserted the clip into the keyhole of his handcuffs, then bent it down so that the few millimeters inserted into the hole were now at right angles to the rest of the clip. He tried to turn it. Nothing doing. The mechanism was jammed. He fiddled blindly with it. Another twist. Another failure. Only on his third attempt at manoeuvring the clip within the keyhole did the cuffs click open. Danny jumped to his feet. The sudden movement caused the flies to swarm up from around the corpses, but Danny ignored them as he strode towards his gear. He stuffed the money into his pocket, then strapped on his chest rig. Taff had left it fully stocked as far as he could tell, and fitted the maglite to his M4. Without another look at the horrific scene he was leaving behind, he left the room and hurried down the stairs. He stopped before entering the shop on the ground floor, listening, looking. There was no sign or sound of anyone. He advanced to the door and out into the street. He checked his watch. 22:03 hours. He'd been out for a couple of hours. The streets were still deserted, but he could hear noises elsewhere, shouts, a small crowd by the sound of it, and then two separate gunshots. Retaliation for the sniper fire that had just downed the 2 government soldiers? Likely, but it was impossible to be certain. He moved quickly but cautiously, scanning ahead as he retraced his steps back towards the base. It took him 10 minutes to reach the corner nearest to it. To his left, 50 meters away, there was activity. A mob, maybe 30 people, dressed in civvies, advancing on a group of 5 or 6 government soldiers. It was seconds away from getting very ugly, but at least their attention was on each other. Danny turned to the right. A minute later, he was standing in front of the sliding gate. He couldn't tell from outside whether it was locked or not, and there was only one way to find out. He pressed his back against the exterior wall, double-checked his rifle, then gently pushed the gate with his right foot. It slid open. No problem at all. Danny swung round into the opening and dropped down on one knee in the firing position, checking out the compound through the sight of his rifle. It was empty. Totally empty. No Taff. No Hector. No Skinner. No De Vries even. And crucially, no vehicles. The place showed every sign of having been abandoned. Danny wasn't going to take that for granted. He trained the sight on the windows of the house and on the door. Nothing, so he advanced carefully towards the entrance. It was very dark inside the building. Danny switched on the maglite. A calculated risk. The beam would indicate his precise position. But he had to see what was ahead of him. Or who was ahead of him. The torch sliced a narrow beam across the dark room. The mattresses were empty, so was the wooden gun rack. The ground floor looked deserted. He trained his M4 on the staircase and moved towards it, past the door that led to the fire-damaged part of the house, even though Taff had pointed this out to him. It had gone completely unused. Better to check upstairs first. He realised he could hear his own pulse thumping as he edged up the stairs to the first floor. The corridor came into view. The doors to the generator room and toilet were wide open. He checked them both. The generator was off, the aircon no longer whirring. The gimpy that had been by the window was no longer there. The toilet was unoccupied, but it still stank. He moved along the corridor to the room he had shared with Buckingham. Also empty. A knocking sound. Danny spun round, his M4 aimed back down the corridor. He paused and listened. There it was again, very faint, but just audible. Hard to tell which direction it came from, but he sensed it was downstairs. He trod carefully back to the staircase. The knocking was a fraction louder. Danny started to move back down the stairs. He was halfway down when he saw what he'd missed before. The door at the bottom, which led into the fire-damaged part of the house, was slightly ajar, just a couple of inches, but it was the first time he'd seen it anything other than firmly shut. And as he reached it, he realised that the knocking sound was coming from the room beyond. Danny was breathing very slowly now. He needed a constant flow of oxygen to keep his wit steady and his aim true, if it came to that. With the butt of the rifle pressed firmly into his shoulder, kicked the door fully open. The scent of fire damage thumped his nostrils. He directed the narrow beam of the torch into the corners of the room, his trigger finger ready to squeeze at the sight of the slightest threat. The walls and ceiling were blackened with soot. Part of the ceiling in the far left corner had collapsed, forming a pile of rubble on the ground. No windows, no other exits. The beam travelled quickly across the right-hand wall. It illuminated a face. Danny tracked back, ready to fire. He saw a seated figure, tied to a high-backed chair. Several revolutions of duct tape masked the lower part of the head. Eyes wide in terror, hair matted to the forehead with sweat. Buckingham. He was rocking backwards, banging the chair against the wall. A desperate moaning came from his throat, muffled by the tape. Dazzled by Danny's torch, he couldn't know who had just walked in. The rocking became more desperate, the banging louder, the moaning more frenzied. There was something on the floor surrounding Buckingham's chair. Danny lowered the beam to light it up. He saw 4 blocks, about the same size as ordinary building bricks. Instantly, he recognized the bright orange of Semtex plastic explosive. A wire led from one block to the other, the 4 of them forming a semicircle round the legs of the chair. Wired into one of the blocks was a small battery pack, connected to a digital timer the size of a cigarette packet. A detonator. Taft's words flashed through Danny's mind. Don't bother with Buckingham. He won't be around to join you. Instinct took over. Danny let the rifle fall and hang from his body as he strode the 5 meters between himself and Buckingham. The moans of terror grew more high-pitched. Buckingham sounded like a pig squealing before slaughter, but Danny ignored them as he lifted him, chair and all, out from among the explosives. Buckingham was heavier than his small frame suggested, and Danny's muscles were burning by the time he had hauled the man and the chair out into the compound. They were 5 meters from the house when the explosion came. Danny heard it first, a seismic crack that stung his ears. Then the shockwave hit, throwing him forwards a good 2 meters. Buckingham flew from his arms, landing with a dull thud, and then a crack that Danny hoped was the sound of a chair leg breaking, not a bone. Looking back, he saw the left side of the building collapse in on itself, sending up a great cloud of dust. He crawled over to where Buckingham was lying on his side. His eyes were scrunched shut, and he was trying to scream. Danny pulled out his knife, and with 2 swift slashes, cut through the ropes that bound him to the chair. Then, without any thought for the pain it might cause him, he pulled away the duct tape coiled around Buckingham's head. Clumps of his hair came off with the tape, and when his lips were finally exposed, his shrieks were shrill and womanish. Only when he realized it was Danny who had rescued him from the building did the screaming subside. But if Buckingham felt relief at seeing his SAS chaperone, Danny didn't intend to let it last for long. He grabbed him by the front of his shirt and yanked him to his feet. "Talk!" he roared, over the noise of the flames crackling behind him. I don't know what you mean." "You and Taff have been planning something. You better tell me what it is, Buckingham, otherwise you're not walking out of here." "You wouldn't dare!" Buckingham shouted. Wouldn't he? With the anger surging through him now, Danny wasn't so sure. He swung Buckingham round so that he was facing the burning building and Danny was behind him. He wrapped his left arm round the man's neck, tightly enough for the air supply to be slightly restricted. He could feel the heat of the fire against his forearm, but the rest of him, including his face, was shielded by Buckingham's body. 10 metres between them and the flames. Danny pushed him towards the blaze, halving that distance. "What have you been planning?" he hissed in Buckingham's ear. "Nothing," Buckingham croaked. "His men just tried to kill me. You saw. For God's sake, man, it's too hot." Danny pushed him another metre nearer the flames. "You know what I think," he said, sweat dripping from his body and his forearm scalding. "I think Taft's double-crossed you in some way. He's made a fool of you, just like he's made a fool of me. Now tell me what you were planning." When Buckingham didn't respond, he pushed him forward another metre. Every man has a breaking point. Buckingham reached his sooner than most might have done. As the intense heat began to sear his face, the words tumbled from his mouth, as though they were buckets of water trying to douse the pain. "Sorgan!" he shrieked. "They're on their way to kill him!" Danny spun both himself and Buckingham round 180 degrees, so that they were no longer facing the fire. With a tremendous effort that momentarily threw Danny off balance, Buckingham broke free and ran. Once he was 10 metres from Danny, he fell to the ground and clutched at his face, screaming curses. Danny ignored them. "Why?" he hissed. "That's what this has all been about, you idiot!" Buckingham shouted back. "Sorgan is Asu's only serious contender in this war. If he comes to power, the French will have Syria sewn up, and we can't afford that." He took a few deep breaths. "My job was to clear Sorgan's assassination with Asu, then make sure that Sorgan and his commanders would all be in one place at one time. Then Taff and his men could go in and eliminate them." "Jesus, Buckingham. I thought Sorgan was your friend." Buckingham shot him a poisonous look. "I thought Jack was yours." With great difficulty, Danny kept his cool. "Why did Taff try to kill you?" "I don't bloody well know," Buckingham shrieked. "Because he's a lunatic, I suppose. Like all you fucking animals." Danny started to pace up and down, trying to work out his next move. What was Taff up to? Was it really true that his old friend, his oldest friend, wasn't the man he thought he was at all? And if he was about to carry out Buckingham's instructions to the letter, why had he felt the need to get him, not to mention Danny, out of the way? Only one person could tell him that. Taff. Danny turned back to Buckingham. "Get up," he growled. "Where are we going?" "Get up." "Not until you tell me where we're going." Danny walked over and pulled Buckingham to his feet, holding him face to face as he spoke. "You and me are going to steal a vehicle," he said, "and then we're going to locate Taff. And then we're going to find out exactly what kind of fucked-up scheme you've got us involved in. And trust me, you piece of shit, if I find out you've told me any more lies, you're going to wish you'd ended up being part of Taff's firework display after all. Got it?" Buckingham stared at him in terror. It's too dangerous," he whispered. Danny had no time for the man's pathetic hesitation. He pushed him towards the gate, then followed close behind, his rifle pointing at his back. "Move!" he shouted. "Now!" Chapter 22. 22:30 hours. They had started to arrive with the setting of the sun. Clara had watched them from the entrance to her medical tent, and she hadn't liked what she'd seen. Each of the 7 pickup trucks that were now parked in no particular order about 20 meters east of the main tent was heavily armed with a machine gun that looked, to Clara's untrained eye, identical to the one that had been pointing at the sky since she'd arrived here. The men who emerged from the pickups looked no less threatening, with their assault rifles on show, and heaven only knew what other weaponry. Without exception, each man wore a black scarf wound around his head to hide his features, with just his eyes and nose visible. Some of the pickups had brought 2 people, some 3. In each instance, however, there was one man who was clearly of a higher rank than the others. As each vehicle arrived, Sorgan appeared at the entrance to his tent and greeted this man with a solemn embrace before leading him inside. "Sorgan's commanders," Bathsheba explained as she joined the watchful Clara. "It is rare for them to be all together. That is the last of them, I think." Now all Clara could see was the big tent glowing faintly in the darkness from the lights that were on inside, and the dark outlines of the pickup trucks and their evil-looking weapons against the increasingly inky desert sky. And another vehicle approaching from the distance. "Who is that?" Bathsheba breathed by her side. "Who else is coming?" But Clara, of course, couldn't answer that. She could only watch and wait. The vehicle, it was a Land Rover, came to a halt about 10 meters beyond the pickups of Sorgan's commanders. 4 men emerged. From this distance, Clara couldn't make out their features, but she could see that they were holding assault rifles at an angle across their chests, and that they walked with a certain wary purpose. Only when they were halfway between the pickups and the tent did she see that these were the same men who had been there that very morning. She heard Bathsheba give a low hiss and shot her hand out and grabbed her wrist. "Stay where you are, Bathsheba. They're armed, and anyway, the younger man, the one you said did it, he isn't there. These others are just as bad. They watched it happen. They defended him." "They're armed, Bathsheba, and there are 4 of them. They're going to watch out for each other. Look." Sure enough, 2 of them, the squat guy with shorter hair and the taller man with a shaved head and tattoos on his neck, had taken up position by the entrance of the tent while their companions entered. The guy with the shaved head looked over in their direction. A nasty leer crossed his face, so menacing that the 2 women almost involuntarily stepped inside the tent. Clara realized her pulse was raising, and a little voice in her head told her that their safety, hers and Bathsheba's, depended on what was going on in the main tent. She had to find out, she decided. She had to eavesdrop. Clearly, walking closer to the big tent to listen in was impossible, not with those brutal-looking men standing watch. But the medical tent was, after all, just a tent. Clara looked towards the back wall. There was nothing stopping her from clambering under the canvas and approaching the other tent from behind. Bathsheba saw what she was looking at. "What if they come?" she said. Clara gave her hands a reassuring squeeze and made for the rear of the tent. It had been erected with care. The lower edge of the canvas was pegged tightly to a ground sheet. It took a minute or so for Clara to loosen it sufficiently to wriggle out, but with a final look back at the clearly anxious Bathsheba, that's what she did. The tent had been pitched close to the sandstone cliff. There was a gap of less than half a metre for Clara to squeeze along. It was dark, but the gentle glow of the main tent 15 metres away gave her enough light to see her way. A minute later she was crouching by the back of the tent, straining hard to hear the conversation that was going on inside. "Nothing happens," said a voice. Not Sorgan or any of his men, so Clara could only assume it was one of the newcomers. "Until we see the money." Hugo Buckingham is dead? Asked Sorgan quietly. There's a dodo. No bullets. If anyone finds his body, they'll just put it down to an explosion. One of the many. Ah, Sorgan replied sadly. He was once a good friend. I'd hate to see how you treat your enemies, pal. Sorgan ignored the comment, asking, His bodyguard, the other young man. Dealt with, Sorgan. Where's the money? Ah, the money, Sorgan said quietly. I take it you have already levied a handsome charge on the British government for eliminating myself and my generals. Up front, Sorgan, luckily for you. If it had been cash on delivery, we wouldn't be having this little chat. And now we pay another fee for you to double-cross them. Why get paid once when you can get paid twice? You would make an excellent politician, said Sorgan with a rueful laugh. Still, $750,000, it is quite a price for such a small thing. It's loose change for your French paymasters, boyo. They are your paymasters now. Today, maybe. Tomorrow, who knows? Anyway, if it's such a small thing, you should do it yourself. Delegation is the first rule of leadership, Mr. Taff. A strange name. Taff. Where did you come by it? The money. Unless you want us to carry out the British government's instructions and not the French. There was a significant pause. Not yet, Sorgan said, and his bantering tone had changed to something more serious. Don't start messing me around, Sorgan, Taff replied, his voice low and menacing. You'll find that's bad for your health. If I was quite so badly outnumbered as you, Mr. Taff, I would be worried. But if your intention is to wipe out me and my men, I think you've rather, what is that delightful phrase, missed the boat. However, I can assure you that I have every intention of letting you walk away with your suitcase of cash. But you must concede that, by your own admission, you are not entirely to be trusted. We are paying you a great deal of money to wipe that animal Asu and his commanders from the face of the earth. I'd be foolish to let you leave here without some kind of guarantee that you're not simply going to disappear. Another pause. What kind of guarantee, Taff said, did you have in mind? Do you believe in fate? Sorgan asked. There was no reply from Taff. Well, if she exists, she has smiled upon us. 2 days ago, Asu's daughter-in-law, Bathsheba, appeared at our humble camp. I know her, Taff said. Then you know what a tiresome woman she is, and will have no problem helping her on her way to paradise. You look shocked, Mr. Taff, don't be. If Bathsheba had stayed with Asu, you would be eliminating her along with the others. I'm sure you understand, though, that if I have footage of you or one of your men, I'm not an unreasonable man. You may delegate this convenient execution if you want. I have at least some small assurance that your loyalties do not really lie with my brother. Clara felt all the strength drained from her body. Her brain shrieked at her to run back to the other tent, to grab Bathsheba and help her escape. But her limbs wouldn't obey those instructions. Fine, Taff said. Bring her here. Just 1 minute, Sorgan said. We have another issue. Our French backers require some sort of evidence that your loyalty to them is not limited to taking their money and then carrying out the wishes of the British government regardless. Clara felt dizzy with nausea. As luck would have it, Fate has deposited a young British doctor on our doorstep. Perhaps you noticed her this morning. A pretty little thing. If we had more time, I'd be happy to allow you to have your way with her. As it is, I must insist that you also kill her for the camera. Clara pressed her hands to her lips, then turned and started stumbling back to the medical tent. She knew she had only seconds to get herself and the Syrian woman out of there, but it seemed to take an age to scramble back onto the canvas wall, like she was stuck in a nightmare where she couldn't escape some faceless pursuer. "Bathsheba!" she hissed once she was inside. One of the wounded male patients had woken up, and Bathsheba was kneeling down beside him, one hand on his forehead. Clara ran towards her and pulled the surprised woman to her feet. She limped as Clara tugged her back towards the rear of the tent. "What are you doing?" Bathsheba asked, clearly startled by Clara's urgent behaviour. "They're coming for us. We have to get out of here now." Clara glanced towards the flap at the front of the tent. She thought she saw the canvas ripple as somebody touched it. She pushed Bathsheba down to the gap at the bottom of the tent, looking anxiously over her shoulder as the Syrian woman wriggled awkwardly beneath the canvas wall. She was startled as she saw a hand begin to draw the flap to one side, and she hurled herself through her emergency exit into the tiny space between the tent and the cliff face. And then she screamed. Bathsheba was on her feet. Behind her, a foot taller, was the man with the shaved head and tattoos on his upper chest and throat. In one hand he held a clump of Bathsheba's hair. In the other was a knife with cruel-looking hooks pointing back towards the handle. The wickedly sharp point was pressed to the soft flesh of Bathsheba's neck, and a thin bead of blood dribbled down her dark skin. The man sneered. "Sorgan said you were worth having," he said. "Suppose a raghead like that will give his left nut for a taste of a white girl? Maybe I'd do you too, if there was nothing else on the menu." Clara took a terrified step backwards, but stopped and screamed again as the man yanked Bathsheba's head back and made as if to slice through her throat. "Get to the front of the tents, bitch," he said. "If I get the feeling you're about to run, I'll start doing some halal butchery right now. Got it?" Clara stared at him. "Got it?" She nodded frantically and started retracing her steps towards the main tent. She turned left to follow the narrow passage between the two tents, Bathsheba and the man with the knife following her. 20 seconds later, they emerged in front of the main tent. The short, blonde-haired man was there. He appraised himself of the situation at a glance. "Nice one, Skinner," he said, before pointing to the entrance of the tent. "In you go, ladies," he said. "They're waiting for you." "Please," Clara begged, "let us go. I'll do anything." The man called Skinner barked a short, ugly laugh. "Hear that, Hector? What's it worth? A desert freebie?" "Only if you take the ragged," Hector said. And then, as if he'd been asked to explain himself, "Don't wipe their fucking asses properly, do they?" "Looks like you're out of luck, ladies," said Skinner. He nodded at Hector, who grabbed Clara by the hair and pushed her towards the tent. "Get in," he said. "Now." There was silence inside the tent, a sense of expectation. The light was dim, coming from a couple of red spotlights trained onto the centre of the tent. Sorgan stood in the middle, his robes and moustache bathed in the red light. A couple of metres behind him, lying on the ground, was a leather suitcase. His commanders, who still wore their scarves around their heads, were dotted about the tent's perimeter, 15 or so of them, an audience watching the show unfold. Skinner and Hector nodded at a third Western man standing guard by the entrance as they forced the women into the tent. Standing next to Sorgan was the man Clara assumed must be Taff. He was older than the others, somewhere in his late 50s, with straggly grey stubble. He watched the women approach with a curious lack of expression. Sorgan shouted something in Arabic. One of his commanders stepped forward. He was clutching a small, handheld camcorder. The viewfinder was flipped open. Bathsheba spoke angrily in Arabic. A sharp word from Sorgan did nothing to silence her, so Skinner, whose knife was still pressed against her neck, kneed her brutally in the small of the back. Her body went momentarily limp from the pain, and she appeared to be hanging by the fistful of hair Skinner was still clutching. Then he threw her to the ground. Too terrified to scream again, and restrained by the strong arms of the man called Hector, Clara could only watch the horror that unfolded. It was an order from Taff that started it all. He nodded at Skinner and said, "Do it." "Bathsheba first," Sorgan said. Still bathed in red light, his eyes were filled with a kind of greed, as though he was about to feast on the sight of this poor woman's execution. Skinner nodded. He was still holding the vicious knife. With the red light glinting off it, it looked as if it was already covered in blood. The guy with the camcorder held it at arm's length. Clara saw a light on the side switch from red to green. Skinner walked up to the terrified woman, whose head was in her hands as she wept uncontrollably. Grabbing her hair again, he hauled her to her feet. "What's your name, bitch?" he said. Bathsheba couldn't answer. She just stared at him with undisguised horror. Skinner raised the knife to her face. In full view of the camera, he sliced each cheek vertically. The blade was sharp, cutting through Bathsheba's flesh as though it was barely there. She screamed as blood leaked from each incision, smearing her cheeks and lips. "What's your name?" Skinner repeated. Bathsheba, she managed to say. To the camera. "Bathsheba." Skinner smiled then. It was an expression of such cold violence that Clara could barely look at him. Something, though, some kind of horrible magnetic force, kept her eyes glued to Skinner as he raised the knife again. He was standing behind Bathsheba now, his knife arm around her neck, the blade pointing at her throat. He pressed it against the skin. Clara closed her eyes as Bathsheba screamed. But that scream was not the only sound that suddenly filled the tent. There was a gunshot. It came from the front flap of the tent. The shock of the ear-splitting noise was enough to make Clara wonder, for just a fraction of a second, if she herself had been the target. Her eyes jerked open again, just in time to see Skinner go down. The bullet had hit him in the head, ripping a chunk from the skull and causing a gruesome shower of blood, bone and brain matter to rain down. The impact of the shot threw his body back a couple of meters. He hit the ground with a solid terminal thump. His knife fell a meter from where he dropped. Bathsheba screamed again. Her hands were covering her face, but blood was still seeping between her fingers. For some reason she ran towards Clara, as if Clara was in any position to protect her, as Taff, Hector, and the rest of Sorgan's commanders turned towards the front of the tent, their weapons ready. In trepidation, Clara did the same. She saw a figure at the entrance. It was too dark to make out his features. She could tell that he was tall, that he had a rifle strapped across his body and a pistol in his outstretched right hand. His left hand was above his head, and it held something small and cylindrical. "Kill him!" Sorgan roared. But at the same time, Taff shouted an instruction of his own. "Hold your fire!" Taff launched himself forwards. When he was 5 meters from the intruder, he turned his back on him to address the rebel leader and his men. "He's got a grenade. If you shoot him, he'll release the detonation lever. It'll kill us all. Tell them to drop their weapons, Sorgan." Sorgan looked unsure. But after a moment of deliberation, he issued an instruction in Arabic. With obvious reluctance, his commanders lowered their weapons. Taff turned back to the man with the grenade, who was standing motionless at the entrance of the tent. "You shouldn't have come here tonight, kiddo," he said quietly. "I tried to warn you." No reply. The only sound in the tent was Bathsheba's continued sobbing. "Damn it!" The word seemed to explode from Taff's mouth. "You don't understand what the hell's going on! You're still just a fucking kid!" The intruder stepped farther into the tent. Clara gasped as she recognized the grim features of the soldier Bathsheba had tried to kill that very morning. Gun still pointing at the rebels. Grenade clearly visible in his left hand. "Not any more, Taff," the soldier said quietly. "But then, I guess we all have to grow up someday, don't we?" Chapter 23. Danny turned to look at the Englishwoman. "Get outside," he said. "Take Bathsheba with you." And when at first neither woman moved, he shouted, "Now!" He waited for them to scramble past him and out of the tent before turning back to Taff. His old friend, if that was the word Danny still wanted to use, was standing 5 meters from him. Sorgan stood 5 meters beyond that, some of the self-satisfaction wiped from his smug face. Between them lay the bleeding body of Skinner. Hector and De Vries were edging towards the perimeter of the tent, where Sorgan's men were dotted at intervals of 2 or 3 meters. Every one of them, Syrian and mercenary alike, had their eyes on the frag, which they knew would cause a lot of damage in an enclosed space like this. Except for Taff, his gaze was fully on Danny's face. "You crept up quietly, kiddo," he said. "I'm impressed. You taught me well, perhaps. Sometimes I think I didn't teach you enough." A pause. "You're so naive, Danny. I should have given you a crash course in how the world works while I could. I'm learning pretty fast. Maybe, maybe not. Let's stick a pin in that frag, eh? Talk this through, man to man." Silence. Danny didn't move. "You can still run, kiddo," Taff said. "If I say the word, none of these cunts will follow you. It's your best call. Buckingham's dead. You've got no reason to stick around." Danny whistled. He could sense the flap opening behind him and didn't need to turn round to know that Buckingham had just entered. He could see that written on Taff's face. "You'll bloody well answer for this," Buckingham started to say. "Shut up!" Danny and Taff gave the command in unison, but neither of them stopped staring at the other. After 10 seconds, Taff smiled. He turned round and waved his arms in the air to indicate everyone in the tent. "Fine, kiddo," he shouted. "Take us all out. Great idea. But before you do, ask yourself a question." He faced his protégé once more, and even took a couple of steps towards him. If they find your body rotting in the Syrian desert, what will the powers that be say about you back home? Do you think they'll remember your name in Whitehall? Do you think they'll be toasting you down at their fucking gentlemen's clubs? Or do you think you'll be swept under the carpet, like all the other rubbish? Eh? Sorry, kiddo, can't hear you. Cat got your tongue? Silence. "Here's the bottom line, Danny," Taff continued, his voice a little quieter now. "Nobody gives a shit. Do you really reckon anybody outside the squadron hangar gives a fuck that your mate Jack caught it? Do you think those twats at the MOD have made a single phone call to Damascus to get the other 2 off the hook?" "I'm just a soldier, Taff," Danny replied. "I do what I'm told." "Oh, please," Taff spat. "Spare me the Queen and Country bullshit. You want to know what this is about? All this?" Without waiting for an answer, he stormed to the back of the tent, where a tatty leather suitcase lay on the ground. He picked it up and carried it back to the centre of the tent, stepping nonchalantly over Skinner as he returned. He opened the suitcase and let the contents fall to the floor, wads of notes, perhaps 50 of them. Danny couldn't begin to guess how much money was there. "Do you think the British or the French or the Russians would come anywhere near this place if there wasn't money to be made? How many mates did you lose in Iraq so that a bunch of Yanks could hold on to a few oil contracts? Half these Syrian rebels are propped up by Al-Qaeda anyway, so don't give me that crap about patriotism. You and me are just tiny cogs in one great big fucked-up machine, and you know it." "All I know," Danny said, doing his best to keep his voice level, "is that you're out of control. Skinner was going to butcher that woman, just like he butchered the family back in Homs." Taff waved one hand as if to say, "Let's not sweat the small stuff." It made the rage boil hotter in Danny's blood. "I had a lot of respect for you once, Taff," he said. "Back in the day when I didn't realize you made your living killing defenseless women." "I make my living the same way you do, kiddo. The only difference is you get paid in worthless medals and empty words, and I get paid in cash." He bent down, picked up a wad of notes and casually flicked through them. "US dollars," he said. "Used. Non-sequential. Untraceable." His eyes brightened, as if a very good idea had just struck him. He tossed the bundle of notes at Danny's feet. "There you go," he said. "Skinner's not in a position to use his share. You take some of it. There's $5,000 there." For the first time, Danny's eyes left Taff as he glanced down at the money. Taff nodded knowingly. "Feels like a good payday, eh?" he said. "Let me tell you, that's not the half of it." He walked back to where Sorgan was standing, positioned himself behind the rebel leader, and put both hands on his shoulders. Annoyance flickered over Sorgan's face, but he managed to suppress it and to stand silently. "Take Sorgan," Taff proclaimed. "If he comes to power in Syria, the French are going to be pissing rainbows. I'll have influence, kiddo. Real influence. You've met that tosser, Max Saunders? You think I want to be working for him for the rest of my life? Do you want to be working for him for the rest of your life? Because believe me, that's what's in store for you when the regiment finally sends you packing. If not with Saunders, then with some other Rupert, happy to sit behind a desk and fuck his secretary while you risk all the bleeding. But the French? I just need to say the word, and they'll set me up with my own private military contracts." He nodded again, then sauntered back towards Danny. "I'll cut you in," he said. Danny wasn't sure if he was trying to stop the others from hearing him. "You and me, kiddo. We can sit behind a desk in Paris, count our money, and fuck French tarts till our dicks bleed, while some other mug risks his life on the ground instead. You're not going to tell me that isn't better than a paltry army pension, or an unmarked grave if you're KIA." Taff was again facing Danny, just a metre between them, and he dropped his voice once more. It was definitely a private conversation. "You did the right thing, nailing Skinner," he said, and for once Danny saw a bit of honesty in his eyes. "You're right. He was out of control. I should have done something about it before. I owe you one." No reply. "You can take his place. We'll let the women go. Sorghum won't do anything. He's too scared the frogs will withdraw their support. We'll finish the job together. You, me, Hector, De Vries, and split the money." He looked up at the grenade that Danny still held aloft. "Let's be honest with each other, kiddo," he said. I'm not gonna hurt you. And you're not gonna hurt me. Too much water under the bridge for that. Right? Right. Danny was aware of Buckingham stepping back outside the tent. Slowly, and without taking his eyes off Taff, he lowered his arm, but kept his fingers tight around the grenade's detonation lever. "Good lad," said Taff. He bent down and picked up the wad of notes. "Plenty more where this came from, Danny," he said. "You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking you could do with it. Get your dad out of that shitty little bungalow. Pay for someone to come in twice a day, wipe his arse, cook his food." Danny felt himself blushing at the reminder of his father's incapacity. "He's only going to get worse, you know. You think you'll be able to help him out on a regiment wage? Because it's not like Kyle's going to be there for him, right?" Kyle. What was it he'd said what seemed like an age ago, back in the UK? Sometimes he thought you were more like Taff's son than his. And now here he was, holding his own mentor at gunpoint, threatening to wound or kill them both with a fragmentation grenade. Had he ever, he asked himself, truly believed that Taff made his living in a straightforward way? Was he being a twat, only pretending to have scruples about it now he'd come face to face with the reality? Taff took a step forwards, ignoring the grenade, ignoring the gun, ignoring everything but Danny himself. "Tell Buckingham and the women to get out of here," he said firmly. "We'll finish the job off. Arse who's a cunt anyway. Him and his commanders are all in one place tonight, just like I planned it. Easy target. Then we'll head home and sort your dad out. And then—" He waved the bundle of notes under Danny's nose. And Danny had to admit it, he felt his resolve weakening. Maybe Taff was right. He always had been in the past. If his bosses cared about the lives of him and his men, they'd have pulled them out of Syria the moment they were compromised. If they'd done that, maybe Jack would still be alive. He felt his weapon lowering. Taff moved with incredible speed. His right hand shot out, and his fingers curled round Danny's clenched fist, squeezing both his hand and the detonation lever. He had an immensely strong grip. At the same time, he pulled out his own pistol and pressed it against Danny's skull. Danny's gun was level with Taff's stomach. Stalemate. Danny's advantage with the grenade was neutralized. To get it back, he had to kill Taff. And they both knew he was never going to do that. "So what do we do now, kiddo? Kill each other? Or let each other go?" Danny had no answer. Taff looked over at Hector and de Vries. "Get Buckingham and the women." The two men left the tent. Silence. Then the sound of a struggle outside. A minute later they marched the captives in at gunpoint. The atmosphere in the tent had changed. Sorgan's men were no longer standing rigid and uncomfortable around the edge. 3 of them had moved forwards a few steps, and they all held their weapons with a little more confidence. "I know what you're doing, kiddo," Taff said. "You're estimating the distance to each target in the tent. You're thinking, should I take out Sorgan? He's only 10 meters away and unarmed. You're thinking, if I could get to my M4, I could take out his commanders in a few bursts. But you're holding your SIG, aren't you? You could take 1 shot, maybe 2, before they disobey my instruction to hold their fire and put you down. You're thinking, how did this happen? I was on top, and now Taff's calling the shots." Danny didn't reply. Each one of these thoughts had passed through his mind. He didn't have an answer to any of them. "Let me put you out of your misery, kiddo, and tell you exactly what's going to happen. You're going to very gently release your grip on that grenade. Then you're going to roll it into my hand so I can keep the detonation lever pressed. If I get the idea, even for a moment, that you're fucking me around, Hector here will take out each of his 3 prisoners in turn. First the raghead, then the blonde, then the spook. I'm going to count to 5, and then we're going to do it." He looked over at Hector and gave him a nod to indicate that he wasn't joking. Hector raised his weapon to the trembling form of Bathsheba. "1," said Taff. Distance between him and Hector? No more than 4 meters. 2. Danny's pistol was still pressed into Taff's belly. He could put Hector down with a single shot, but it would mean shooting Taff first. 3. "He's not the guy you thought he was," Danny realized. "You can't trust him. Think of the women. Hector will kill them without a second thought. Look what he and Skinner did in the bakery." 4. "Do what you have to do," Danny told himself. He felt his finger exert a little bit more pressure on the trigger. 5, kiddo. He couldn't do it. But he didn't need to. The movement came from his left, not from Hector or even Buckingham, but from the British woman. She launched herself at Hector, knocking his rifle out of Bathsheba's way. There was a burst of fire as Hector accidentally sprayed rounds to Danny's left, ripping holes not only in the canvas of the tent, but also in the belly of one of Sorgan's commanders. Danny didn't wait to see the guts burst from the guy's stomach. Instead, he took advantage of the moment of distraction. His hands were out of action, and so he used his head, jabbing it forward as hard as possible, so that his forehead cracked into Taff's nose. He felt the bone shatter and flatten. The barrel of Taff's gun slipped from Danny's head. The fist wrapped round his grenade hand loosened. Danny jabbed his SIG hand sharply upwards into Taff's ribcage, knocking the air from his lungs. Taff staggered backwards, but Danny was already focused on other threats. There was panic in the tent. Bathsheba, her slashed face still bleeding, was screaming, and Buckingham had already scurried for the exit. Sorgan was edging backwards towards the rear of the tent, and a couple of his commanders were flanking him. Only one of the guys, however, had raised his weapon. He was standing 7 meters to Danny's 10 o'clock. Calmly, Danny fired a single round at his scarf-swathed face, instantly transforming the only part of his skin on view into a bloody mash of flesh before he fell backwards. By now, however, Hector had regained his balance. If he hadn't hesitated for half a second, unable to decide whether he wanted to kill the British woman first or Danny, then Danny would have been dead on the ground. As it was, that moment of indecision gave Clara time to hurl herself at him, knocking him to the ground as once more he discharged the shot, this time harmlessly. She scrambled to her feet again. Holding his grenade above his head again, a renewed warning to everyone else inside the tent what would happen if they slotted him, Danny turned to the 2 women. "Get out of the tent!" he roared. "Now!" Clara grabbed Bathsheba and pulled her towards the flap. Danny, edging backwards, addressed Sorgan. "Tell your men," he said, "that I'll shoot anyone I see outside the tent." Sorgan hesitated, so Danny fired a single round in the air to concentrate his mind. "Do it!" Sorgan issued his instructions in Arabic as Danny continued to step backwards. 3 meters to the exit. 2 meters. He glanced at Taff, who was crouched on the ground, blood streaming from his broken nose. And then Danny was outside. He turned sharply to his right and dashed along the front of the tent. Just as he expected, a flurry of gunfire burst through the canvas, but none of it in his direction. And nobody appeared bold enough to come after him. At least, not yet. Danny gave himself a couple of seconds to take stock. Buckingham and the women were crouching by one of the 7 open-top technicals, parked about 20 meters east of the main tent. These pickups were facing the desert, for a quick getaway if the situation required. That gave Danny to believe that the keys would be in the ignition of each of them. The beaten-up VW that he'd hot-wired in the street near the compound in Homs stood abandoned a kilometre from the rebel camp. He and Buckingham had silently covered that final stretch on foot. In any case, if they wanted a chance of getting out of here alive, they needed an upgrade. Danny sprinted at a 45-degree angle to join Buckingham and the women. He was only a few strides from them and maybe 20 metres from the main tent when an armed, headscarfed figure stepped out of the tent. Danny was ready for him. He hurled the primed grenade in the man's direction. It landed a metre from the target and exploded a fraction of a second later. The noise filled the air, to be followed a moment later by the screams of the wounded rebel. Danny was happy for him to scream away. It meant the others were less likely to stick their noses out. Danny forced Buckingham and the women to the comparative safety of the far side of the technical. To his relief, he saw that the key was in the ignition. "We're taking this," he said, in a tone of voice that offered no possibility of argument. "I'll man the weapon on the back and give us covering fire." He looked at the British woman. "What's your name?" "Clara," she replied. "Look, I'm sorry, you can drive?" She nodded. "Take the wheel, then." "Don't be so bloody ridiculous," Buckingham cut in. "I'm perfectly capable of—" "You," Danny said forcefully, "are in the back with me, where I can keep an eye on you." He ignored the protests that followed and turned back to Clara. "Don't stop at all unless I knock 3 times on the cab. Got it?" Clara nodded. "Where are we going?" "Away from here." That was as far as he got. He could work out a strategy once they'd found a place of safety. "They are going to kill Asu?" Bathsheba asked. Danny glanced towards the tent. Was that plan likely to be abandoned? He doubted it. There was money involved, and Danny now understood that for Taff, money was everything. He nodded briefly at Bathsheba and prepared to mount the vehicle, but she grabbed his arm with surprising strength. "My son is with Asu," she said. "They will kill him too." "I'm sorry." "I have already lost one son," she whispered. "You have to help me find the other. You have to." "Don't be so stupid," Buckingham hissed. "Black, I forbid you to do any such damn fool thing. We need to get to the Czech embassy in Damascus. It's the only safe place for us." Danny looked anxiously at the tent. They needed to move. Any second now, either Sorgan's men or Taft's were going to get brave. Clara spoke. "If you're going to abandon Bathsheba," she said, "abandon me too." And her eyes challenged him. "What kind of man would you be if you did that?" "Oh, for fuck's sake," said Buckingham. "Shut up, Buckingham!" The women had made Danny's mind up. He was damned if he was going to land on Buckingham's side of the fence. "Okay," he said. "Asu's surrounded by child soldiers," he nodded at Bathsheba, "including her son. If Sorgan and Taft get their way, they'll be butchered. We're going to find him and warn him." I forbid it!" Buckingham yelled. Gunfire. A round ricocheted off the pickup. Danny pulled his only remaining frag from his chest rig, readied it, and lobbed it towards the 4 rebel fighters who'd ventured outside and spread out. A warning shout, then the explosion, followed by the agonized screams of 2 of the rebels. "Go! Now!" Danny hissed. He grabbed Buckingham and dragged him round to the tailgate of the technical, which he opened and then pushed him up onto the floor before climbing on board himself. "Get down," he said. Buckingham needed no more encouragement and lay flat and still as Danny took up position at the machine gun. A chain link of .50 cal rounds hung from the chamber, ready to fire. As the engine started, Danny swung the weapon round on its tripod and fired a thunderous burst at the rebels. The surviving 2 shuddered violently from the impact of the rounds before dropping to the ground. "Jesus!" Buckingham cried out. The pickup edged forwards. Ideally, Danny would have disabled the other technicals before moving off, but the situation was far from ideal. His only option was to take them out on the run. Clara had barely driven 10 metres before he trained the machine gun on each of the pickups in turn, concentrating his fire on the wheelbase. None of them would get far with blown-out tyres and a crumpled axle. In the event, the weapon did a lot more work than that. By the time they were 40 metres east of the encampment, 2 of the vehicles were in flames. The remainder were a mess of bullet holes, shredded rubber, and shattered glass. Their own vehicle accelerated. 60 metres, 80, more figures appeared in front of the tent and started to fire, but the rounds fell harmlessly, some 20 metres short of them. It occurred to Danny that if Taff had been firing, there was no way he'd have missed them. Had he just allowed Danny to escape for a second time? With the thunder of the .50 cal ringing in his ears, Danny pulled his night sight from his chest rig, put it to his eye, and trained it on the camp. Men were swarming around the big tent, and when Sorgan appeared, he looked faintly ridiculous in his white dish-dash, shouting instructions while flapping his arms around. But Danny was only interested in picking out one man. Taff. He stood at the tent's entrance, seemingly unconcerned by his broken nose, his eyes following the pickup as it headed off into the night. It could have been a trick of his imagination, but to Danny it seemed as if Taff was staring straight down the barrel of the night sight and into his mind. Then he turned, stepped back into the tent, and was gone. Chapter 24. It was his prostate that caused it, Max Saunders had decided. Back in his army days, he'd been able to piss thunderously before bed and again when he woke up. Now he was a 3 times a nighter, squeezing out the remains of his Saint-Emilion or Chivas Regal against the porcelain in his marble-clad ensuite, with all the vigour of a coffee percolator. He should get the old chap looked at, only he didn't like the idea of some turban-clad Indian doctor examining his dick, or worse still, sticking a latex-clad finger up his arse. He put that thought from his mind with a shudder. This was his second piss of the night, which meant it must be about midnight. All the more curious, therefore, that he should be disturbed by the sound of his mobile phone buzzing on the bedside table. He swore under his breath, shook himself off, and then padded naked back into the bedroom where his wife was asleep, or at least pretending to be. His mobile was still ringing. The vibrations had shifted it to the edge of his bedside table. He caught it just as it was falling to the floor and accepted the call. "Who there?" "It's me. We've got a problem." Taff Davis. The line was bad, but that figured. Saunders stepped out of the bedroom and onto the dark landing. "Is this line secure?" Taff asked. "Of course it's fucking secure," Saunders snapped. "What's so important you need to get me out of bed?" A pause. Saunders could feel Taff's own irritation coming down the line, but chose to ignore it. "Skinner's dead," Taff said. "Well, boo fucking who? Stick him in a hole." "Seriously, Davis, this line's for emergencies, not gossip." "Buckingham walked in on our RV with Sorgan. He knows everything." Now it was Saunders' turn to fall silent. "I thought Buckingham was dead," he said eventually, "along with that fucking regiment kid." "They got away." "Away from where? Jesus Christ, they shouldn't have been anywhere near your meet with Sorgan. Do I have to do everything myself? I tipped off the Syrians and the bastard Russians so they could thin down Buckingham's babysitters. All you had to do was take care of 2 guys, and you couldn't even do that. You should haul your ass over there for a few days, Saunders. We give you a warm welcome." "Spare me," Saunders spat, the officer in him coming to the fore. "I pay you a lot of money to be out there. If you don't like it, fuck off and I'll find someone else. Cunts like you, Davis, are 2 a penny. Is Sorgan still alive?" "Roger that." "Do you have the French money?" "It's here." "I said, do you have it?" "Sorgan will release the money when he knows Asu is dead, not before." "Oh, fuck it, can't you just take it?" "We're outnumbered, Saunders. Heavily." An awkward, almost embarrassed pause. "They've taken out our vehicles. I can't get to Asu to finish the job, not before morning. You're going to have to come up with something else." Saunders could no longer contain his fury. He paced up and down the landing, slapping the wall with his free hand. "And Asu's current location? Tell me you know that, at least." "He has a safe house near the Central Mosque, number 35, Faris al-Khaldun. That's where he's meeting with his commanders." Another pause. "I think there's a good chance that Buckingham and Black are on their way there to warn him." "Jesus Christ," Saunders muttered to himself. Taff Davis, normally so reliable, was presiding over this crowning glory of a clusterfuck. Saunders realised he was going to have to get involved directly if he was going to sort out this situation. "Stay by your phone," he instructed, "and don't take your eyes off that fucking money." He hung up, then stormed back into the bedroom and pulled on his kimono dressing gown, before hurrying downstairs to his basement office, where he locked the door behind him. He tried to straighten this all out in his head. He was taking money from the British government to provide a training package to Asu and to eliminate Sorgan. He was taking a larger sum of money from the French government to have Asu and his commanders assassinated. So long as everything went according to plan, he could be the servant of two masters. With Asu dead and Sorgan alive, he'd be the apple of the French government's eye, whereas the British would have to continue paying him anyway because they simply couldn't function abroad without the help of international solutions and companies like it. But the strategy depended not only on Asu's death, but now also on the deaths of Hugo Buckingham and Danny Black. Nobody who had contact with the British authorities could know what Taff, and by extension Saunders, had been up to. But he smiled to himself as he realised that if he moved quickly, and if it was true that Buckingham and Black were at this moment heading to Asu's safe house, he had a chance not only to eliminate everybody who needed to be eliminated, but to earn himself a third paycheck too. Contacts were everything in this business, and Saunders had them all. Sadiq Dalamal ran a business importing Middle Eastern artifacts from his warehouse in Lotz Road. He also happened to be a direct conduit to the Syrian administration. Dalamal had been in the same boarding house, Furcroft, as Saunders at Uppingham. He'd been delighted to receive the tip-off that a British SAS unit breached the Syrian border. Saunders was almost certain Dalamal would take his call again, whatever the time of day or night. He was right. "Sadiq, old boy," he said smoothly to the groggy-sounding Syrian merchant once he had him on the phone. "Hope I didn't wake you. Probably worth your while if I did." "What the bloody hell you want, Saunders? I busy man." They never had liked each other much. "I'd like to give you the exact location for the next few hours of your government's good friend Asu and all his rebel commanders," Saunders purred. "For a small consideration, of course." That got Sadiq's attention. The grogginess left his voice. "Where you come by this information?" "Ways and means, old boy. Ways and means." "Where is he?" Saunders found himself smiling. "I hate to be vulgar, Sadiq, but let's get the money conversation out of the way first. Shall we say $750,000? Cash?" $500,000. "I don't think so, Sadiq. 750,000. A pause. "Agreed. But we pay you only when Asu is dead." "Naturally. And I can't tell you what a relief it is to know that I trust you. It would be such a shame and such an embarrassment if word of your homosexual schoolboy dalliances leaked out, wouldn't it? And the pictures, Sadiq, enough to make a grown man faint. They cost me a considerable sum, but I'd like you to rest assured they're safe and sound. For the moment." Another pause. "Where is he?" Sadiq said. Number 35, Faris al-Khaldoon. Saunders repeated the location Taff had given him. That is a heavily populated area, Sadiq observed. Not my problem, old boy. Anyway, do a few more dead really make much difference? But Sadiq had already hung up. Saunders put the phone down on his desk and inhaled deeply. He congratulated himself that this was turning out rather well. There was a certain pleasure to be drawn from dealing with regimes who feared that the end was close. They could be relied upon to act decisively. The citizens of Homs, and anyone damn fool enough to join them, were in for a brutal few hours. Max Saunders consoled himself with that thought as he climbed back upstairs to the marital bed. 23:57 hours. Warm and muggy, considering it was nearly midnight. The stars were very bright overhead. Danny rapped 3 times on the cab of the pickup. Clara pulled in at the side of the road. They'd been travelling for 15 minutes, and Danny estimated that they were just over 30 kilometres from Sorgan's encampment. He'd been scanning the darkness constantly through his night sight, but had seen no sign of any tail. Another 8 clicks, he reckoned, and they'd hit the outskirts of Homs. When that happened, a fucking great .50 cal on the back of the truck would draw more attention than he was comfortable with. He started to disassemble it. "What are you doing?" Buckingham asked. "Keeping a low profile," Danny replied, lowering the machine gun from its tripod. "Look," Buckingham said, standing up awkwardly. "I should have listened to you before, when you said we should extract. Hands held high and all that. But really, is this necessary? If the women want to go on this ill-advised errand, let them. You and I can—" He jabbed one thumb over his shoulder. Danny stared at him in disgust, but Buckingham didn't seem to understand the look. "Get me out of here," he said, "and I'll see to it that they'll be singing your name from the rooftops of the MOD. I can do that, you understand? I know people." "You're a piece of shit, Buckingham. If I leave anyone to fend for themselves, it'll be you." "Damn it, man!" But Danny didn't want to hear it. He pushed Buckingham back down to the floor of the pickup. "Don't fucking move," he said, before jumping down and walking round to the cab. He opened the driver's door. Clara was gripping the wheel and staring straight ahead. She looked like she didn't want to think about what she was doing. "Less than 10 kilometres. We'll be in the city," he said. He looked over at Bathsheba. "Can you direct Clara to Asu's safe house?" The cuts on the Syrian woman's face were beginning to congeal. She nodded. "If anyone stops you, try to talk your way past them," said Danny. "And if we can't, I'll deal with it. We'll stay out of sight in the back. Once we've given Asu the tip-off, we'll get straight out of Homs and head for the Lebanese border. Do you have somewhere you can take your son if we find him?" Bathsheba nodded. That was good enough for him. "Let's go," he said. And then, because Clara looked so frightened, he gave her a word of encouragement. "You're doing well," he said. She nodded gratefully at him as he slammed the door. In the back of the truck, Danny raised the tailgate, then lay on his front, M4 cocked and locked and pointing towards the rear of the vehicle. He found, alongside him, a sturdy crowbar. Could be useful. No need to tell Buckingham to keep his head down. He looked like he was trying to disappear into the corner. The 2 women in the front had more courage than him in their little fingers, he realized, as the vehicle moved off again. His stomach was turning over. The confrontation with Taff had upended his life for a second time in as many days. It seemed like every anchor he'd ever known was being cut away, like he wasn't even the same person anymore. He knew, however, that if he didn't keep focused, it would all be meaningless anyway. He'd never see home again. So he forced himself to stay alert, keep his ears sharp and his brain active. Asu was a loathsome bastard, but even if he wasn't lording it over an army of child soldiers who'd be wiped out if his safe house was hit, Danny's duty was clear. The British government wanted him alive. That was all he needed to know.
End of Disc 9. Disc 10.
The pickup slowed down. It meant they were approaching a more built-up area. Danny looked up, above the side of the vehicle, and saw the occasional building looming overhead. A small mosque with its colourful minaret lit up in the darkness. The shell of a former department store, its windows smashed. He thought he could hear a helicopter nearby, but it wasn't directly above him, so he couldn't see it, and a minute later the sound disappeared. They'd been travelling for maybe 20 minutes when they came to a sudden screeching halt. The .50 Cal, lying lengthways, crashed to the back of the pickup. Danny felt his body tense up. The engine was still turning over, but above its low rumble he could hear a male voice beside the cab. He was speaking Arabic, and his tone was unfriendly. Bathsheba gave the odd short reply. 30 seconds passed, then the man stopped speaking. Danny heard footsteps and saw the top of his head moving along the side of the pickup. He wore a hat with the standard camo of the Syrian army. How many men? He'd only heard one, but there could be more. A gunshot would immediately alert any other soldiers to his presence. A silent kill, on the other hand, could give him a few extra precious seconds. He grabbed the crowbar and shuffled along to crouch behind the tailgate. Buckingham was breathing heavily. Bastard was going to give them away if he wasn't careful. Movement on the other side of the tailgate. It opened. The Syrian soldier only had a split second to be surprised at the sight of two men in the rear of the vehicle. He was carrying an AK-47 and immediately started to raise it. But Danny was too fast. The crowbar made a dull, wet thump as it connected with the soldier's skull. Then the guy hit the ground. Behind them, a street devoid of traffic but with two oil drum fires burning, one on either side, about 25 and 30 metres away respectively. Piles of debris along both sides and deserted bombshell buildings, a jungle of concrete and steel reinforcing rods. There were silhouettes around the fires, but Danny couldn't tell how many. They didn't appear to be an immediate threat. His rifle engaged, he looked round the side of the pickup. The road ahead was blocked by a fallen telegraph pole. He gestured to Buckingham to follow him, then moved round to the cab and opened the passenger door. Bathsheba, he said, how far to the safe house? It is close, maybe 500 meters. Get out of the truck, we'll do it on foot. You lead. Her feet are bad, Clara said. I'll have to help her. Danny nodded. You next, Buckingham. I'll take the rear. Stay close to each other. If you hear gunshot, hit the ground. If I get hit, take my firearms and make your own way. They stared at him as the implications of that scenario hit home. Move, he hissed. The going was slow. Bathsheba limped along, and it was clear that there was no point hurrying her. Danny couldn't fret about that. He needed to keep a 360-degree lookout, which meant pointing his M4 forwards, backwards, and from side to side every few seconds as they advanced through this ghost town. Bathsheba led them past fires that were burning but recently abandoned, but somewhere behind him Danny could hear vehicles and the sound of voices shouting. Reinforcements, he assumed, and they'd be mob-handed. Up ahead was a roadblock. 50 metres before it, they took a right. They skirted round an abandoned tank, covered with Arabic graffiti, and lying at right angles across the street, before taking a left 20 metres beyond it and continuing for another 100 metres. How much further? Danny asked. But he didn't have a chance to hear Bathsheba's reply. A MiG shot overhead. Its payload hit the city a couple of seconds later. The earth shook so violently that all four of them fell, and they were still on the ground when a second aircraft flew over, dropping a load of similar ferocity. Danny's eardrums thundered, but the immense noise didn't dissipate with the impact of the bombs. Straight ahead, he saw that ordnance had hit 50 metres along the road. The way was barred by a mini mushroom cloud of dust with orange flame at its heart. The cloud was being sucked along the street towards them, and seconds later they were engulfed. It was thick, black and choking, and hot. It smarted Danny's skin and singed his hair. It blocked out the moonlight and left them in total darkness. Danny could only tell where the others were by their hacking coughs. He thought he heard one of them vomit. 15 seconds passed. The cloud was beginning to thin. Danny's stinging eyes made out the grey silhouettes of his companions, lying like him on the ground. "Everyone okay?" he rasped, before spitting out the dust that had entered his mouth when he spoke. Buckingham was the first to get to his feet. "This is madness," he croaked. "You're going to get us all killed. We need to get out of here." Danny had to admit that he was right. Had they been just a little farther along this road, they'd be dead. Buckingham was off on one. "This is fucking idiocy," he ranted. "I'm ordering you to get us out of here, Black. You hear that? I'm fucking ordering you." But then Bathsheba was there by Danny's side, tugging desperately at his arm. Her face was black with the dirt, and tears stained her cheeks. "Don't leave me," she said, her voice hoarse and choked. "Help me get to my son. I'm begging you." "Leave her," Buckingham shouted. "We don't owe her anything." It was Clara who shut him up, slapping his face with a force that Danny would never have expected of her. When she turned to Danny, there was a fierceness in her eyes that meant she didn't even need to speak. It said, "Are you with us or with him?" For Danny, the answer was clear. He pointed the rifle at Buckingham, then yanked it in the direction of the impact site. "Move," he said. Buckingham looked at him with poison in his eyes, but he stumbled forwards, and the ragged group advanced, coughing, limping, yet strangely determined. They reached a crater in the road where the bomb had hit. It was 2 meters deep, 10 wide, a crucible of smouldering rubble. They edged round it, still choking from the dust. 15 meters beyond the crater, the sound of screaming drifted towards them. The buildings on either side were ramshackle concrete residential blocks, and as they pressed on, faces and figures emerged from the clouds of dust. People had left the flats and were running towards them. Many were limping. All of them ignored Danny and his companions, even though he was armed, as they fled the area as it came under even fiercer attack. Flames spewed from the windows of a block on their left, along with plumes of black smoke. They pushed on past, and after another 30 meters, the road opened out into a square of about 60 meters by 60. "I know this place," Clara said breathlessly. "I was here before." Danny took in his surroundings. Ordnance had clearly hit in the last few minutes. The green, tree-lined area in the centre of the square was smoking, and 4 or 5 of the trees that were still standing were burning ferociously. On the far side of the square, Danny could make out a mosque, one minaret still intact, the other half destroyed and also smoking. "Someone told me that this was where people who defy the government meet," Clara said. "Not anymore, I guess." Bathsheba pointed to their 11 o'clock, where a low, sprawling, single-story building was apparently untouched by the current bombardment. "The safe house!" she shouted above the noise. "That's Asu's safe house!" Distance? 25 meters. A single door at the front, but Danny would have put money on there being further exits at the side or back. 10 meters from the door lay an uprooted tree, and its sprawling branches would give decent cover if he used it as an OP for the door. "Get to the tree!" he shouted. "Move!" They started to cut across the square, sweating from the heat of the burning trees. From the corner of his eyes, Danny was aware of figures retreating from the square. Within 30 seconds, the 4 of them were crouching by the fallen tree. "Listen," Danny shouted. "If they're still in there, they're going to be jumpy. Asu will be wondering if the government forces know where he is, and if this aerial strike is aimed directly at him." "It probably bloody well is," Buckingham hissed. Danny ignored him. "If his men see me armed, they'll get the wrong idea. Buckingham, Asu trusts you. You need to approach with the women. I'll cover you from here." "Oh," Buckingham sneered. "Very fucking brave." Danny grabbed him by the throat. "I'll have you in my sights, pal. Any crap, I'll drop you." He turned to Clara. "There's no reason for you to approach. You should stay here." She shook her head. "Not until Bathsheba's found her boy." Danny shrugged. "It's your choice." He set himself up in the firing position, resting his M4 on the tree trunk and aiming it at the door. "Go," he instructed. They made a strange trio. Bathsheba limping with her arm round Clara's neck, Buckingham creeping along just behind them, his head darting left and right like a frightened animal. It was Clara who banged on the door. 3 solid thumps with her fist, and 3 more when there was no response. Only after a minute or so did the door open. An armed figure appeared. Danny recognized him, one of Asu's personal guards. He felt a weird kind of relief. They could warn Asu, find the kid, then get out of here. It was a feeling of relief that didn't last long. The attack, when it came, was so swift that Danny instantly recognized the hallmark of special forces. If the burning trees around him had not been crackling so ferociously, he might have heard the chopper arrive from the direction of the mosque. As it was, the enormous black Mi-8 only came into earshot when it was almost above him. Seconds later, it was hovering 6 or 7 meters above the safe house. Everything happened so quickly. Asu's bodyguard grabbed the women and pulled them into the safe house. Buckingham hesitated, but then he too was yanked inside. At the same time, 4 fast ropes fell from the chopper, and black-clad commandos slid down them with the swift ease of well-practiced soldiers. Russian, like the chopper? They looked too slick to be Syrian. Danny counted them. 4, 8, 12, 16. He could only watch. He'd have time to take out 2, maybe 3 of them before the remainder laid down fire in his direction. There was no way he'd survive the onslaught of more than a dozen weapons. But how did they know so precisely where Asu was? Danny's face hardened as the thought came to him. Taff. Of the 16 commandos, 6 were now by the front door, while the remainder had taken up positions out of sight, presumably at the rear and sides of the safe house. The helicopter remained hovering over the house, but it spun round, so its tail was pointing in Danny's direction. A guy stood guard on each side of the front door. 2 more, Danny realized, were carrying a pneumatic battering ram. They smashed through the door in seconds, dropped the battering ram, and entered with the remaining 2, all 4 with their weapons raised. Danny took a second to examine the 2 soldiers guarding the door. Plate hangers, Kevlar helmets. If he was going to take them out, it would need shots to the face. Still shielded by the branches of the tree, he lined up the crosshairs with the face of the guy on the left. He fired. A single shot, and he was down. At this range of 10 meters, the round made a catastrophic mess of the soldier's face. The thunder of the chopper above the house masked the retort of the rifle, giving Danny an extra half-second before the man on the right realized what was happening. By that time, it was too late. Another shot, another kill. He climbed over the tree trunk and sprinted the 10 meters to the safe house. The door was ajar. Weapon engaged, he pushed it open with his right foot and stepped inside. An entrance hall, 20 meters long. It seemed to extend the entire length of this single-story building. There was a door at the far end, guarded by a black-clad soldier who raised his weapon the moment Danny appeared. It was the last thing he ever did. Another round from Danny's M4, and he lay dead on the floor. There were 4 doors leading off the corridor, 2 on either side, and different sounds throbbed in the air. The chopper, the barking of voices in a language Danny instantly recognized as Russian. 1 gunshot, a second, more shouting, then screams. Danny kicked his way into the first room on the left. There were 2 soldiers in there, both with their backs to him. Against the far wall were between 10 and 15 of Asu's child soldiers. Some of them were armed, but none were sufficiently brave to raise their weapons against these two black-clad commandos. The Russian SF soldiers, however, were raising theirs. It was obvious to Danny what was about to happen. These child soldiers, some of them no older than 10, were about to be massacred. He wouldn't let that happen. He shot the two soldiers from behind, pumping a single round into each man's back at point-blank range. Their weapons clattered on the ground as they fell, and the children stared at the scene of sudden violence with a weird lack of emotion, as if they were used to such sights. None of them moved until Danny shouted, "Go!" and pointed at the door. As he stepped back into the corridor, he was aware of the kids rushing towards the door, but he had to refocus his attention. There was movement at the far end of the house. Danny watched as two figures emerged from the second door on the right, about 10 meters from his position. His finger was resting on the trigger of his M4, but he held his fire as he saw the scene unfold. Clara and Buckingham had their hands on their heads and looked terrified. Danny expected one of Asu's men to be with them, but his stomach turned as he saw that they were being held at gunpoint not by the Syrian rebels, but by 3 Spetsnaz soldiers, one of whom had clocked him and was about to fire. Danny couldn't risk a shot. The 5 figures at the far end of the corridor were all moving, and he was as likely to take out one of his companions as one of the enemy. He hit the ground just in time. A burst of rounds splintered into the wall just above him. There were screams from the child soldiers, but no casualties yet as they made their way out of the main door. One of the SF soldiers dropped to one knee in the firing position, clearly preparing to take Danny out. Staying still was his worst mistake. Danny already had his weapon trained on the target. The Russian went down before he could take a shot. All the kids were out of the house. They were on their own now. There was nothing more Danny could do for them. All his concentration was on Buckingham and Clara. Of the 2 remaining soldiers, one was hustling them out of the rear door at the end of the corridor. The other was turning to fire on Danny. Danny took another shot, but this time his accuracy failed him. The round thudded into the back wall of the house, just inches from Clara. He rolled away through the door of the first room, and just in time, because a burst of rounds thundered along the corridor. Had he still been in the line of fire, he'd have been mincemeat. He jumped to his feet, desperately trying to work out his next play. These Russian commandos were here to eliminate the occupants of the safe house. That much was clear. That Clara and Buckingham were still alive could mean only one thing. Somebody had decided that this stray British pair needed interrogating. And it wouldn't happen here. The chopper was still hovering above. They had the means of extracting their hostages with ease. Danny took a deep breath and peered round the doorframe. The corridor was empty. Clara, Buckingham, and their Spetsnaz guard were gone. The door at the end was swinging open. Danny advanced. As he passed the remaining doors, 2 on the right, 1 on the left, he kicked them in to see what secrets they contained. Dead bodies. 10, maybe more, in each room. They were exclusively male, so far as he could see, and Danny assumed that these were Asu's commanders and entourage, though their bodies were so freshly butchered by Spetsnaz rounds that it was difficult to tell for sure. He looked for Bathsheba and Asu himself. It was difficult to be sure, but he didn't think they were among the dead. He continued towards the back door. 10 meters, 5. Something was happening outside. The noise of the Mi-8 had grown louder, closer. The door started swinging to and fro on its hinges. Each time it opened, Danny felt a rush of air against his face. When he was a meter from the door, he could feel the vibrations from the chopper's engines judder through him. It was landing. The Spetsnaz team were leaving, and any hostages would be going with them. He kicked at the door with the rifle butt still pressed hard into his shoulder, taking in his surroundings in an instant. The area behind the safe house was a dilapidated wasteland. It had once been a large courtyard, about 20 metres square, but the chain-link fencing that had enclosed it now lay on the ground, the uprights broken or ripped out. Surrounding the courtyard were the skeletons of bombed buildings. In most cases, the front had crumbled and the roof had caved in. Inside, the ceilings had collapsed, littering the floors with rubble. They were clearly deserted. Unlike the courtyard itself, the Mi-8 had landed. It sat, a great black hulking beast, in the centre of the courtyard, its tail pointing towards Danny, its nose away from the safe house. Its rotors were spinning fast, flattening down the air and kicking up dust all around, so that Danny had to half close his eyes. He was too late to stop the Spetsnaz soldiers loading Buckingham and Clara into the chopper. Then, to his 2 o'clock, he saw Asu. Terror was etched on his face. But he didn't look nearly so terrified as Bathsheba. The rebel leader had the crook of his left arm round her neck and was pressing a revolver to her right temple. A kid, Danny recognized him as Bathsheba's boy, was tugging at his mother's arm, screaming something that was totally drowned out by the aircraft's noise. What the hell did Asu think he was doing? Did the sickening coward really imagine that threatening Bathsheba's life would stop these Spetsnaz commandos from doing what they'd come here to do? Did he really think they'd spare his life to save hers? "Let her go!" Danny bellowed. Too late. It was the chopper's side gunner who took them. Even the thunder of the rotors couldn't drown the sound of his minigun, which was trained directly on all 3 Syrians from no more than 6 meters away. The short burst of 7.62 millimeter killed them, of course, but it did more than that. At such close range, the rebel leader, his daughter-in-law, and her young son practically exploded on the spot. In a handful of seconds, once the nauseating flurry of guts had slapped down onto the ground, they didn't so much resemble humans as butchered animal carcasses, cut open and bleeding. Incoming fire. One of the Spetsnaz soldiers who'd forced Buckingham and Clara into the chopper had spotted Danny and was firing at him from the side of the chopper even as it started to rise. Danny had no other option. He dived backwards through the swinging door into the relative safety of the house, landing with a thump next to the body of the commando he'd downed. He felt like shouting with frustration, like thumping his fists on the floor. Everything had happened so quickly, and now Bathsheba and her son were dead, while Buckingham and Clara were in enemy hands. In the 3 or 4 minutes since the contact had started, everything had gone to shit. The air stank of gunfire, flames, and death. And a little voice inside Danny told him it was a miracle he wasn't among the dead. He stood. His intention was to get outside again, to see which way the helicopter was headed. But then he noticed movement at his feet. The commando was still alive. His face was creased with pain. Danny figured that the round from the M4 had hit his body armour and crushed a few ribs, knocking him out in the process. Now, though, he was coming round. Danny wasn't going to give him enough time to get his bearings. He dropped heavily on the soldier's chest, pressing his knees down hard on the plate hangers. The soldier's eyes widened in agony. "Okay, Dmitri," Danny hissed. "I know you speak English, and you know I'm not going to fuck around. Where's the chopper headed? Where are they taking the prisoners?" He didn't expect an immediate answer. If this guy had had SF training, he'd be practiced in resistance to interrogation. It was up to Danny to make sure that resistance crumpled quickly. He pulled his knife from his chest rig and got to work. In Libya, he got a militant talking simply by piercing his hand, but this soldier was a tougher nut to crack. He held the guy's left wrist, and with a single swipe, made a swift incision down the webbed skin between his third and fourth fingers. The blade took him as far as the knuckle, and it must have severed an artery, because the blood flow was sudden, explosive, and pumped in time with the Russian's accelerated heartbeat. Danny stashed the blooded knife in his chest rig, then grabbed the fingers on either side of the cut and wrenched them apart. The commando screamed as his flesh tore halfway up his hand, exposing tendons and thin bones. Blood poured over Danny's hands, but he ignored it. All he wanted was an answer. "You've got 10 seconds to tell me where they're going before I do the other hand. After that, it'll be your dick." That was all it needed. The soldier started gibbering, a confused welter of words cloaked in a Russian accent. But Danny could discern a single place name: Damascus. He pulled out the knife again and laid the tip against the soft underside of the man's right eye. "Where in Damascus?" His victim's breath was coming in short, sharp gasps. The hand was pissing blood. At this rate, the guy didn't have much consciousness left in him. "Where in Damascus?" Danny gently pressed the knife, indenting the flesh. A tiny spot of blood appeared. "Mukabarat," the soldier whispered. And Danny recognized the Arabic word. Syria's secret police. Shit! Their headquarters would be just about the most heavily defended place in the whole stinking country. Danny knew how to choose his battles, and this was one he couldn't win by himself. He needed help. He stood up, resheathed his knife, and replaced his cig. But there was no way he could leave this man alive, not with the knowledge that Danny had a lead on Buckingham and Clara. Yet the guy was a soldier, just like him. He deserved a quick exit. Danny took out the cig, extended his right arm, and discharged a single round into the Russian's head. His whole body juddered and fell still, by which time Danny was already on the move. Grim-faced and purposeful, he strode back up the corridor to the front entrance and out into the square. Dawn was coming. The trees were still burning. On the periphery of his vision, Danny could make out some of the kids he'd just released from the safe house, hiding on the corners of side streets or in doorways. Some ran off when they saw Danny appear. One little boy was hiding behind the fallen tree. He didn't move. His wide eyes were fixed on Danny, who approached him without hesitation. He pulled out some of the notes Taff had given him and handed them to the kid, who grabbed them greedily, his eyes riveted on Danny's bloody hands. Danny mimed driving a car, then offered the child another note, but snatched it away before he could take it. "Can you find me a car?" Danny said, miming the act of steering. The little boy nodded. "Car," he repeated. "Find me a car. I'll give you this," Danny said, waving the note in front of the boy's face again. It was all that was needed. The boy signed to Danny to follow him, then turned and scurried across the square, thin and ragged amid the smoke and the grey light of dawn. Chapter 25. "This isn't nearly as bad as it seems," Buckingham said. "I have influence. I know people." Clara hoped her look fully conveyed her contempt for him, and for the plain stupidity of what he just said. They were crouched on the floor of a dirty, stinking helicopter. Their hands were tied behind their backs. 3 black-clad commandos had them at gunpoint. One of their number had just butchered Bathsheba and her son, and Asu. For several minutes now, Buckingham had been steeling himself for this moment. He jutted his chin out at one of the soldiers. "I'm a representative of Her Majesty's government," he said, speaking loudly and slowly. "I demand that you explain who you are and where you are taking us." The craggy faces of the commandos didn't change. "This is intolerable," Buckingham went on. "In the absence of a British consulate in Syria, I demand that you deliver us to an alternative embassy of a European Union state for consular protection. Do you understand what I'm telling you?" He tried to stand up. Bad move. The commando he'd been addressing delivered a brutal blow to the side of Buckingham's head with the barrel of his assault rifle. It knocked all the bluster out of him, and he collapsed to the floor with his head in his hands and started to shake. Clara felt strangely numb, as though she was so jaded by the horrors she had witnessed that there was little else anyone could do to shock her. But then the glimpse she had seen of Bathsheba and her little boy being shot replayed itself in her head. She leaned over to one side and vomited copiously. Their captors just looked on. It was growing light outside. Wiping flecks of vomit from the side of her mouth, Clara shivered, suddenly cold. She'd lost track of time, she realized, and so she had no way of judging how long they'd been in this foul helicopter before it started to lose height. All she knew was that the prospect of landing made the fear run through her veins again. Where were these men taking them? What was going to happen next? The Mi-8 had barely touched down when two soldiers hauled Clara and Buckingham to their feet and forced them out of the side door. The downdraft from the rotors threw grit into Clara's face. She closed her eyes as she felt an arm drag her away from the helicopter. Only when she was a good 15 meters away could she open them and quickly take in her surroundings. A featureless patch of desert, not unlike the location of Sorgan's camp. A pale brown military truck was waiting for them, with its rear doors open. The commandos shoved them inside, and the same three who had kept guard in the helicopter now took up positions in the back of the truck. The doors slammed shut, and the only light trickled in through letterbox-shaped peepholes on either side of the vehicle at about the height Clara noticed that a man would hold a gun. As the truck moved off, she reminded herself to try to keep better track of time. It was an hour and a half, Clara estimated, before they came to a halt. They sat in silence for another minute before a sharp rap on the rear doors startled her. The doors opened, and the guards pushed their hostages out. Clara landed heavily on her side, Buckingham right next to her. She cried out in pain, then silently cursed herself for displaying weakness like that. The streak of obstinacy that her father had tried so hard to quell in her was asserting itself again. She was damned if she was going to give these people the satisfaction of thinking they'd crushed her. She pushed herself to her knees and found that she was in a yard at the rear of a nondescript 3-story building. The yard measured no more than 10 meters by 10, but was surrounded by brick walls a good 5 meters high and topped with thick rolls of barbed wire. Just before a pair of metal gates clanged shut, Clara caught sight of a single armed guard outside. The sound of traffic reached her ears. She was in a busy town or city. Before she could take in anything else, 2 of the commandos pulled her and Buckingham to their feet and dragged them across a parking bay to a small door at the back of the building. It opened onto a flight of stone steps leading down into a dark basement. One of the commandos pushed Clara down the first couple of steps, but she retained her balance. When they pushed Buckingham, however, she broke his fall and tumbled to the bottom. Still desperate not to show any emotion, she was then manhandled along a dark corridor by one of her brutal, silent captors. Buckingham was shouting something inane behind her, but she'd long since zoned out. The soldier flung her into a pitch-black room, and as he clanged the door to and locked it, it was almost a relief to realize she'd been separated from her companion. The relief lasted only as long as it took to inhale once. The air stank. Not an ordinary stink, but a disgusting fug that seemed to coat Clara's throat, making her want to retch. There was a smell of excrement, but also of something else she couldn't quite identify and didn't want to. A rotten, gamey stench, like meat that had festered for days. She knew there was something else in this room, something in the centre. She didn't want to know what it was. Her body fought against the need to breathe, and she found herself squeezing her nostrils and gulping nervously at the air. Trying to keep her mind off whatever it was she was sharing this room with, she walked its perimeter to measure the space. 12 paces by 13. Cold concrete walls and floor. She crouched down in a corner opposite the door, pulled her t-shirt up over her nose, and put her hands over her head. She'd been sitting still like that for about 30 seconds when she heard the rustling sound. Rats, she thought, nearby. She shot to her feet, and the sudden movement made the rustling stop, but only momentarily. When it started again, Clara screamed. She couldn't help it. She didn't even know what it was that she was shouting, but it seemed to have an immediate effect. A key turned in the lock and the door opened. A silhouetted figure appeared in the doorway. By the scant light that seeped in from the corridor, Clara could see that this person, a man, was short, no taller than her, but broad. She also saw that there was indeed something in the middle of the room, but it was still indistinct. And by the time the newcomer closed the door behind him, Clara still had no idea what it was. She didn't move. All she could hear was her own heartbeat and the strangely heavy breathing of the man who just entered the room. She could see nothing. "You are a spy, of course?" The voice was high-pitched, wheezily, but it had a certain precision, and the accent was English. Relief flooded over Clara once again. Once again it was short-lived. "I know what you're thinking," the voice continued. "You're thinking that through some diplomatic channel or another, the British government's representatives will have you out of here very soon. Allow me to assure you that this will not happen. Nobody knows you are here. As far as everybody else is concerned, you have disappeared. Which means I can do, really, whatever I want with you." Silence. "I know what else you are thinking. That as long as you know something I want to know, I will be obliged to keep you alive. This is true, but do not allow that thought to comfort you. There will come a point at which you do not want to continue living, a point where the idea of continuing your pathetic existence will be quite intolerable. It's at that point that you'll tell me everything. Who you are, what you know about the anti-government rebels, the names and locations of any other agents in our country. Then you'll beg me to kill you, and I'll oblige." "But I'm just a doctor, and," Clara said. "I should point out," the voice continued, "that reducing you to a state where you no longer wish to live will not be a great hardship for me. Quite the opposite. I rather enjoy my work. It gives me pleasure. I was born and bred in Kent, you know. Not much call for my skills in Tunbridge Wells, so I find myself here. The gentleman in the next room will crumble easily. I can sense it in him. In you, however, there is a little more strength. I'm pleased to note it, my dear, not just for myself, but for my helpers. Good torturers, I mean those truly skilled in the application of pain, rather than brutes who use it as a blunt weapon, are harder to find than you might imagine. and they get bored easily." He sighed dramatically. "We are like addicts, you see. We soon forget our last fix and think only of the next one." A pause. The voice became little more than a whisper. "Would you like to see your roommates?" Clara shook her head in the darkness. "Rebel sympathizers. One has to make an example of them." A sudden light. The man was holding up a torch. Its beam was very bright and pencil-thin. It stabbed at Clara's eyes, and she clenched them shut. "Look, my dear. Do look." She didn't want to, but somehow she couldn't help herself. Her eyes gradually opened and were drawn to the ceiling in the middle of the room, lit up by the torch. There were 2 sturdy meat hooks. Hanging from each was a piece of rope, taut, thick, and about 1/2 a metre in length. And hanging from each rope by their wrists was a naked corpse, 1 male, 1 female. Clara saw their heads hanging heavily, open jaws resting against their chests, eyes wide with horror. She saw their pronounced ribs and concave stomachs. As she stared aghast at the cuts and bruises that covered them, and at the way a broken rib jutted out from the man's skin, her tormentor lowered the torch a little. Clara bent double and started dry heaving. Where the genitals should have been, there was nothing. Just a gaping hole, as though someone had eviscerated the area with a monstrously sharp scoop. Blood was smeared all over the corpses in the thighs and had dripped all the way down to their ankles. The exposed flesh appeared to move. In the fraction of a second before she averted her eyes, Clara saw that the wounded areas were infested with hundreds of tiny white maggots. The torch moved down to the floor. Here were piles of excrement. While they were alive, the prisoners had clearly been forced to defecate where they hung. But there was something else too. Hunks of flesh were draped over the feces and encrusted with dried blood. The organs that had been ripped from the 2 bodies were not individually identifiable, but it was clear that they'd been left to rot where they fell. The flesh and fecal matter were likewise covered in maggots and appeared to move. The torch hadn't been on for more than 10 seconds, but it was 10 seconds Clara wished she had never experienced. Now her tormentor turned it off. Darkness returned. "I don't want you to think," said the man, "that I or any of my assistants would perform such surgery on you. Not at first, at least. You're female, after all, and Western, which is a great novelty for them. I'm not that way inclined myself, but I can't deny them their entertainment." "You've got it wrong," Clara pleaded. "I'm not a spy. I'm a—" Yes, a doctor. A doctor who just happened to be hiding with the most wanted man in Syria. I think, my dear, I shall leave you for a while to contemplate just how preposterous your story is. Please don't worry your pretty head too much about the rats. They're much more likely to feed on the dead than the living. By the time they get to you, you won't be in a position to feel their sharp little teeth. In any case, there's really no point in screaming again. I'll come when I'm ready for you, and not before." The man turned and opened the door, locking it firmly behind him. 0900 hours. To Danny's left, the rising sun had streamed into the car that the boy had led him to. A light grey Peugeot with battered bodywork and torn upholstery. It was old, the windows had manual winders, and the kid had even looked a little apologetic about the state of it. It was fine by Danny. Old models were a lot easier to hotwire. Beneath the steering wheel, the wires spilled out like spaghetti. The engine was noisy as it turned over, but it worked. There was not much traffic. Danny doubted he'd seen more than 100 vehicles in the 50-odd clicks between Homs and his current location. But about a quarter of them had been military, and each of those made him tense up. He couldn't get to Damascus quickly and stealthily. If anyone stopped him, his only possible response was violence. His M4 was on the passenger seat beside him, his cig on his lap. The first soldier to tap on his window and ask him to wind it down wouldn't have time to regret it. Danny couldn't decipher the Arabic road signs. He'd studied his mapping, however. Homs to Damascus, 160 kilometres. If nobody hindered him, he'd be there by midday. But that was too much to hope for. 30 clicks from the Syrian capital, he saw a roadblock 50 metres ahead, barriers across the road, and a low concrete hut on the left-hand side. 3 vehicles queuing to head north, 4 on Danny's side of the road heading south. 4 armed guards, 2 at each barrier, and more inside the hut, Danny reckoned. Another 2, maybe 3. One thing was certain. He couldn't talk his way through. The soldiers would search him as soon as they realised he was a foreign national, and when they found his assault rifle, pistol and ammo, he'd have no chance. It only left him one option. He checked his rear-view mirror. 2 vehicles behind him, the first 5 metres away, the second about 10 behind that. Then nothing for as far back as he could see, perhaps 2 kilometres. Current speed? 50 kilometres per hour. He slammed on the brakes, and the driver behind him sounded his horn before overtaking. Then he reduced his speed until the second car was forced to overtake, leaving him at the back of the little convoy as they approached the checkpoint, now only 20 metres away. 10 metres. 5. All 3 cars came to a halt. There was only one car on the opposite side of the road now, and as the barrier rose for it, Danny briefly considered swinging over to the other side and breaking through. If he did that, he'd have half the Syrian army on his tail. No, if he was going to force his way through this checkpoint, he needed to make sure there were no witnesses left behind. He leaned over the passenger seat and wound down the window before propping his M4 barrel downwards, the butt resting against the door just below the glass. The barrier in front of him rose, and the first car moved through. Danny in the next car edged forwards. Of the 2 guards on Danny's side of the road, one walked over to the driver's window of the car in front and rapped on it with the butt of his AK-47. The second walked round to the back of the car, eyeing it suspiciously. 15 metres to Danny's 1030, the soldiers on the opposite side stood on the edge of the road talking together. The driver in front lowered his window. The guard bent down to talk to him. 45 seconds later, the barrier opened and the car passed through, which left just Danny and the guards. He looked in the rearview mirror. A vehicle was approaching about a click back, shimmering in the heat. He'd have to work fast. He edged forwards and stopped in front of the barrier. The guard's routine was the same. One of them walked to the rear of the Peugeot, the other knocked on the window with his AK. Danny raised the cig and lowered the window. The guard bent down. His face appeared. Danny fired. There was blood, of course, but the force of the round as it pierced the guard's forehead knocked him backwards before Danny could see the full damage. He thrust the door open. Its bottom edge scraped across the dead soldier, pushed the man's body aside and climbed out. It had all happened so quickly that the second guard, just 2 metres away, barely had time to register what was going on. Danny nailed him with a single chest shot, and the man slumped to the ground. He had to keep up the momentum if he was going to retain the element of surprise. Using the Peugeot to shield him, he turned and rested his gun arm on its roof, the 2 soldiers on the other side of the road firmly in his sights. One of them was looking around for somewhere to run, the other was raising his rifle. Danny took out the potential gunman first, sending a round from the SIG straight in his stomach. The second guy was now sprinting away from the checkpoint. Danny aimed his shot fractionally in front of the fleeing guard. By the time bullet met flesh, it was on target. The soldier hit the ground. The oncoming vehicle, Danny could now see it was a car, was 500 meters away. He looked over to the concrete hut. Were there more targets in there? Did they know what was happening? Reholstering his SIG, he hurried round the back of the Peugeot and then along its length, grabbing his M4 from the open passenger window as he passed. He released the safety switch as he strode towards the hut. Distance to the door, 15 meters. It began to open inwards. Danny didn't wait for an enemy target to show himself. He simply fired at the door itself, 2 short bursts that kicked up a flurry of splintered wood. Distance, 10 meters. Despite the ferocity of the burst from the M4, the door was still only a few inches ajar. That told Danny something was blocking it on the other side. A corpse. Nobody was going to risk exiting from that direction now. He swerved to the left and upped his pace, dashing round to the back of the hut. Sure enough, he saw 2 figures emerging. 5 seconds later, they lay dead on the ground. The approaching car was 250 meters from the checkpoint. Whoever was driving, Danny didn't want him to be able to give a detailed description of himself or the Peugeot. He hit the ground and trained the rifle to a position 20 meters in front of the car. He fired a final burst, and the car headed straight into the stream of rounds. Its tires exploded, and it skidded round 180 degrees before coming to a noisy halt. By that time, Danny was already running back to the Peugeot. Seconds later, he was pressing down on the counterweight that raised the barrier, and seconds after that, he was away. The door of Clara's prison opened again. In one way this was good. It allowed a small breath of less putrid air to circulate in the dark room. In another way it was bad. The short silhouette of her tormentor reappeared in the doorframe. "Mr. Buckingham," said the voice, "is a gentleman." A pause. "Yes, we know his name. He told us immediately. And yours too, Clara. Touchingly, he insists on sticking to the fiction that you and he have agreed. It won't last, of course. Self-interest always prevails over honour. But I thought it might be instructive for you to watch how we do it." "He's telling the truth," said Clara, sobbing. The man didn't reply. He stepped aside to allow 2 others, much taller and broader than him, to enter the room. Clara cried out as they crossed the room, stepping around the corpses hanging from the ceiling, before dragging her out into the corridor. Through her tears she could see that these men were Syrian. As for her tormentor, she saw him only from the back. He was a dumpy little man, wearing plain chinos and a beige shirt. He opened a door on the right. Clara was forced to follow. She found herself in a room measuring about 6 meters by 3. In the far wall was a large window, about 3 meters wide and 2 high, that looked onto another room roughly 3 times as big as this one. On the wall to the right of the window was a grey box with a speaker grill and a switch. The second room was brightly lit by ceiling-mounted spotlights that stung Clara's eyes as they had become used to constant darkness. A lean, naked man was hanging by his arms from a rope attached to a hook in the ceiling. It took perhaps 30 seconds for Clara's eyesight to adjust and confirm what she already suspected. It was Buckingham. Her tormentor stood inches from the window next to the grill, his back still to her. She could just make out the reflection of his face. Jowly, sweaty, the eyes bright with expectation. Buckingham was shouting. Clara knew this because his mouth was moving, but she couldn't hear his voice. Another man entered the room beyond the glass. He was in his late 30s and had straggly shoulder-length hair and thick-rimmed glasses. He was holding something that looked like a riding whip, but consisted of several thin strips of leather about 1/2 metre long. In his other hand he had a small white plastic spray bottle, the sort of thing an old lady might use to water her houseplants. The short man flicked the switch beneath the grill. Buckingham's voice flooded into the observation room, screaming and hoarse. "Let me down! Let me down!" He was clearly in great pain. Another flick of the switch and his voice was silenced, though Clara could tell he was still shrieking. And then his new companion got to work. He was clearly well practised with the whip. He flicked lightly, and the leather strips licked against Buckingham's flat belly and his genitals. A number of thin red welts immediately appeared where the leather had struck, vertically up his belly and on his penis, as though the leather had been doused in red paint. "I've always found this a very effective way of loosening a man's tongue," the short man said quietly, as Buckingham's jaw stretched open in a silent scream. "I swear he's telling you the truth," said Clara. "I am a doctor. Médecins Sans Frontières will confirm it." Inside the room, Buckingham's torturer had raised the spray bottle. "Salt water," said the small man. "Nothing more. I've found that the simplest methods are often the best. I think this might be worth listening to, don't you?" He flicked the switch again as the torturer sprayed Buckingham's wounds. The sound that came from the grill was almost inhuman, more like an animal in pain. Clara felt her knees buckle. She wanted to beg this dreadful man beside her to make it stop, but she found that her terror had robbed her of the power even to speak. Her tormentor turned, and for the first time she saw his face in the light. Piggy little eyes, flared nostrils, moist, sensuous lips. "And now, my dear, I think it's time for us to start on you. Unless you'd like to stop your fiction and start telling us the truth." 11:37 hours. Damascus, the capital city and nerve centre of the Syrian administration. Danny had been briefed that there was no British embassy here. Like most states, the Brits had abandoned Damascus. But his intel was that the Czech embassy was still active. As an EU member, it was obliged to offer assistance to other member nations. Danny had noted its location on his map before leaving the UK. The Czech embassy was a plain, dark brown building situated at the intersection of two roads in a quiet part of the Abu Ramane district. It was surrounded by 2-metre-high green metal railings, the top quarter bent outwards to make them more difficult to scale. Each of the 3 floors had a balcony. These were also protected by railings, and all the windows were barred. Danny hadn't spotted a trail in the time it had taken to get here, but that didn't mean there wasn't one, and he had no intention of staying out in the open any longer than was necessary. 2 wheels of his vehicle were on the pavement as he jumped out. He fully expected there to be an armed presence in the building. Embassy protection in a war zone was bread and butter work for any country's special forces. Danny had done it himself, escorting the British ambassador in Kabul to Shurus with warlords in the Afghan Badlands. He let his rifle hang about his neck before entering and walked through the main door with his hands clasped above his head. The embassy's reception area looked deserted. There was a time when it would have been thronging with foreign nationals seeking visas or other consular assistance. But anyone in their right mind had now taken their government's advice and left Syria. It was a large room, some 15 metres by 12, and had seating areas along the 2 long sides and dog-eared posters of Prague and other Czech beauty spots on the walls. At one end of the room was a long reception desk, and it was only as he was stepping into the building that he noticed 2 armed guards lounging casually behind it. When they saw an armed man entering the building, they sprang up, raised their rifles, and started barking at Danny in Czech. Within seconds he was face down on the floor, and his hands were being plastic cuffed behind his back. He didn't resist, not even when they pulled him back up to his feet and confiscated his M4 and his SIG, along with the wad of dollars Taff had given him. They then escorted him at gunpoint to a windowless, unfurnished basement room and locked him inside. Danny knew the Czech ambassador would see him soon. A heavily armed Brit rocking up on his doorstep would have all the hallmarks of a potential diplomatic incident. This wasn't something he'd want to delegate. He was right. After 10 minutes, the guards led him from the basement room and up an echoing flight of stairs behind the reception area to a room at the back of the first floor that looked onto an unlovely light well. Here a gaunt man with a bushy grey moustache sat behind a wooden desk, a nervous, pensive look on his face. Danny's weapons were on top of a low cupboard behind the ambassador. His money lay on the desk. The 2 armed guards stood menacingly by the door. "You speak English?" Danny asked the ambassador. The ambassador nodded. He made no attempt to stop him as Danny, still handcuffed, picked up his money and flicked through it. "It's 2,000 light," he said. The ambassador raised his hands in a gesture of apology, but Danny saw the greed and corruption in his eyes. "I need a private room and a secure encrypted connection to MI6 in London. Can you fix that?" "Perhaps," the ambassador said. "Tell them you have a communication from call sign Kilo Alpha 64. And get your men to remove the grey Peugeot out front. The Syrian authorities will be looking for it." The ambassador thought about that for all of 5 seconds, then issued an instruction to the guards. One of them disappeared. The other uncuffed Danny before following his colleague. "May I ask," said the ambassador in excellent English, "the nature of your business in Damascus?" "No," Danny replied. "Do not misunderstand me, but the sooner you leave, the happier I will be." "Trust me, pal, I feel the same." The ambassador stood up. "Please wait here. I apologize for the surroundings. My real office is in the front of the building, less safe, they tell me. I will see to your communications." He left the room, returning a couple of minutes later. "Follow me," he said. He led Danny to a room directly opposite his temporary office. A young man sat at a laptop, which was connected by a short lead to a mobile sat phone. The noises coming from the computer sounded like an old-fashioned fax machine. The technician was clearly having trouble connecting. Ignoring him and the ambassador, Danny edged towards a barred window that looked down onto the street below, keeping out of sight by staying to one side of it. There were no pedestrians and very little traffic. A blue Citroën drove by. 4 minutes and 30 seconds later, it passed by again, going in the same direction. Coincidence? Unlikely. The laptop fell silent. The young man said something to the ambassador after an image popped up on the screen. An empty room. A face appeared. Danny walked over and recognized it immediately. Carrington, Buckingham's boss, the spook who had sent them on this job. He looked at the ambassador and the technician. "I'll need the room," he said. The ambassador nodded rather reluctantly. The 2 men left. The connection was poor. Carrington's face pixelated every few seconds, and his voice had an almost robotic quality through the laptop's tinny speakers. As he spoke, the first part of his sentence broke up. "To see you, Black. We were beginning to worry, and we certainly weren't expecting you to turn up in Damascus." "We've got problems." "So I understand. Let's hear it." Danny was used to debriefs. What was relevant, what was not? He recounted the bare bones of the past few days to Carrington in not much more than a minute. A pause. Even though the connection was poor, Carrington's displeasure was unmistakable. "This is regrettable," he said. "Might have turned out better if you'd been up front with me from the start." Carrington smiled indulgently, as though Danny was a petulant child. "We couldn't tell you the real reason for the operation, Black," he said. "If you'd been captured and interrogated, the jolly old entente cordiale with the French would have been well and truly shafted. I'm sure you understand." "Not really," Danny said. "I'd have lasted a lot longer than Buckingham under interrogation." "Of course. Think of it as damage limitation. Buckingham is an insincere little toad, as you've no doubt observed." At least that was something they could agree upon. "I can't take on the Damascus Mukhabarat," Danny said. "You have to get onto the Syrians. Put some pressure on to get Buckingham and Clara released." "We'll do what we can, of course," Carrington said evasively. He smiled again. "This business with Taft Davis is unfortunate." "You knew he was part of the private military team," Danny said. "Naturally." "Then why didn't you tell me?" Carrington removed his glasses, inspected them at a distance of a few inches, then wiped them on his tie before putting them back on and continuing. "I was hoping not to have this conversation with you, Black. Now it seems it's unavoidable." "You're quite alone?" Danny nodded. "When Sorgan and Asu's father was killed in Paris 3 weeks ago, the family of the suicide bomber, an Algerian national, were also found dead. The working theory was that the bomber dealt with them before the hit, but there was a curious anomaly. French investigators found DNA traces that matched a former French Foreign Legion member called Liam Skinner. Does the name mean anything to you?" "You know it does," Danny said. "If you want to speak to him, tough, he's fertilizing the desert." "I think on balance that I'm pleased to hear it. His file doesn't make edifying reading. I'll spare you the details of how the Algerians' children died." Danny shrugged. There was nothing Carrington could say about Skinner that would surprise him. "When we learned that one of Taft Davis's team may have been involved, certain alarm bells started ringing. It's not that we knew for sure that he was batting for the other side. We didn't even particularly suspect it, as these private military chaps go from one contract to another all the time, but we did feel the need for an insurance policy. And that insurance policy, of course, is you." "What the hell are you talking about?" "Really, Black, you're meant to be the regiment's finest. Are you telling me you didn't wonder why we plucked you straight from the battlefield to lead this patrol?" Danny had no answer to that. "Davis is a damn good soldier," Carrington continued. "Too good to be allowed to roam free if he's taken it upon himself to make a monkey of the British government. And it looks like he's done exactly that. So now it's time for us to cash in on our insurance. You know Davis better than anyone. You know his methods and his tradecraft. You're to locate him immediately and eliminate him and the remainder of his team. When that's done, we'll get you out of there." Danny clenched his jaw and looked straight into the webcam. "No," he said. "It's a direct order, Black." An image flashed in Danny's mind. Taff, standing outside Sorgan's tent. He could have stopped Danny, but he'd let him go. "I won't do it." There was a silence, but despite the pixelation, Danny could read a calculating look on the spook's face. Finally, after about 10 seconds, Carrington spoke again. "Remarkable thing, DNA," he said. "Imagine 7 billion people on the Earth, and we could identify Skinner's beyond any doubt whatsoever. It certainly changed the way we do things. Not that you'd remember. You were still a child when profiling became routine. Shame, really. It could have helped a lot when the RUC were investigating who shot your old man. And your mother, of course. God rest her soul. Another pause. I take it Buckingham slipped that little nugget of information into the conversation at some point. Danny just stared. What did Taft Davis tell you when you asked him, Black? That an unknown IRA gunman entered the hospital where you were born and escaped after killing your mother and wounding your father? That the only evidence they ever found was the scrubs the gunman was wearing, bundled up under a bush in the hospital's grounds? Carrington nodded. That's all true, he said. But there's something he didn't tell you, because he didn't know himself. A year or so after the shooting, Special Branch found themselves in the position to analyze those scrubs. They still contained DNA from your parents' blood, of course, but also an overwhelming amount from the man who'd worn them. A pause. We know who killed your parents, Danny. We've known since you were a child. I wouldn't be surprised if, somewhere deep down, you know too. Danny found himself holding his breath. Surely he wasn't about to be told what he thought he was about to be told. Numbness. And then a strange kind of anticipated grief reduced to a single point in his chest. I'm afraid there's no doubt about it, Black. Davis was the gunman. He killed your mother. He tried to kill your father. If you had a mind to, you could blame your brother's, how can we put it, difficulties on him too. There's no doubt they stem from the trauma of what he witnessed that day. Another smile. Listen to me, quite the psychiatrist, eh? I don't believe you, said Danny. Ah, but I think you do, Danny. I really think you do. MI6 has sat on the knowledge all these years because it suited our purposes, having Davis as a gun for hire, doing our dirty work through the agency of private military contracts. But I rather think he's past his sell-by date, don't you? Danny was shaking his head. It didn't make sense. Taff loved his mother. It was obvious. He'd always been there for his dad, and for him too. Jesus, Kyle had been right. He had been more like a father than a friend. Why would he do it? He whispered, more to himself than to Carrington. Jolly good question, Carrington said. Perhaps when you catch up with him you can ask. We have a good idea where you can find him. It seems Buckingham's infinity device didn't end up quite where we expected it to. I put it in Hector's weapon. Ah, Carrington replied, as if a mystery had been solved. We did wonder. Jolly useful, I must say. Kept us abreast of the situation. Would you care to hear the result of your efforts? Without waiting for a reply, Carrington looked like he was pressing a button on the table. A sound came over the line. It was muffled. That was to be expected from a listening device hidden in the magazine of an assault rifle. But it was clearly the noise of a vehicle in motion. Then voices, indistinct. Danny had to strain to pick up every word. Nothing happens until we see the money. Taft's voice. Hugo Buckingham is dead. Sorgan. There's a dodo. No bullets. If anyone finds his body, they'll just put it down to an explosion. One of the many. A click. A gap. The recording played on. Damn it. You don't understand what the hell's going on. You're still just a fucking kid. Not anymore, Taff. Danny heard his own voice. But then I guess we all have to grow up someday, don't we? A gap. Gunfire. A gap. A vehicle's engine. A gap. Taft's voice. He sounded angry. "Fuck you, Saunders. When you're out on the ground, then you can start criticizing my decisions." A pause. "I'm not a fucking delivery boy. Get someone else to do it." Danny realized he was listening to a phone conversation. "Hold back my money, Saunders, and you might get an unexpected visitor in the middle of the night. Got it?" Silence. "You're a piece of shit. You know that?" "Yes, I've got the fucking address. 157 Al-Kamada Street, Damascus, midnight. You better hope your new Syrian mates haven't flattened the place." Another pause. Then a clattering sound. Danny pictured Taft throwing his phone against the dashboard in rage. He carried on listening. For a moment nobody spoke. Then Danny heard Hector's voice. "What does he want us to do?" "Shut the fuck up and drive." The engine, however, slowed down. Then the sound disappeared entirely. Danny realized that the vehicle had come to a halt. "What does he want us to do, Taff?" Hector's voice sounded dangerous. "If you think me and DeFreeze are going to follow you without knowing what's happening, think again. You already fucked up once, not killing that regiment kid." "That regiment kid," Taff spat, "is a weak-ass little cunt. If you're worried about him, you're in the wrong fucking game." "Just tell us the plan, Taff." "Fine. Saunders made a deal with the Syrians. He gave them Asu's location. They've bombed the shit out of him. He wants us to collect his payment from a contact in Damascus. $750,000 in cash. He doesn't want to leave a money trail. Happy?" "Not really, mucker. You said it yourself. What are we, fucking FedEx?" "Just shut up and drive." The recording ended. "Charming," said Carrington, staring directly into the webcam. 16 kilometers south of Damascus, there is a crossroads where the M5 highway meets a road heading east-west along the brow of the hill. An Israeli helicopter with an Apache chaperone will be there to airlift you out of Syria at 0130 hours, by which time I expect Davis and his team to be dead. We'll do what we can to get Buckingham and the woman there in time, but don't hold your breath." "What about Spud and Greg? Have you done anything about them?" "I would forget about your friends, Black. They won't be coming home. The most important thing is that Davis is eliminated. Is that understood?" Danny gave him a dead look. The bastard clearly had no intention of seeing Clara and Buckingham released. But Danny had other plans. "Understood," he said. They had stripped Clara naked, groping her painfully as they did so. But that was by no means the end of her indignity. She was in a third, bland concrete room, strapped to something that looked like a hospital bed. On the wall opposite there was a bright yellow hosepipe coiled round a couple of pegs, one end fitted to a tap. She couldn't imagine what it was for. There was a sheet beneath her. It was vile-smelling and covered in blood. Her arms were tied to her side, and her legs had been forced apart and then secured that way, leaving her open and exposed. More groping. One of them had forcibly inserted a dry finger. Its fingernail had scraped her internally, and she'd screamed. That had just made the two brutes manhandling her laugh as they left her on her own, a bright light dazzling her eyes from above. The only sounds she could hear, the occasional scream from elsewhere in this awful place. She shivered with cold, but tears were burning her eyeballs. What was to come? It didn't bear thinking about. She lay in terrified silence, dreading the moment when the door opened again.
End of Disc 10. Disc 11.
Chapter 26. Do you know Al-Kamada Street? Danny was back in the ambassador's temporary office. Of course, the ambassador said. He pulled out a map from his desk and laid it out in front of him. "It's in the Christian quarter, near Bab Tuma. I suggest you avoid it." "Why?" The ambassador shrugged. "The government is paranoid about Western spies. They keep a close eye on it." He grinned suddenly. "But if you want a drink, it's the place to go." Danny looked the ambassador up and down. He decided that this was a man on the take. The guy had plundered his cash without even pretending to be embarrassed about it. "I've got an offer for you," Danny said. "Do as I ask, and you'll be several £100,000 sterling richer by tomorrow morning." The ambassador's eyes narrowed. "Go on," he said quietly. "You have contacts inside the Mukhabarat?" It wasn't really a question. The ambassador shrugged. "Perhaps." "They have 2 British captives. If your contact gets them out of there to a safe RV at 0100 hours tonight, I'll pay you 100,000 for each of them. There are also 2 British SAS soldiers who were captured on the West Coast a week ago. If they're still alive, same deal, 100K apiece." "Forgive me," said the ambassador, "but you don't look like you have that sort of money to spare." "I know a man who does. I'll have it before the deadline. Do we have a deal?" The ambassador nodded slowly. "We have a deal." The door to Clara's room opened. The short man appeared, flanked by 2 of his goons. Nobody spoke. Not even Clara, who wouldn't have known what to say even if her throat hadn't been constricted with fear at their sudden arrival. The short man issued an instruction in Arabic, the first time Clara had heard him speak the language, then closed the door behind him and stood in the corner of the room. The 2 Syrian guards approached Clara's bed. She felt herself trying to close her bound legs, but the straps held them firmly apart. But to her momentary relief, the men didn't seem interested in that side of things. Instead, they stood 1 on each side of her and adjusted the bed so she was lying at an incline of about 20 degrees, her feet higher than her head. That in itself made her feel dizzy. She heard the short man's footsteps. His face appeared above her, upside down. His nostrils flared slightly. Then he stepped away. Another instruction in Arabic. Clara heard the sound of water. She felt sick all over again. She'd heard of waterboarding, of course. She'd heard that most people lasted only a matter of seconds before crumpling utterly. The horrific sensation of drowning being more than anyone can bear. As the sound of the hose spurting onto the floor grew nearer, she let out an uncontrollable sob. It was the worst thing she could have done. It forced her to inhale deeply, and at that precise moment, the guard carrying the hose lifted it and allowed water to pour over her face. It was icy cold as it gushed down her throat and nostrils, and although she was lying back, she felt it hit her esophagus like an internal punch. Her gag reflex instantly kicked in, but fresh water was still flowing over her face, forcing the previous lot back down into her system. It didn't hurt, but the panic it induced was 100 times worse than any pain the torturers could have inflicted. She wanted to cry out, but she couldn't. Her body arched. Her limbs strained against their bonds. Seconds felt like minutes. She would do anything to make it stop. Suddenly water was no longer falling on her face. She continued to gag, aware now of the horrific gurgling guttural sound that came from her throat as she tried to force the water up out of her lungs, while her body screamed at her to breathe in. Moments later, she felt a brutal blow to her abdomen, which forced the water up through her nostrils. Finally, she was able to suck in some precious oxygen. And then he was there once more, looking down at her. "What is your real name? And who are you working for?" Clara's voice shook as she spoke. "I promise you, please, I'm telling you the truth." A flicker of annoyance passed over the man's face. He soon mastered it and smiled his oily smile. "It seems to me," he said quietly, "that we'll have to do it again." Clara's screaming only stopped when the water started to flow over her face once more. 1945 hours. Danny watched from a first-floor window, waiting for the blue Citroën that had been circling the embassy all day to complete its drive past. The ambassador had instructed his men to replenish Danny's ammunition, and had supplied him with a sat phone, into which the number of the ambassador's equivalent handset was programmed. As he watched, his mind turned over. He thought of Taff, and the mockery he'd made of his life. Maybe it wasn't true. Maybe Carrington was feeding him a stream of bullshit to force him to do the firm's dirty work. That was clearly the way he did things. He thought back to the conversation about his mother's death he'd had with Taff back in Homs. There'd been no hint that Taff was lying to him then. Danny would only know the truth if he looked his mentor in the eye and asked the question. And if he didn't like the answer, what then? He thought of Buckingham and Clara, of Greg and Spud, all of them suffering at the hands of the Syrian authorities. He'd learned enough about this country over the past week to realize that meant brutal treatment. Were they still alive? Was $100 grand apiece enough to make some corrupt member of the secret police risk his own skin to get them to Danny's 0100 hours RV? Could he trust the Czech ambassador not to double-cross him? Could he trust anyone? He didn't know the answer to those questions. All he could do was see where the evening took him, and hope that he was still alive to see the following sunrise. The blue Citroën passed. He had 4 minutes and 30 seconds to get out of here. 1 minute and 30 seconds later, he was walking out of the embassy, his clothes covered by one of the ambassador's grey raincoats. And 2 minutes after that, he was in the Peugeot, negotiating the streets of nighttime Damascus. 2050 hours. 157 Al-Qamada Street was a down-market hotel, a 3-story prefab building with a glass frontage. It had a name, but the Arabic letters meant nothing to Danny. He pulled over about 20 meters from the entrance and took a moment to recce it from the safety of his vehicle. He counted the windows of 12 rooms, 4 on each level, looking down onto the street. Opposite the hotel was a bar. This also had a glass frontage, tinted. A neon sign flickered the words Zodiac Lounge in English above the entrance. Would Taff be sitting in there? Doubtful. He'd want to keep a low profile. Danny turned back to the hotel. Was Taff there, waiting to collect Saunders' cash? Danny would put money on it. He'd have arrived in very good time for the midnight RV, and Danny felt certain he'd have a room overlooking the street. Even now he'd be at the window, watching carefully, assessing any threats, waiting. And were Hector and de Vries with him, or were they off looking for other amusements? Danny looked at his watch. 2100 hours. 3 hours. He assessed his options. Enter the hotel now and try to locate him? No way. If Taff sensed anything untoward happening before the appointed time, he'd react. If he had Hector and de Vries with him, they'd overpower Danny. Staying in the car wasn't an option. An occupied vehicle parking in the vicinity for 3 hours would scream a warning. Maybe he could walk into the hotel and pump the receptionist for info. But he quickly rejected that idea. Even if the receptionist spoke English, Taff would have already turned on the charm and offered them a few dollars to let him know if anyone came asking about him. So Danny turned his attention to the Zodiac Lounge. The tinted glass window was an effective camouflage. Could he use that as an OP? He decided to try. He left his M4 locked in the boot of the car. Turning up the collar of the raincoat, he walked along the street on the same side as the hotel, out of the line of sight of anybody watching from the windows. When he was alongside the entrance, he turned his back on it and crossed the street with the buzzing, flickering neon of the sign illuminating his face. Seconds later, he was inside. The place was dimly lit and surprisingly chintzy. Strange to think you could travel half a click from here and see mortared football stadiums and craters in the streets. There was a low throb of dance music in the air, and maybe 25 customers were sitting at tables dotted around the floor. Along the back wall, 15 metres from the entrance, was a gleaming metal-topped bar with an array of optics behind it, though Danny immediately noticed that several of the bottles were empty. 2 women sat on bar stools, Middle Eastern but decked out like Western women, all tits and arse. They watched Danny as he entered, another prospective client. There was a table by the front window. Danny sat down and made a pretense of studying the laminated cocktail menu in front of him. In truth, his eyes were searching the windows of the hotel opposite. The flickering neon light reflected off the hotel's windows. It made it difficult to examine them, but Danny did so, starting at the top left of the building and moving slowly to the right before starting on the floor below. The windows were all closed, and it was impossible to see into any of them, especially with the neon dazzling his eyes. Only when his eyes landed on the second window from the left on the first floor did he notice something odd. This window was open. Just a little, a gap of a few inches at the bottom, but definitely open. What did that tell him? It was a hot night, so why were all the others shut? Maybe they were just not occupied. Or maybe... Suddenly aware of somebody standing over him, Danny started. As a reflex, his hand reached for his cig. But then he stopped. It was a barmaid, standing by his table with a pad and looking rather bored. "Speak English?" Danny asked. She nodded. He pointed to the street. "That hotel," he said. "Does it have air conditioning?" The barmaid gave him an unfriendly look and glanced back at the 2 girls propping up the bar. Then she nodded. "I'll have a beer," he said. The barmaid went to get his order. Danny turned back to the hotel and to the window that was open. If the room had aircon, you'd keep it shut on a muggy night like this. Unless, of course, you were relying on your ears as well as your eyes to tell you what was going on outside. And Taff would, without question, be doing that. His beer arrived. Danny took a pull on it, but he didn't take his eyes off the window. He knew where Taff was. All he had to do now was wait. 3 times they had poured the water over her face. 3 times she had been engulfed by such panic she thought she would go mad. As the water gushed down her nose and throat for the 3rd time, she tried to scream out that yes, she was a spy. She would say anything to make it stop. But then, just as her brain was telling her that she would surely drown if this torment continued, the water ceased, and she felt the bed adjusting to its original angle. Her tormentor was standing at the end of the bed, looking at her curiously, as though she was a specimen he had never encountered before. One of the Syrians had left the room. The remaining one was coiling the hose back on its holder, his feet slapping on the wet floor as he moved. Once it was tidied away, the short man spoke a few words of Arabic. Then he too left the room, leaving Clara alone with the Syrian. He was leering at her with an ugly, lascivious look, and with a burning sensation in her gut. Clara knew what was coming. He walked round to her right side and slowly moved his vile lips towards hers. She could smell his breath, a stench of cigarettes, coffee, and decay. As he pressed his mouth against hers, he tried to force his dry tongue through her lips. She gritted her teeth, but although he was unable to penetrate them, she felt his disgusting tongue massage their front before forcing its way into the hollow of her cheek. She tried to dislodge it by shaking her head, but he grabbed a clump of her hair with one hand to keep it still. She felt the other wandering down to her breasts, which he squeezed painfully, the nails digging into her flesh, before moving down across her belly to between her legs, where the painful groping continued for another half-minute. Suddenly he stepped back. His expression was contemptuous and hungry, the features of a man who both loathed her and wanted her. He walked round to the front of the bed and started to unbuckle his belt. Clara looked away, clamping her eyes shut. She heard the man unzip his trousers, then the shuffling sound as they dropped to the floor. She didn't want to look, but somehow she couldn't stop herself. Through half-closed eyes she saw him standing there, trousers and underpants around his ankles, his penis erect. He was shuffling towards her, at once ridiculous and terrifying. With a whimper she shut her eyes again, but she could already feel the heat of his body and smell that foul breath. He was inches away. There was nothing she could do to stop him. 21:30 hours. Danny had been sitting here for 30 minutes and his beer was already warm. He'd drunk only 3 mouthfuls. As she had done all evening, the waitress was loitering, making the point that his meagre consumption didn't warrant his prime spot by the window. The bar was fuller now, standing room only, as Westerners and locals alike arrived to get some respite from the reality of their lives in the midst of a civil war. None of them passed the threshold without an analytical glance from Danny. He was principally on the lookout for Hector or De Vries, but none of them seemed to be anything other than punters, out for a good time. Perhaps Taft's cronies were in the hotel room with him. Perhaps they'd found other diversions. He'd know soon enough. The hotel was doing a far less brisk trade than the bar. Danny had seen one person go in at 21:05 hours. The guy had swiped a card to open the front door. That could be a problem. Danny sipped his beer. By the bar, the waitress was talking to a Middle Eastern man in a suit. They were looking in his direction. 20 seconds later, the guy was walking towards him. He had shining black hair and an obsequious expression. Danny noticed a gold signet ring on one finger and a spot of food on his tie. "I'm very sorry, sir," the man said, bowing slightly. "This table is reserved." Danny looked back out of the window. "Who for?" A pause. "Paying guests, sir." Without looking at him, Danny plunged his hand into his coat and pulled out the wad of banknotes. He tossed 2 $100 bills onto the table and continued looking across at the hotel. The man grabbed the money. "Will sir require anything else?" he asked. Danny shook his head, but then an idea struck him. "Wait," he said. He looked back towards the bar, where the 2 hookers were still sitting, waiting for a John. "I want some female company," he said. "Someone who speaks English." The man dipped his head politely. "Of course." He walked back to the bar and spoke briefly to one of the girls, who immediately got down from her stool and tottered across to where Danny was seated. "Sit down," he said, his attention back on the hotel. She sat. Halter neck top that didn't cover much. Plunging neckline. A necklace of cheap beads. A minute passed in silence. Danny could feel the heat of her stare become increasingly surly. It occurred to him that he might not smell that fresh. "I like champagne," she said finally. "We'll need a room," Danny said. He pointed across the street. "There." The woman shrugged. Danny laid another $100 bill on the table. "Go and book it. Then come back here, and you'll get your champagne." She scooped up the note in a way that told Danny he was vastly overpaying for the room. He didn't care. He watched as the woman left, walked across the street to the hotel, and rang an entrance buzzer. The door clicked open. 3 minutes later she returned. If Taff was watching, he'd have clocked her, but that was okay. There was nothing so anonymous as a hooker in a bar. She sat down again and gave Danny an expectant look. "Give me the key card," he said. She removed it from her clutch bag and placed it on the table. Danny took it and dropped $100 bill in its place. "Have the rest of the evening off," he muttered. She didn't move for about 10 seconds. Then, with a disgruntled little snort, she took the money and strode back to the bar, seemingly offended that she'd had such an easy trick. Danny continued to watch. 23:56 hours. 4 minutes till Taff's RV. The bar was throbbing now, but nobody disturbed Danny. His money was good. He spotted him immediately, a young Syrian lad who carried a worn Nike sports bag and had a furtive look about him. He approached from the north end of the street, walking a little more quickly than any of the other passers-by and looking over his shoulder every few seconds. He stopped outside the hotel, bathed in the flickering neon light from the bar, and swiped a card. 2 seconds later, he was inside. Even though the clock was ticking, he still needed to get to his 0100 RV with the ambassador. Danny didn't stand up immediately. He gave her the full 4 minutes. Time enough, he estimated, for the kid to make his presence known and get to Taff's room. Right now, Danny reckoned, Taff would be frisking him thoroughly, and that probably meant his eyes wouldn't be on the street. Danny stood up and slipped out of the bar. He didn't cross the road directly, but walked 30 meters up the street before getting to the other side and retracing his steps. 90 seconds later, he was swiping the card. The door clicked open. He entered. The hotel's reception area was bland and antiseptic. Pale ceramic tiles on the floor, fake plastic pot plants, faux leather chairs. On the counter there was a brass bell, but the receptionist was nowhere to be seen. Behind the counter, a door led to another room where Danny could hear someone whistling. He leaned over the counter and quickly examined the contents of the desk behind it. An old computer terminal, a pack of cigarettes, an empty can of Coke, and a key ring with a single swipe card attached. The whistling stopped. Danny heard footsteps. He grabbed the key ring and hurried to his right, where a door led to a flight of stairs going up. In a corner of his brain, he wondered how long he had before the receptionist realized his card was missing. 10 minutes? That would be enough. Danny emerged on the first-floor corridor. The same ceramic tiles, 4 identical doors along the right-hand side, each with a card slot. He edged silently towards the second door. Once outside, he put his ear to it and listened. "Sure you're a nice enough fella, but humour me and empty the money out under the bed. I don't want any nasty surprises." Taft's voice. He was in there. The messenger boy didn't say anything, but there was a light shuffling sound inside the room. A minute passed. "Okay, son. Looks like it's all there. Be a good lad and pack it all back in while I go for a slash. Do it nicely, there'll be $1 or 2 in it for you. Hurry up before my friends come back. They're not as generous as me." Danny felt his jaw setting. The idea that Taff would disappear for a slash at a time like this was ludicrous. If he was heading into the bathroom, it was for some other reason. Danny's instinct told him that whatever he was up to, it would end badly for the messenger. But Taff's words suggested there was no Hector or De Vries. It would be just him, Taff, and the Syrian kid. He rested the card in the slot. "Make sure it's all packed neatly, son," Taff called. Danny could hear that he'd changed position. He slid the card down and there was a faint click. "I don't want to have to do it again myself." Danny drew his cig, then opened the door very slowly, very quietly. The room was maybe 8 by 5 meters. Garish bright orange carpet tiles on the floor, double bed, dressing table, wardrobe. The aircon hummed gently. The window was still slightly ajar, a bedside lamp burned dimly. A door led from the left-hand wall into an ensuite. There was a light on in there, and Taft's elongated shadow stretched out from the doorway. The messenger boy was leaning over the bed, packing bundles of notes into the Nike bag. Distance? 2 meters. Danny advanced quickly but silently and slammed the butt of his cig against the kid's neck. He slumped into a heap, the soft bed cushioning his fall. A couple of wads of dollar bills jumped from the mattress onto the floor. Danny raised his cig and aimed it firmly at the bathroom door. The toilet flushed. There had been no sound of piss against the porcelain. Danny knew Taff would reappear with a weapon of some sort. He kept his hand steady. The shadow started to move. Taff appeared in the doorway. He froze. Danny's mentor was carrying a rope, about 3/4 of a meter long, a good length for strangling someone. He had clearly intended the messenger's death to be silent. Now, though, his mind was on other things. Danny could see in Taft's face the many minute calculations he would be making. Where were his exits? Could he draw his own weapon before Danny had the opportunity to fire? Was the messenger truly out cold, or might he wake up and cause a distraction? All these mental processes occurred without him taking his eyes off Danny. "Good to see you, kiddo," Taft said eventually, his voice breaking slightly. His nose was still flattened from their previous tussle. Danny didn't respond. "Fuck me, son. Put the gun down. We've been through this. You're not going to use it." "That was then," Danny said. "This is now." "So what's changed?" "Everything," said Danny. Then a strange thing happened. Taft's brow creased, and Danny saw something in his expression he'd never seen before. Doubt. And weariness, too. Taft looked old. His skin looked grey in the flickering neon, deeply lined, careworn. He bowed his head. "You know." Danny nodded. "How?" "The firm." Taft was making no attempt to deny it. He sounded almost relieved. "It was true." "I always knew you'd find out," said Taff. "One day." He looked around. "I didn't think it would be in a place like this." He closed his eyes. "I did what I could to make it up to you, Danny. So finish it quickly. You owe me that." "I don't owe you anything." Silence. 10 seconds passed. Taff opened his eyes again. "Why?" Danny asked. "What does it matter?" "It matters to me." Taff stared blankly. "Money," he said. "I told you already. It always comes down to that." For a moment he looked as if that was all the explanation he was going to give. But Danny didn't move, and after 30 seconds he continued to speak. "Back in the province," he said, "the regiment had access to good intel on the whereabouts of high-value IRA targets. There was money to be made selling that intel to loyalist paramilitaries. I took advantage of that. End result was the same. One behind the ear. What did it matter if it was the regiment nailed those scumbags or some Michael Stone wannabe? Dead's dead?" Taff managed a sneer. "You're the same as your dad." "What's that supposed to mean?" "He found out what I was doing. Threatened to shop me. Couldn't let it happen, kiddo. Simple as that." When I heard your mum was giving birth in Dundonald, I knew where to find him. Dressed myself as a hospital orderly. Got into their room. Piece of piss. A glazed look passed over his face, a pained look. I didn't want to do it, kiddo. But your dad gave me no choice. It was only ever meant to be him, though. Not your mum. Never your mum. The neon flickered. Taff's eyes looked watery in his grizzled face. She threw herself at me. Not my aim. The round grazed your dad's skull. When we hit the ground, the weapon went off by accident. She died quickly. There was something about the way he said it that made Danny feel he was trying to persuade himself on that count. I lost my head, Taff continued. Escaped through the window, dumped the scrubs under a bush. Then I returned to the hospital. To finish the job? Danny asked. I don't know, kiddo. I was in a state of shock. But when the doctors told me that your dad was likely to lose his memory, I knew I didn't have to finish what I started. He closed his eyes again and drew a deep breath. I never meant anything to happen to your mum. I loved her. You had a strange way of showing it. I did what I could, Taff snapped. I looked after you, didn't I? Kept my eye on you, taught you things. You think you'd be where you are now if I'd left you your fucking vegetable of a father? Jesus, kiddo, I was your father, or as good as. Danny felt his brow creasing. No, he said. You weren't. Taff winced at this. Was it worth it, Taff? To shoot your friend for money? We all shoot people for the money, Taff spat. You as well as me. Danny shook his head. You're wrong, he said. Bullshit. Taff nodded at the bundles of banknotes on the bed. Try and tell me you won't pocket that lot when you leave here tonight. Danny didn't look at the money. He kept his gun arm straight, his gaze firmly fixed on Taff. Fucking do it, Taff shouted. End it! It required a blow. Nothing else would release the anger building up in Danny's blood. Certainly not the cowardly squeeze of a trigger. He lunged forwards, covering the 3 meters between them in a fraction of a second. He struck Taff on the side of the face, the blow half fist, half gunmetal, and his bulk slammed into Taff's body, knocking them both to the ground with a solid thump. He felt Taff's cheekbone crack, but he knew in an instant he'd made the wrong move. There was a flurry of arms and legs, of bones against muscle. Taff was more than 30 years older than Danny, but his strength had never deserted him. Danny felt his gun hand being slammed against the floor. He managed to keep hold of the weapon, but when Taff attacked his wrist for a second time, his fingers opened, and the weapon fell from his fist onto the thin carpet. Taff's weapon, however, the rope, with which he clearly intended to eliminate the messenger boy, was still firmly in his grasp. Danny tried to drive his fist into Taff's already broken nose, but Taff caught his arm in time, and with a titanic effort that caused him to grunt from the exertion, rolled Danny over onto his front. Danny felt a knee against his spine, and then a rope around his neck. His arms flailed, but although he could reach Taff, who was kneeling on his back, he couldn't hurt him. He could feel the rope constricting his airway. Taff was twisting the loose ends together, tightening the noose. Within seconds, Danny couldn't speak, couldn't breathe. He moved his arms up, but his fingers could get no purchase between the rope and his skin. He started to feel dizzy, light-headed. He heard Taff's voice, whispering, hissing, like he was talking to himself and not to Danny. I gave you a fucking chance, more than one. It's not my fault if you were too stupid to take it. The rope grew tighter, tighter. I didn't want to do this. I never wanted to do this. You've been like a son to me, but you forced me into it. Danny's lungs were burning from a build-up of carbon dioxide. He could feel his system shutting down. "Your mum was too good for the both of you!" In the darkness clouding his mind, Danny saw his father, alone in his wheelchair, staring at the photograph that sat on the TV in his tiny home. Saw the look in his eyes. Saw Kyle, half-pissed and fully fucked. Just another piece of collateral damage in the battle of Taft's greed. Danny's hands fell from his neck. With his final scrap of strength, he wormed his hands down his body, feeling for his chest rig, his fingers edging towards the knife Taff had given him all those years ago. "A man always has need of a good knife, kiddo." The memory flashed through his mind. His fingers slipped from the hilt. He tried to grab it again, this time with more success. It slid out. His fist closed around the hilt. He knew he only had one chance, that if he didn't strike in the next few seconds, the last thing he would ever see would be an extreme close-up of the bright orange carpet in this hotel room. It was a single movement. Danny yanked the knife out from under him and swung his arm randomly back in towards Taft's body. He felt the blade puncture the coarse material of Taft's trousers and plunge deeply into the flesh of his left thigh. Taft roared in pain. He released his grip on the rope. Danny gasped as he inhaled deeply. With a supreme effort, he twisted his body around and threw Taft sideways onto the floor. There was a distance of 2 meters between them. The cig lay on the ground in the middle. The two men lunged for it at the same time. Danny got there first. And now Taft was lying on his back, the knife still sticking out of his thigh and blood pissing over the carpet. He had stopped howling, but his face was white with pain. Danny was kneeling, and although rage and confusion surged through him, his gun hand, fully extended, the weapon pointing at Taft's head, was steady. "You think I'm going to kill you, Taff?" he said. "I'm not." Hope flashed across Taft's face. "At least, not quickly. I'm going to let you know what it was like when my dad took that bullet to the head." "I've regretted that all my life," Taff said. "Not enough," Danny told him. "Not nearly enough." In one swift movement, he changed the trajectory of his hand, so now the gun was pointing across Taft's forehead. He fired. He knew it would be noisy, but he didn't care. The round only skimmed Taft's frontal lobe before slamming into the wall of the hotel room. It was sufficient, though, to take a couple of centimeters' depth of skull with it. A shard of bone flew across the room, and Danny caught a brief glimpse of brain matter before a curtain of blood slid down over Taft's face. His eyes widened, and then all his limbs started to shake and judder as the signals from his brain became confused and degraded, and he lost control of his body. A gurgling sound came from his throat, like he was trying to say something. But even if the power of speech had not deserted him, Danny wouldn't have listened. The shaking grew more violent, more grotesque. Danny stood up and turned his back on his long-time mentor. He saw that the messenger boy was still unconscious. He approached the bed and started collecting up the bundles of notes and stuffing them into the bag. No time to count them, but he was sure Taff would have done his sums properly. When he was done, he looked over at his old friend. The shaking was beginning to subside, but his face was still a mask of blood, and his tongue was lolling from the side of his mouth, as if he was having an epileptic fit. He looked helpless, like a child. Danny turned. Without looking back, he walked out of the room and back down the corridor, allowing the door to close quietly on the dying man behind him. Chapter 27. 0103 hours. Someone was waiting for him. The RV point was not of Danny's choosing. The ambassador had suggested it. It made him nervous. It was a T-junction on the M5 heading south. The road itself was surrounded by bleak, flat desert as far as was visible in the moonlight, and although there was no other traffic, it was out in the open and entirely indefensible. There were 2 cars parked side by side off the highway, 5 meters between them. Danny estimated that they were 10 meters in front of the T-junction. They were alongside the right-hand southbound carriageway, but heading north, clearly ready to move quickly if necessary. Headlamps were off. Danny pulled over at a distance of 75 meters, parking the car at right angles to the road, so he could at least use the vehicle for some sort of cover. He used his night sight to zoom in on the 2 cars. They were certainly occupied, but he couldn't make out any faces. He pulled out the sat phone he'd taken from the embassy and dialed the ambassador's number, still keeping an eye on the interior of the 2 cars. He saw a glow inside the one on the right, just as the ambassador's phone was ringing. It rang 8 times. Why the delay? What was the ambassador waiting for? What was he discussing? Hello? The Czech sounded wary. Do you have them? Danny asked. Do you have the money? That wasn't the question. A nervous pause. 3 men, 1 woman. They have been badly beaten. I want to see them. Tell them to get out one by one and walk round to the far side of the vehicles. I want to see the money first. Forget it, pal. Buyer's market. You're not seeing shit until I know you've got them. Another pause, and then the passenger door of the left-hand car opened. A figure emerged. Even through the green haze of the night sight, Danny could make out the bruises on Buckingham's face. His cheeks were swollen, his eyes puffy. He limped as he walked, and his body twitched nervously. Whatever had happened to him at the hands of the mukhabarat had been severe. Clara came next. Her face was not so swollen, but she walked in such a way that suggested her tortures, though less visible, had been more violent, sexually violent. She seemed to be doing what she could to hold her head up high as she joined Buckingham. When the next figure appeared, Danny felt a strange mixture of horror and relief. It was Spud, or at least a version of him. His hair had been shaved off. His nose was clearly broken, his lips split. His left arm hung at an angle from his shoulder, smashed and left untreated. Hard to imagine the pain he must be in. He limped as he walked round to join the others, though Danny noticed how, despite everything, his eyes were scanning the surrounding area, looking for threats. How much did he know about what was happening? Not a lot, Danny figured, by the look of suspicion he cast in the direction of his vehicle. And then Greg. Jesus, the poor bastard couldn't even walk. 2 Syrian men, Danny could only assume that these were the ambassador's mukhabarat contacts, had to carry him with 1 arm around each of their shoulders. His head also shaved, lolled, and Danny wasn't sure that he was even conscious. But at least he had 4 positive IDs. He spoke into the sat phone again. Get out of the car, he told the ambassador. Tell your secret police mates to stand 20 meters back from the hostages. Then I want to see you standing 10 meters in front of the vehicles with the sat phone to your ear. If I get the impression your buddies are listening, the deal's off. This is not what we agreed. They will not do that. Fine. Nice knowing you, pal. Wait! 10 seconds passed before the ambassador stepped out of his car. He walked towards the others and spoke to them for perhaps 30 seconds. Danny watched as the 2 Syrians stepped back, as he had instructed. Then the ambassador paced nervously northwards in Danny's direction, the phone pressed to his ear, before coming to a halt out of range of the vehicles. If you want your money, you have to do exactly as I say, Danny told him over the handset. Are you carrying a weapon? Of course. A handgun? Yes. Give it to the man called Spud, along with your phone. Then get back in your car and drive towards me. I'll have a weapon trained on you all the time. Don't switch your lights on. If you exceed 20 kilometers an hour, or if I see that there's anyone else in the car with you, I'll open fire. Stop 10 meters from my vehicle, stay behind the wheel. Understood? A silence. Understood. Danny watched him walk round to where the hostages were waiting. He handed something to Spud, then hurried back to his car. Seconds later it moved off. Spud, can you hear me? Who the fuck's that? His voice sounded rough. Danny. A pause. Took your fucking time, mucker. RV at 0130 hours, at a crossroads 5 clicks south of here. Can you overpower the goons? Another pause. We're in a bad way, mate. I didn't think Greg was going to make it through another night. We need them to get us through any roadblocks. We don't have time to fight our way through. I'll deal with the ambassador first. Danny returned his attention to the approaching car. It had stopped exactly where he had instructed. Taft's bag of money was resting on the passenger seat of the vehicle. Danny leaned in and grabbed a fistful of notes. He didn't know how much it was, but neither did he expect the ambassador to sit around counting it. Money in one hand, unlocked cig in the other, he walked towards the car. The ambassador lowered his window as Danny approached. By the time he was alongside, pistol fully on view, the Czech had his hands resting on the top of the steering wheel. Sweat dripped from his brow. He licked his lips nervously, and his eyes darted towards Danny. Danny chucked the bundle of notes onto the ambassador's lap. Go. Now. Immediately the ambassador veered off the side of the road and crossed to the correct lane. His tyres screeched as he accelerated, and he'd already travelled 30 metres before he remembered to switch on his lights. In the distance, Danny saw that another car was approaching. It was maybe 2 kilometres away. Most likely just another civilian, but he didn't want to make assumptions. He jumped back behind the wheel and drove towards the others. As he pulled up 10 metres from the remaining vehicles, he could see that Spud had already taken control of the situation. Although his broken arm was still hanging uselessly by his side, he had the ambassador's pistol aimed at the 2 Syrians, who had raised their hands in the air and looked very frightened. Danny raised his own weapon in their direction, then edged over to where the others were standing. Buckingham and Clara were holding Greg up now. Buckingham had the 1,000-yard stare and was shivering. At least it meant he kept quiet. No time for pleasantries, just instructions. We need both vehicles, Danny said. Too many of us crammed into one would just raise suspicion if we're stopped. Leave her, Buckingham interrupted. Clara turned to him and quite coolly slapped his bruised face. Buckingham squealed with pain. I've been wanting to do that for days, Danny muttered, before turning back to Spud. We'll take one of these Syrian fuckers each in case of roadblocks. Danny! Clara interrupted. She tugged at his sleeve and pointed back along the road. Danny turned. Another vehicle had parked almost exactly where he himself had stopped. The headlamps were on full beam, and the driver's door was opening. Danny raised his scope, wincing slightly as the close-up of the headlamps burned his retina. The figure emerging was short and squat. He carried an assault rifle. Danny recognized the face. Hector. Bastard must have seen him leaving Alcamada Street and followed him. Must be here for the money. Get down, he yelled. He pulled Clara to the ground. Greg and Buckingham fell with them. Spud dived of his own accord. A burst of gunfire rang out, and suddenly the air was filled with inhuman screaming. One of the secret police had been hit. Danny made his way to the front of the Mukhabarat's vehicle, where he got line of sight with Hector. He saw that de Vries was sitting in the passenger seat. Distance, 75 meters. Danny loosed around. It ricocheted with a spark off the open driver's door, causing Hector to seek cover in the vehicle. "I know this cunt," Danny shouted over his shoulder to Spud. "We don't want him after us. I can distract him. You need to get the others to the 0130 RV with the chopper." "Roger that." The wounded Syrian was still screaming. Movement from the direction of Hector's car. He was emerging again. There was 10 meters of open ground between Danny and his own vehicle. If he didn't move quickly, Hector wouldn't give him the chance to cover it. He jumped to his feet, raised his cig, and arm outstretched, released another round as he ran to the car. It took him 5 seconds to get there, in which time he released another 3 rounds. The windscreen of Hector's car shattered to reveal De Vries still in the passenger seat. Hector dived back in. As Danny hurled himself into his own vehicle, it crossed his mind to grab his M4 from the passenger seat and open up. He quickly rejected that idea. 2 against 1. Even if Danny made it through those odds, he couldn't be sure that his companions wouldn't be wounded in the crossfire. So he didn't grab his rifle. He grabbed Taft's bag of money instead. He held it out of his window in full view of Hector for 3 seconds. His message was clear. "You want it? Come and get it." Then he slung the bag back onto the passenger seat, slammed his foot on the accelerator, and sped west into open country. The beaten-up Peugeot bounced over the stony desert floor. Immediately Danny started driving in a random zigzag pattern. He knew he was going to draw fire, and he needed to make himself as difficult to hit as possible. Screeching up through the gears, he checked his rear-view mirror. Hector was already chasing him, but Danny was accelerating faster. The distance between them was 30 meters and increasing. They'd pick up speed soon, but at the moment he had the edge. Back by the road, he caught a quick glimpse of the others. Spud was forcing the remaining secret policeman at gunpoint into the driver's seat of their vehicle. That was all Danny needed to know. The others were in Spud's hands now. The responsibility of getting them to the RV was his. The Peugeot's ancient engine screeched as Danny forced the speedo up past 90 kilometers per hour. It rattled its way across the uneven desert. When he was 150 meters from the road, he yanked the steering wheel to the left so that he was heading south. 5 seconds later, the first round hit. The Peugeot's rear windscreen shattered, and the noise of the protesting engine was joined by a sudden deafening rush of air. Danny checked his mirrors. There were 40 meters between them, and the gap seemed constant. They were moving at the same speed, which was bad news, because if Danny had to continue to zigzag to avoid being hit, and he did, it meant covering more ground, and that meant Hector would catch up. With his right hand still on the wheel, he used his left to point the cig over his shoulder. He couldn't aim, of course, but perhaps a couple of loose rounds would make his pursuers think twice about getting too close. He let one go, almost deafening himself in the process. It flew harmlessly through the desert air. His second shot was more successful, smashing into Hector's left headlamp. He zigzagged again, and noted that the gap still remained constant. They'd slowed down, for now. No more rounds from behind. Had they spent their ammo? More likely they were saving it for when they had a better chance of a kill. Danny set his eyes on the landscape ahead. The terrain had become more undulating, so he could no longer see the road to his left, and every few seconds the vehicle behind him disappeared in a dip. He tried to analyze his options. They really wanted this money. Perhaps he should just stop and throw it at them. No, they'd still move in for the kill. Time check. 0117 hours, 13 minutes till RV. He reckoned it was about 3 clicks to the crossroads. He realized he still hadn't disconnected the sat phone, so he grabbed it from the dashboard and yelled into it. "Spud, update me!" No answer. Shit! But his only option was to keep going. Incoming fire. A round flew over his right shoulder, missing him by inches and slamming into the windscreen. The glass splintered but didn't break. He couldn't see a thing. Even as his foot was pressed on the accelerator, he whacked the body of his cig against the glass. It shattered and fell inwards, cutting open the back of his left hand. Blood and glass were suddenly everywhere. He ignored it, fired another round behind him. It went astray. Fuck! They closed the gap. 25 meters, max. The threat of Danny's loose rounds was no longer slowing them down. With the force of the wind in his face, it was difficult to see up ahead. But was the gradient increasing? Could he see the brow of a hill silhouetted against the inky night sky? He could. What was more, he could make out the lights of a vehicle moving along that brow, from west to east. That meant the crossroads was somewhere up there. The RV point was close. No more than a click and a half. "Spud!" he roared into the sap phone. "Where the fuck are you?" Still no reply, but as he raced on, he caught sight of the road a couple of 100 meters to his left. A vehicle was speeding along it, roughly adjacent to Danny's own position. Was it them? He had to hope so. He moved the steering wheel a few degrees counterclockwise, aligning his bearing to where the road met the brow of the hill. A sharp pain stung through his cut hand. The blood loss was heavy, but he had to ignore it. He could see De Vries leaning out of the passenger window, rifle in hand, preparing to fire. He swerved to the left, and just in time. The rounds destroyed his right-hand wing mirror, and for a moment he lost control of the vehicle. But he brought himself back onto his bearing with another shot over his shoulder. Time check. 01:27 hours. 3 minutes till RV. Distance to the brow of the hill, 500 meters. Danny saw the other vehicle disappear over the top. That figured. Spud would never halt on a ridge, where he could be seen for several kilometers all around. He estimated that he was 30 seconds from the RV point. Could he defend it for 2 minutes, while they waited for the pickup? He didn't get the chance to find out. There was a horrific explosion as a round from behind slammed into his rear left-hand tire. The car spun out of control, turning 2 full circles at speed before coming to a sudden, jolting halt. In the confusion, Danny could hear the screeching of the other car's brakes. He knew he had only seconds before they opened up on him. Seconds in which to dive from the car, which was about to be showered with rounds. Grabbing his M4, Danny hurled himself out of the driver's door, landing with a thump on the hard ground. And just in time, because at that moment, a furious barrage of rounds slammed into the trashed Peugeot, the only object now between Danny and the 2 mercenaries intent on killing him. He was 100 meters from the top of the hill. Between the Peugeot and Hector's car was another 20. Another burst of rounds slammed into the abandoned vehicle, and then everything fell silent. Hector's voice rang across the desert. "Throw us the money, kid. Maybe we'll let you go." Danny didn't answer. He knew that Hector had no intention of letting him walk free. If he moved, or replied, all he'd do was give away his exact position. "That was quite a mess you made of Taff," Hector taunted. "Never had you down as the type." "Kiddo." Danny fought the urge to defend himself. "They're just goading you. Ignore it." "You're fucked, kid, you know that. Make it easy on yourself, eh?" A noise reached Danny's ears. Mechanical. He looked back towards the brow of the hill. There was a faint glow beyond it. He looked at his watch. 01:30 hours. Hector had clearly noticed it too. He didn't sound very worried. "What you going to do, kid? Walk across open ground to your friends? I don't think so. Don't be a twat. We'll have you before you've gone 5 meters. It's over. Face it." But Danny wasn't going to face it. He reckoned he had 1 play left. He felt for his night sight and looked back towards the ridge of the hill. It took him only a couple of seconds to zoom in on Spud. He was lying on his front, and also had a scope held to his eye. As soon as he saw that Danny had clocked him, he held up 5 fingers of one hand. 4 fingers. Danny hunkered down, his breath heavy, sweat pouring from his dirty face. 3 fingers. Okay, kid. You had your chance. Say your fucking prayers. 2 fingers. 1 finger. Rounds thundered against the Peugeot once more. But at exactly the same time, newcomers joined the party. 2 Apache helicopters, separated by a distance of no more than 30 meters, rose swiftly right above the hill. For a couple of seconds they seemed to hover at a height of about 20 meters. And then very fast, they advanced. Within seconds, the thunder of the attack helicopter's rotors felt like it was going right through Danny. One was directly above him, at perhaps 35 meters, nose down, ready to strike. The noise of its front-mounted minigun was like the grinding of an immense chainsaw as it dispensed its 7.62mm rounds in the precise direction of Hector and de Vries. 5 seconds of fire, 10 seconds, 15. It stopped. And then there was an explosion. Danny didn't need to look towards Hector and de Vries's car to realize that its fuel tank had ignited. The sound of the explosion and the subsequent rain of debris told him everything. He covered his head for 10 seconds, waiting for the shower to subside. Then he pushed himself to his feet again. The Apaches had gained height. 75 meters, maybe more, but now, above the brow of a hill, a third aircraft rose. Danny instantly recognized the silhouette of a Black Hawk as it hovered dark against the horizon. Only as it flew in his direction did he find himself looking back into the remains of the Peugeot. The interior was lit up by the flames of Hector and de Vries's burning vehicle 20 meters away, and he saw the bag of money sitting there on the passenger seat. A small part of him thought about taking it. It crossed his mind that Taff would have expected him to do just that. And so he left it. His days of following Taff's advice were gone. As the Black Hawk touched down 25 meters south of his position, Danny strapped his M4 over his shoulder and nursed his bleeding hand as he ran towards it. The downdraft kicked dust up into the air. As it hit the blades, it caused a halo of glowing sparks above the chopper. Danny kept his head down and ran to the side entrance. A soldier was shouting at him to climb inside, holding out one hand to help him in. But Danny didn't need any help. He climbed inside the dark but spotless interior of the Black Hawk, and immediately his eyes picked out those faces he recognized. There was no sign of the Mukhabarat officer Spud had taken in the car. No doubt, having outlived his usefulness, he was dead on the side of the hill. Greg was on his back, receiving medical treatment. Spud crouched anxiously by him, but looked over to Danny and gave him an understated nod before turning back to his mate. Buckingham was crouched in one corner, his terrified eyes glowing pale in the darkness, his floppy hair a straggly mess over his bruised face. And there was Clara. As the Black Hawk took to the air, she stood up and moved towards Danny, before embracing him wordlessly. He accepted the embrace, then disentangled himself and looked out of the chopper's side door. In the air above them, about 50 meters away, he could see one of the Apache chaperones keeping watch. And below, in the distance, the sprawling lights of Damascus. On the eastern edge of the city, trace of fire arced above the buildings, a glowing reminder that Buckingham and Carrington's ill-judged intervention had changed nothing in this war-torn country. The Syrians would keep on killing themselves. There was very little anyone on the outside could do about it. Danny turned his back on the view. It wasn't his problem anymore. He was going home. Epilogue. London, 10 days later. Hugo Buckingham winced as he stood up from his desk. His skin was still sore from the beating he had endured at the hands of the Damascus Mukhabarat, but he wore the scars with a kind of pride. Here, newly installed in the MI6 building with a fancy new job title and an even fancier new salary, he was surrounded by analysts and administrative staff who'd heard whispers of his bravery in Syria and looked at him with a certain respect. He walked over to the door. Someone had just knocked, and he knew who it would be. He fixed his face into a smile before opening up. "Danny, old sport. Bloody good to see you." He held out his hand. The SAS man didn't take it, but Buckingham shrugged off the insult. Come on in. Have a seat." He walked over to the window. His fifth-floor office looked straight over the entrance to the building and across the Thames. "Bloody good view, eh? Must say it's good to see the London skyline after our little fracas in the Middle East." He turned back to Danny, who was standing on the other side of the desk, his face expressionless. "Carrington told me about Taff. Turn up for the books, eh?" Silence. "Perhaps for the best. Everyone's a little embarrassed about his role in the whole Syrian debacle. A drink? No? Don't mind if I do?" He poured himself a nip of scotch from a trolley by the window and drank it in one hit. "I was wondering if you'd seen Clara. Bloody good-looking girl, that. Got a bit of guts. I like that in a woman. Thought I might ask her out for a spot of supper, see where it leads. No? Ah, well, I'm sure I can track her down." He waved one arm to indicate the building in general. "Not like I don't have the resources, eh? Actually, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. Sure you won't have a seat?" Danny didn't move. "Truth is, old sport, you and I have rather come up smelling of roses. Wasn't quite the outcome we wanted in Syria, but everyone's impressed by the way we handled the situation when it all went wrong. Quite a team, you and I, wouldn't you say?" Danny still didn't speak, but he couldn't prevent a look of deep contempt crossing his face. "Thing is, in my new capacity here in the service, there's every chance going forward that I'll need to call on someone resourceful for issues of a sensitive nature. I know I can rely on you." "There's plenty of men in Hereford, Buckingham," Danny said after several seconds' silence. "Ask one of them. You and me won't be working together again." "You think?" Buckingham replied with a little smile. "You might be surprised, old sport. You might be surprised." "Is there anything else?" "I don't think so. We'll speak again soon, I'm sure." "Not if I have anything to do with it." Buckingham smiled again. "Well, there's the funny thing," he said, a certain amount of steel entering his voice. "You really don't." Danny started to leave the room. But when he reached the door, he stopped and looked back. Buckingham was pleased to see a flicker of uncertainty cross his face. Then he turned and was gone. Buckingham sat down at his desk. There was nothing but a laptop and a telephone on it, but from a drawer to one side he pulled out a small mobile phone. It looked rather beaten up, but that was only to be expected. He'd carried it all round Syria, after all. A miracle they hadn't taken it off him in Damascus, and a bloody good job too. He opened up the back and removed a 5 GB SD card, which he inserted into a slot on the side of his laptop. A window popped up containing a number of yellow folders. He clicked on the one labelled Video, then on one of the icons that appeared. A moving image filled the screen, and a chaotic noise burst from the speakers. Buckingham was instantly transported back to that terrifying afternoon in Asu's compound. His hand had been shaking as he covertly recorded the events, and the footage juddered, but even at a distance of several meters. And through the dust, he could quite clearly make out Danny Black kneeling at the side of the child he was about to kill with an overdose of morphine. And the voices, Taff Davis, Black himself, the mother, were quite clear. "That's a lethal dose, kiddo. You sure you know what you're doing?" "He's dead anyway. You killed my son! Murderer! What Black had done was illegal. A war crime. That piece of footage in itself was enough to see him behind bars for a long time, which meant he had enough on Danny Black to ensure the kid came running whenever he called. His own personal regiment operative, there to do his bidding whenever he wanted. 100 times better than one of Max Saunders' untrustworthy private military contractors. Could be useful, he told himself, very useful. The person who could control such a resource could go far. He stood up again. Wincing, he walked back over to the window and looked out over the front of the SIS building. Black was there, trotting down the steps, and somebody was waiting for him. A woman. Bloody pretty. One arm in a crutch. Buckingham squinted, and he felt a certain pang when he realized who it was. And a bigger pang when they kissed. Little bastard, he muttered to himself. They spoke, and then Black looked up in the direction of Buckingham's window. For a moment it felt as if he was staring directly at him, but then Buckingham reminded himself that it was impossible. The glass was mirrored. Nobody could see through it. He was hidden. He watched Black and Clara walk away, hand in hand. Then he returned to his desk and removed the SD card from his computer. He needed to keep that safe, he told himself. Very safe. He didn't know how soon he was going to need it. That was Masters of War by Chris Ryan. Read by Michael Roberts.
Thank you for listening to this unabridged Oak Hill audiobook. If you'd like to listen to further titles, please contact your local library.